Thongam Bidyarani, NPYF President, Ikai Kumna Butchari, Amadi, Ikok Nona Kurumjari. Ngasigi ay foraba Korong Numit, January Tang Kunmanga, Numit Asida, National People Youth Front, Nasenja Langzariba, debate competition Asida, Asin Bakaya Kaitopiduna, debate competition Asibu, Mapung Pahan Nabagida Maklingbi Ragliba, Mingwina Panjarabada, National Vice President Pabung Yumnam Joy Kumar, Amadi, National People's Party ki State General Secretary Organization Yambung Rameshwar, Amadi, State NPP General Secretary Admin Russell Haisnam, Amasung NPP State General Secretary IT Zayanandabu Taram na Okcha Bagaloinana Ikai Kumna Uchari. Ngasigi debate asigi Thawai Happy Gadoriba Star Speaker Oza Professor Dr. Danavir Laishram Amadi Judges Singh Mingwaina Hangacharabada Oza Dr. Arambam Noni Oza Kunzo Amadi Akoigi Hoziki Wenadi Yoksan Birakriba Oza Srimabusu Ikai Kumna Bagaloinana Taram na Okchari Amadi Ngasigi Hall Asida Tinbiriba Ngasigi Maruina debate competition asida Mapung Pan Bigadoriba debaters sing participants sing Amadi Hall Asida Lingsen Biriba Mipung Kuding Makpusu NPYF ki Maikai Dagi Taram na Okchabaga Loinana Ikai Kumna Ba Uchari Amadi Ngasigi Manipur gi Kasin Koya Sin Batungna debate asigi Yohan Bigadoriba Pause sing Yohan Bigadoriba media sing busu Ikai Kumna Baga Loinana Taram na Okchari Ngasi Akoina Sinzagat NPYF na Sinzariba debate competition asigi Maruiba Akoigi NPYF na Marui si Marui Haibagi Maruiba Maram Singh di Akoigi Manipur sa Thokliba conflict asi Chahi Ani Phazilak Bagaloinana Masigi solution Thibada Akoigi Ngasigi Manipur sa Lairiba Naha Singh Manipur sa Lairiba Purup Singh Naha Singh Sina Kitang Masigi sta Akoi youth Singh Sina Kitang Saruk Yamina Basi Darkar Oyena Khanzabagi Shu Ngasigi debate competition Haibadi Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hairiba Mosanasida, Aquina Sinja Langzabani, Amadi Aquigi, youth sing asina, Masiki conflict asida, Aquigi youth sing asia, Aqui Maruiba, major stakeholder, Ama Oi Hibasang, Asigi, Manipur Salariba youth sing Sina Kitang, Samam Nabagumba, Nathaiduna Laibama, Aquina Uva Pangde, Mado. Sigi Maruiba conflict asigi solution thiba matamda akoigi youth sing ase yamna importance oiba key role amani haibase ngasigi debate competition asina akoigi Manipur sta leiriba youth sing asida paujel piba ma oinasu oihaning bagi damakta NPYF na ngasi maruina debate competition ase sinjabani amadi akoigi ngasigi Manipur asida akoigi freedom of expression se tang phangba walabra na khanjai akoigi Aduna Maram Weraga, Aquina Pongdok Ningba Hai Kayama, Nasi Aquina Pongdok Pangam Davida, Nungda Pumaga Leba Pom Kayama, Labana Maram Weraga, Nasiki conflict, a Siki solution, a mind orga Tigani, a mind orga Togla Ibano, Hibase, Pongdok Pangam Dava, Wapom Kayama, Nasiki Naha Sing Siki Tamoida, Pumduna Lairabra, Kanze, Aduna Maram Weraga, Nasiki debate competence Asida, Aquina Togliba conflict, a sing conflict sing a sea, Aqui Manipurda. Peace amasung normalcy hanjaranga ba hona ba matamda akoina smile toragadi phagani sigi suggestion simadi sima piragadi akoi normalcy se hanjalangani haibagi phongdok phamama Manipur da leiriba naha sing zat dizati amata nai davida phurup sing se pulap pullaga ngasigi platform ma NPYF na pizaraga ngasigi kamain toraga akoi solution se porakadage haibase akoi aki bamta laik tabida phajana phongdoaga Akoi hiding bawa from Kayama, Nasiki platform sina, Maram Weraga, Pongdok Viraga, Yamna, Mayam ki oiba apenba, hena, apaba, hena, Mayamna pamba, Adugumba, solution, Amatang, Purakpangam, Gadra, Haibagi, Achet Pataza, Bagaloina Nangasi, NPYF na, Masiki debate, si Maruina Sinzabani. Aduga, Aroibada, saying na Hizarabada, quaking a sigi conflict, Asina Maruina Sohaliva section, Zikogi, youth singni. Haibadi, Akoigi youth sing asi matam mafam matam chada vida haibadi punsi kya pikham na hankre ngasi bauta soinaraga kya ama leibasu yaure adugi mathakta ngasi ge akoi ge asukna ma chawkhalaba modern society asida ngasi akoina like lai shu tambagi mahuta akoi gi competitive exam mayam thabagi mahuta akoi ngasi khulai khutta khulai paduna khulnga e se maruina akoi youth singni si sina takpadi akoi gi tungi generation ama akoi gi pura ama akoi soire haibase si sina takpani maramdi kaigino hairabada akoi sise akoi gi khunga ise sina soire haibagi dinate adubu ngasi gi chakhotlaba competitive society asida akoina like tambagi mahuta akoi gi job thibagi mahuta akoi activist mayam tobagi mahuta akoina khutta khulai paiduna akoi gi khun ngaksariba masi sing se akoi gi tungda tholakadriba generation asida amuk hanna thoktanabagi damakta akoi gi manipur da laiba youth sing se amuktang Manarakanda, akoi amuktang lingzen manarakanda amuk hanna thoktanaba akoi punna honminasi haise honaminasi haibase NPYF ki maikaidagisu akoi mayamda thamjari amadi loina na akoi gi ngasi gi debate competition asida akoi gi ngasi debaters singsu ano suggestion mayama ano wakhalon mayama puthok pidona ngasi gi manipur da thokiba irang singase amuktang peace oina hanjalanaba amuktang kari haina akoi gi normalcy hanjalakadage haibagi adugumba wafam kya ama phongthok pirakani haibasu NPYF na chetpa thajabu loina na thagachari mayambu amohan thagachari
Thank you, Ms. Bidyarani, for all the words that you have shared with us. Now, it is my honor to introduce our keynote speaker for the day, Sri Yumnam Joy Kumar, National Vice President, NPP. So we look forward to his inspiring words. Sir, the stage is yours.
Before delivering my keynote address, all present in the House today, Mr. Speaker, jury, Judge Jury Singh, participant, all of you know that we lost our state president recently, and in remembrance of him, and also in condolence for the family and the bereaved person, let's all stand and pay respect to him for 2 minutes in silence. Kindly please stand. Thank you. Dr. Dhanavi Raishram, social scientist and the speaker of today's debate, and the respected judges, Okram Kunjo, lecturer, Dr. Arambam Noni, associate professor, DMU, Imphal, and Dr. Srima Ngombam, associate professor, L. Sanoy College, Nambol, Aduga, Nasigi, Seda, Lapiriba, invitees sing, Aduga, Dibesu, Tanaba, Lapiriba, Mayam, Aduga, Koigi, participant, debate Sida, the Ngambi, participant, Mayam, Aduga, Koigi, even Sibu, Koi, debate Sibu, Yangbiriba, Koigi, electronics, media, coverage through the Imbiriba, Quaipanama, Ambada, Aina, on behalf of NPP Saitegi, Aduga NPYF Saitegi, Mampuramaku, Aina, Taramna, welcome to Bugulena, Kopna, Amdi, Kaikun, Ucheri. Mayampanamak Kambirabani, a Kogi, quite a problem when you put a face to chick, you know, that. Me tang home the gi, Tokiba, Tokduk to the gi, Chatarkliba, Masi Ladiba, Manipurgi, Fuser Carino, Manipur the Ladiba, Koi Ladiba, Kamgi Kogi, Carmaitona Koina, and the Kogi, Unsilian Gadurino, and in particular, known Horiba, Kogi generation, Nasigi participants, Adu Moi Makasing, Narang, and the Pokutangariba, Koliba, Panamaki. Moigi kari future no moina karmai tong legi doino hai basi ngasagi Manipur gi leiba film sida punamaki puningda wakalda masilu khanaba ngaktani amugasu koigi IDP mayamama leriba moigi su yengadi koina bu kharo pari moigi di future kari no moi macha masu singi future kari no moina leibna krai legi doino hai bin singba sumo question mayamama masi ngasi khoi face to na leiba adu film ni haiba film seda NPYF na sinna adu khoi NPP gi patronage gi makhada ngasi khoi debate asi topic na peace and the normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Yam sena da peace adu normalcy por pai bese khoi damakta yamna chawba yamna important oiba adu amma kari haini koina thadokpa yadraba adugumba issue nainagadabu issue ne haina akoi NPP na su lawi adu NPYF na su lawi apse mayam dai thamjage adu madu yengani koina si tamba sida nate koina torsi debate ma su koi organize towi sorry essay ma su organize towi essay gi topic ta su aina thamda the need of the hour for the survival of Manipur and its people is haraga koina number one, a committed regional political party with its root in Manipur, or a strong regional party with its base, with its root elsewhere, but strong presence in Manipur, or a committed national party with substantial regional aspiration and rooted in Manipur, or a pan-India national party with substantial presence in the center. Haina Dumba, Kanomasu, ACMSU, organized story. Ado, High Mayamsi, I not Tamzing, a quick party site again, a coin of filter, most important receive peace propa, normalcy, restore to website, Messina Quiggy, top priority, Nana, at my tonum, a quick man that Tamzini, a quick Damakta. We are not so much concerned, so much border as of right now. Matangi election lapada, akoi mi kam kagani karoi, habidu adu then akoi object of libinate. Akoi pandam, akoi party ki pandam habu, kamain tona Manipur da ngasai gi shanti purukpa Manipur da normalcy purukpa se masina khoi khwaidagi important oiba adu mo objective ne se mayam da ngasigi sigi forum sigi through da ai Manipur myam praja sing dasu adu lebe myam sing dasu sigi concept ni message mai thamjeningi adu sigi say that ne da khoi side isu hajning se maybe along the way somehow the other ngasai gi chahi ani muk sujal pagi matang se sum nain lab ka da somehow the other most of the people have lost sum to democracy the political party is very important. A democratic demo functions on the basis of democratic political party. Adu unfortunately high riba she the queen election lakpa she talk say the akhoi ngasai issue si kaino quite important of issue se kaino say masi matang da party ate sing the su aina sum thamjening basi si kha issue si masi confused ba or they have lost sight of it have sima mayam thamjening yam sing have da akhoi hogi ba MP election da ozabimol mayam now with lots of expectation adu thagali we expect ko akhoi na thagali si mayam gi byapte hai Karan Thapar ga ma thengnam me habi thagapnate we expect that he will deliver ngasagi issue se kaino da adu ma gumbagi na Congress ki side ge leader ma hoina haraga core issue si honorable chief minister na kadai phaw chapang ambagam dabuna core issue ne na my statement thor pose aina kam da yam laibak thining aini it seems he has lost sight of what should be the real issues di ngasi gi toriba ngasi ko kind of how dibapu phaw chapang amdriba kind of the more chapang amdaba adegi chosampu changam daba aduga kind of even low ubo phaw da ngthinwa ubangam daba thoiba haibidi violence tholiba adu kind of si the main issue ni si karmai dawna tawdege kari tawdege haibidu aigi wakhal de nainapam thokpra en khali koi saidale bana haibang moidaba mana and he should not forget that he is a lone single representative of Meitei parliament adu magi da aina khon expect to tangbasi se simple when have the geopolitics ki matang da sigi issue siga leiba situation siga yamna mari lene mani ngambi getawa adu da ngangna na mana kano da chief minister adu sapra mi ngam de di ain khamda madudi it is misplaced. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, I start wondering whether we have sent the wrong person to the parliament. See, koi wazabi also khanda ningi khanda man to we abam lay see te koi thamjege NPP na koi governor unamatam da koi thangbe issue ate koi na kamai no solve to gni haibidu koi han haire aduna ta main burning issue Manipur gi when they kari no da ngasagi flight I say Imphal to Guwahati se pai da yad rami belly de aduna masa flight sa sengalakpa frequency of flight hangapu have si issue se koi thanami masi parliament ta chalaga parliament MP mo chalaga ada concerned ministry da hainarga masi lokhat pium thoi suma lokhat piu adu da sunataba recently koi survey da Manipur has got the highest inflation. It's not a good indication. Since the economy is down, India is quite a pat adum the lady have see indicator. Adumasi, what are the root cause? Masi root cause. I mean, Karino have the inflation. Nasagi, Porama, essential commodities, Purukanda, Mapadal, people are question people, Tina Kenbagi Aduni. Karide Kennebi Murmur is an open secret. Lambida, extortion mayama, Nagagishu, Kukigishu, Adu Mataka, Manipugi, Mategishu, she mayama, Kai with the Kotan Dova, Adu Mataka, Sisu, Imphal, you will put a Kudimasi, Nasagi, extortion number Maga, can you see Antino one Kakiva? Sikumagi Madam Sile, Sika my donor, quick control to get hybrid Sisu. I see the quite important when governors who take up term say Manipur yamna thuna train se phone view train phawra ga di ngasai gi kanada lambi da purpa kanda da extortion tawriba tax me am lo se masi lowo adu ga di ko kha sapagani sigumba darka hoiba I'm just giving a few examples sigumba se da koi leiriba koi gi sarkar sisu adu ga party khoi ma su kanu to mai ngambadu torga madu to honingi adu unfortunately I ngasi debate sigi through ya ade amaso khoi ngasi debate sigi kariro si topic si khoi peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue ado please note that the topic is not peace and the normal honaga Manipur da peace proper normalcy proper na honami nasi haiwa wafam je thamaga I try some lessons again thank you.
So the much-awaited debate competition is about to begin. We request all the participants to be ready and follow the instructions of the coordinators. Let's gear up for the exciting session of ideas and arguments. I'm passing the mic to Sir Dhanabi Laishram, Mr. Speaker of today.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Debate si hongno torsi ko. Matam yamna chai hai tai. Koi chapchana hawi ko. Si mamang sida rules and regulation habit samlapa haige ko. Loina bagna piriba matam zi 8 minutes ni. Aduga minute 30 ta warning ahan ba pini. Aduga last bell na 8 ta pini. Sige matung na ngang badu ngang daw na payam sang miyam yame ba ko. Aduga point sa piroy. Aduga yaring ay di topic sida stick to biba. Adagi di ako'y timekeeper laini mana time pini ko duration sige. Adagi amana ako'y gi kano si ngasigi mark se masi judging na suno to biu ko. Judging gi tabulation sheet to da jury 1, jury 2, jury 3 na laibire. Aduga ngasagi mark allocation gi to pi dam ni na judge number sing da horen. Ako'y na pizeri si language ki 20 ko. Language ki 20. Aduga presentation ki 20. Adagi method 60. Aduna horen mark PB matamda 8 plus 8 plus 20, 30 gain toruga total do asomda total marks from the PB dabada I sai jury ki kalam do PB ramabako. Horen organizers sing da tinjan medungai na ba. Adagi matangda thamjaning si yaringai di wai phaja bahai si ko. Aduga ako'y ayamba debate move duna house da motion ji move tore hai na sang maju yawi natra. Adu di nainabam di thok tre ba natra. Aduna move jing do gyan tabiu ko. Ade ayama tamda withdraw to honingba adagi pass to honingba loisal pa saruk takra dum haibiu si parliament ki chanabi amani ko. Aduni adagi phaja wai si nabiro learned debate amanas mai hairamba gaino ko. Adumana aduna adana to budum to bidraba ko. Adagi yamaroina ako'y ngasigi jury se labu yam phaba hai tare. It is very fortunate for all the learned debaters because the 3 juries are very eminent, you know. Ako'y Uza Noni is very eminent person. Yam academician ni ko. Labu yam phay mana jury obiba. Adigi Uza Kunjo attorney writers ni. Aduga mayam gi yamna political analyst toba ako'y yam associate tawzaraba yam eminent ni. Aduga aigi uza mem uza zizu mayam popular way ba uza ni ko. Ako'y Srima Ningombam yam tuin na debate uram gani yam ne hena fazana ako'y kano lobo ngamba decision fazana loba doji maksu associate professor way na work to biriba kai khomnazarba mem ahumna Noi juri oi be se labu yam phai ko adu noi khubam tang di khudana okay adu di supporter de kinya noi ai na sida organizer na lot to ga pira khre ba ko sida noi na move to ning ba mi ahan be yaw bra ba ha nang ming kari Rikesh okay nakhoi gi di noi gi any ming kari Sanathoi and Rikesh ko yari adu di ahan basi ai Rikesh ta invite tawjare mana ngasi gi house ki motion ji move to bigani house ki motion na peace and the normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue ko koi Manipuri dana Manipur da santi amasung mausa phibam hanjan lakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana porokpa ngamgani habani yeah please take the right side mingdom tang hai biyo Chair number di sida leitre ba ko
Namayrakpam Rikesh.
Namayrakpam Rikesh Namayrakpam Rikesh 18 next cell number 18 cell number 18 di nga move to nga do ni lo ni ba pide de kin magi de minute nipan ho do ni taret to one mai mapan no do ba nipan do warning mapan the last makre no pige okay Namayrakpam Rikesh Maitei from Treasury Bench
Speaker sir, Laikhok the Satpa, Lady Layman Jalaga Kelly, Utakta Panba Ohesu, Haimun Paraga Kelly, Adu Hojek, Manipur the Togli Iranga City, Haile Maktinata Vanina, Matom the Lucian Jakini Santi, Matom the Hanjanjarakani Haiduna Laitokpadi, or Toktra Boapa Mamo Ibana. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hareba motion as a Treasury bench Lomdik Haxam strongly support of Zabagaloina, Honorable Mover Moinangasig House Florida, Muptauzari. Speakers are quite. United States Institute of Peace na 2015 ki October ki tang kun go humdoi irai numit phongba National Dialogue a tool for political and conflict transformation hairiba paper adu ki matung ina crisis ama conflict ama loisan ki hairagadi lambi ani lei hairiba lambi ani adudi political dialogue na piba lambi ama natre hairaga na military solution na piba lambi ama adubu Manipur da hojik thokliba irang asi military solution na loisan gani haibadi taseng oithoktraba wafamni khudam khara pijarabada Manipur asi national level ki thakta khakta natana international level ki thakta per capita security adumak wang balebakni per capita security wangi ba leibak asidai da thok lebi irang asi sahi ani phajel lakadro phawbada karimata loisanna bagi shanti hanjana bagi mami ama phawbu ubang amda basina masana takcha re madudi military solution na Manipur bu mahausa gi phibam da hanjel halakpa ngamoi asi kakta sunatana Indian Army da Manipur dagi khwaidagi wang awang post pai bi ramba retired lieutenant general Sar Koncham Himalaya masamakna military officer mo oibiramba military da leibiramba mioi amana Manipur da thokliba issue asi loisan ke hairagadi political dialogue taunagadabani haiba wafam mamang sahi gi December ki tang kun go humdoi da phongba pongna pham pauche na khudam oire asi kakta sunatana aikoi Kukijo council ki makok thongwa mioi singna koi gi chaliba sahi asi ki January tha da Indian government gi maru oiba koi gi interlocutor AK Mishra ga loinana unaba matamda makoi gi apamba wahai wata sing phongtokpa loiraba matungda aikoi political dialogue taunanaba initiative lobiu haiba wafam koi chaliba sahi asi ki January ki tang 19 da phongwa dekal heral amasung Sangai expression khudam oiri hairiba paper sing asi aikoi treasury bench na amade hang nang asi ki motion asi da support tokjaba matamda hena supportive oinana bagi damakta speaker sar sinjage maka tajara ko ina speaker sar aikoi Manipur gi issue se loisana bagi damakta military solution choose tawdi ta chengna lan gani maramti military solution choose tawruba matamdadi akoi kano root cause nainaroi civilian casualty yamgani adu ki mathakta karigung matamda strategy soi garagati hena chawba violence ama oirakani maramasina mamangda ina panjakriba paper adu gi matung ina lambi ani leibigi manung da lambi ama di ta sengna oithoklaroi khanglabanina aikoi lemhoriba lambi asi political dialogue asini maramasina Manipur bu mahausa gi phibam da hanjana ba honaba matamda political dialogue asi tangai phadi haibu tu takcharabani asi kakta sunatana aikoi Manipur da hoji political dialogue yam darkar lei karigino haijaba taragadi Manipur thoklebi irang asi aikoi yam kupna praja singa made leiriba miyo singa sidai da root cause khanghandaba yade तसेंगना मैतै का कुकी का यानदबदगी इरांग असे थोलकलिबरा मणिपुर की चीफ मिनिस्टर ना वार ऑन ड्रग्स कैंपेन तौरुबदगी इरांग असे थोलकलिबरा मैतै ने शेड्यूल ट्राइब तालुबदगी इरांग असे ओइरकलिबरा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ना मणिपुर की लालहौबसिंग लोइसनब इरांग असे तौरकलिबरा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट ना मणिपुर दा लैरिबा रिसोर्सिंग असे लौथोक याननबगी दमकता इरांग असे तौरकलिबरा नत्रे हरगना सही लिसिंग मंगा हेनबगी पुवारी लेजरबा मणिपुर बो मचेन मसे ताना थुगाइबी याननबगी दमकता इंडिया गवर्नमेंट कुकी सिंगबो खुलाई ओइना सिजनरकांदा इरांग असे थोखलिबरा हाइरिबा मरम सिंग असे एखो याम कुपना नैनदबा यारोय हाइरिबा मरम सिंग से नैननबगी दमकता एखोना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग दरकार लै मरम असिना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबना रूट कोस तो कुपना नैनबा याननबा अमदी याम कन्ना मयामना हाइनरी वायोलेंस हाना लोइसलो वायोलेंस हाना लोइसलो वायोलेंस तुबु तहलगलिबा मकोक मरु ओइरिबा मदुबु इनसलगा तहलिबा सिंग अदुबु फामिनरकांदा तहन्दनबा वारी सानगे हारगदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से तौगदबनी असे खक्तसु नतना स्पीकर सार एकोई पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग से एकोई मल्टी लेवल दा तौगदबनी मणिपुर लेरिबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग नेशनल की ओइबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग मरक्तसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगदबनी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी सिंग मरक्तसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगदबनी मतांग असिदा पंजनिंगबो वाफम अमना होजिक मणिपुर सरकार पाइरिबा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी असिगी मखादा लेरिबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग मखोई मसेन की मरक्त फमिनदुना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनदबदगी ngasi फिबम असी यौरकनी मणिपुर दा लेबिरिबा ngasi सरकार पाइबिरिबा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी असिगी मखादा लेरिबा पॉलिटिकल लीडर सिंग असिना मखोइना अनिंगबता तौनरक्पा अमदी लैरिबा मरुइना मयामना लाना सु मकोक ओइना उनरिबा फुरुप अनिसिगी माइकैदगी माना अनिंगबा पुंगांगदा गांगनरका लैबा डायलॉग तौनबगी महुत मोनोलॉग तौनरगा लैरुबुदुना मणिपुर की फिबम ngasi फावो ओइसलकपनी असिगसु मतकता सरकार पाइरिबा पॉलिटिकल पार्टी असिगी चपचाबा फिरेब अमा मयामना ngasi खंगहनबिदबना मरुइना कांग्रेस की माइकैदगी नेशनल पीपल पार्टी एनपीपी की माइकैदगी नखोइगी फिरेब करिनो हाइदुना मयामसिना हंगनरिकलरिबनी मरमसिना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनरगा मखोइगी चपचाबा फिरेब अमा लौरबा कांददा अहानबो ओइना मणिपुर से महौसागी फिबम हंजिलक्पा ngамगनी असी खक्तसु नतना मल्टी लेवल तौबा तसेंगना तंगाई फदे मणिपुर की ओइना लैरिबा तोंगान तोंगान बा हुजिकी फुरुप सिंगसिकी सीएसओ सिंगी मरक्तसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मतांग असिदा पंजनिंगबा अमना अखोई सरकारना लोयरगा थंबा अचान हुइरोय ओइरिबा सीएसओ सिंगी मरक्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबुदी तौनबिगरो तसेंगना मणिपुर की दमक्ता खनबा सीएसओ सिंगी मरक्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनबियु अदुगा मणिपुर शांति हंजिलक्नबा होनबियु हाइबसे थमजगे मथंगदा अखोई इंटेलेक्चुअल सिंगी मरक्तसु याम कुपना अखोई डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मरमदि कुकी सिंगी माइकैदगी जालंगम कोबो लारिक अमा फोंगलै मदु लाली सुमी हाइबा मरै तौनरिबनिना नखोइना फोंगैबा लारिक तु कराइदगी डाटा नो रेफरेंस कराइदगी लौरकनो मखोइगिसु इंटेलेक्चुअल लाक्सनु अखोइगिसु थोलक्सनु अदुगा अखोइदना सिबोक लै नोइदना सिबोक लै कनाना सुमी लाली हाइननबगी तंजा अमा फंगनबगी दमक्ता इंटेलेक्चुअल सिंगी मरक्तसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी असी खक्तसु नतना छात्रगी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन स्टूडेंट यूनियन सिंगी मरक्तसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मरमदि चुरचामपुरदा मेडिकल कॉलेज ता महिरोई सिंगी मथकता ओरपी नैबिबा नतब लिचा चली हाइबा वारी लैखि मणिपुर यूनिवर्सिटी दसु कुकी युगी महिरोई सिंगी मथकता मपोर मचै थुगाई बिबा मांगहन ताहन गिबा वारी मयाम अमा लैखि हाइबा रेकॉर्ड लैबनिना अखोइना ngasi स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सिंगी थाकसु फमिनरे हर कांदा अखोइना लानखिबना सिनी नखोइना लानखिबना सिनी सिबो खोंफम हंतोकना सि हाइदुना याननबगी पुरकनबा लंबी म ओइननबगी दमक्तदि स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन सिंगी माइकेदसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी असि खक्तसु नतना याम मरु ओइना मणिपुरदा लैरिबा इंडिविजुअल सिंगी लेवल दसु डायलॉग तौनगदबनी मरमदि येलहोमी ओइबा ओइदबगी वाफमदुना नाथैरगा थमग्रे हर कांदा मेगी तांग अहुम की ममांगदा अखोइसु नखोइगी नरक्ता लैरमी नखोइसु अखोइगी इरक्ता लैरमी पुन्ना चामिनरमी पुन्ना हिंगमिनरमी अदुगा मेगी तांग अहुमदगी नखोइना अखोइबु याम तमथीबा सा अमगुम अखोइनसु नोइदा खल्लिबा नखोइनसु अखोइदा खनगिबा मदुदा मांगिबा थाजबा दो हंजनबा याननबगी दमक्ता ngasi दे अखोइनसु नोइदा कसु तौरोय नोइनसु अखोइदा कसु तौरकनु लानखिबा सोइनखिबा ngaknasi हाइदुना फमिनरकांदा वारी सानबा याननबगी थाजबा पुरकबा याननबगी लंबी दुदि पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग नतना अतै लंबी लेते मसिगा मतंग चानना अइना पंजनिंगो वाफम अमदे ngasi अखोइ मणिपुर की दमक्ता तसेंगना खुद खुलाई पायरगा निंगतम हौरिबा कथोकलगा मणिपुर की वांगमदा लेरिबा अखोइगी इसिन इनाउसिंगी मफमदसु मतै मनाउ खनबदा याउसनबा नतबा मीगी मचिन मनाउगी लम खनबदा याउसनबा नतबा अमदि मीगी पैसा तोनबा थौरुरगा पार्सल लौबा नतबा पीबा ngamni ngamoi khangdaba imungda demand tawsanduna leibagi mahuta akhoi ningtam lan hobiriba isin auksinggi mafamdasu akoina nakoina tawba yaba nakoigi level da manipur bu shanti hanjilakna ba manipur mahausa gi phibam da hanjilakwa ngamna ba political dialogue tawnabi haiba wafam se thamjage yam maru oina amuka hanna lakchening wafam da akhoi political dialogue si tasengna manipur state government indian government initiative lobiu political leaders singi marak tasu ko initiative lobira kanda dialogue tobiu matang si da panjaning wafam amana politics decide your future so decide your politics haiba wafam se thamjage akhoi ipai pun haina biramba pawro ma lei hunaradi leitung wate haiba pawro ma maram asina अखोई फमिनरगा वारी सानबगी तंजादो लौमिनसी अदुना तदना मखोइना गांगबना सुमी अखोइना गांगबना सुमी हाइदुना फमिनदबिदा मामान अनिंगबगी वाखलोंता अदुमक गांगदुना लेरगदी अखोइ ngasiगी मणिपुर सिदैदा शांति हंजलकपगी फिबम अदुदी ओइबा ngमोय maram asina aina thamjikriba amadi ngang tungda ngangbiraka akhoi treasury bench lomgi honorable members singi observation yam kupna tabi har kanda ngasi ahakna house floor da move tawiram laba si ahaki motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue hariba motion ase hujik Manipur da leiriba mioi lising humpu hena displaced oiriba sing siki khanbi ra kanda makhoi bu amuk tang di chak chakho mama chaba matamda harau harau mami te ki mapi ta na chaba phanghanna bagi damakta ekoi punna amat to oina amak khatang airaba han bagi oiba asina tana atai lambi su leitraba koigi punna hingminarba yanana bagi lambi oiriba political dialogue se tawnaduna Manipur se amuk tang ni shanti hanjal halaksi mahausa gi phibam da hanjin hansi haiba wafam se thamjara kanda ngasi gi motion asibu house floor dagi pass tawba yanana bagi damak speaker sar ge ma ngasi gi house pungning jingsin jari thank you.
Thank you. Enriquez, learned debaters na move to birama house ki motion sing asi opposer ki maikai dagi Thoksom Sanathoi Singh, opposer bench set number 22. Thoksom Sanathoi Singh, Sanathoi na oppose to bigani amukan na kausage Thoksom Sanathoi Singh, set number 22, opposition bench.
Hello. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi House the Pukhalaklipa motion, Iram the Manipurda, Santi, Amasung Mahusagi Fivum, Hanjilakpa Haibasi, political dialogue Katana Purakpa Ngamgani Hariba motion asi with my heart and soul, motion asibu objection to Zeri. Motion asibu objection to Vagi Egi relevant arguments, statement among the facts findings Pumba, Honorable Mr. Speaker, Sagima Funda, Matang Manau Naina Tamzagi. Ihan hanbada ngasi Iram the Manipur da thokliba Irang asigi achauba community stakeholder ama oiriba Kuki community ki migration diaspora ikuna tangkak ohum thokna yengbi yai ahanbada 1840s da Iram the Manipur da changjapam lokiba khongjai haira khangnaba Kuki sing ani subada 1960s da ki military junta ge regime na Iram the Manipur da refugee oikiba Kuki sing adu ohum suba asina illegal immigrant oina sanglakliba Kuki sing haina ikuna tangkak ohum thokna yengbi yai Honorable Speaker, sir, thamjani wafam di ngasi Iram the Manipur da thoklibi Irang asidi Iram the Manipur da khangu thakta sanglakhiba Kuki refugee amadi Kuki illegal immigrants sing na thokan bari masigi sabsa khudam haibu 9 August 2023 da India ki parliament da Honorable Home Minister Amit Shah na thongkiba statement da the neighboring Myanmar saw a military leadership due to no fencing at the Myanmar border. Kuki brothers started coming to Mizoram and Manipur, which finally led to the clashes and security concerns in the state of Manipur. The statement of Honorable Home Minister is further corroborated by the Down report of 2023, which states that Manipur on high alert after the illegal influx of 900 Kukis, which has escalated the situation in the state of Manipur. Honorable Speaker, sir, thamjaning go from the ngasi Iram the Manipur da thoklibe Irang asi mathak the subject statement ani asina Iram the Manipur da mitop sing na thomjilakpana maram orga Iram the Manipur da Santi amasung mahusagi fibam Irang asi thokan bani maram asina ngasigi leiriba Iram dam gi lengak asina different situation demands different needs and actions have a historical and constitutional perspective to understand tawraga asylum seekers were kana makhoi da identity card issue to biba foreigners act matung ina makhoi bu deport to biba article 371C of the Indian constitution na scheduled tribe category the piriba special protection of the safeguard bu judicial review to ba iram dam gi leiriba lenga kasina NRC state population commission amadi ngasi maksan adun leiriba ILPS system bu effectively update and implement tawra matamda Iram the Manipur da mitop sing thomjilak pathing mangamgani and mind you when Iram the Manipur da mitop sing thomjilak pathing mangamlo matamda Iram the Manipur da santi amasung mahusa ki fibam hanjilak pangamgani maram asina ihan hanbamak da ngasi ki house ki motion asi aran ba motion aman ai yani suba point ta 1980s tagi cookie le nam sem bagi political design bagi makata tongan ba cookie ge area sing da lakhiba artificial population growth made area domination gi saruk amoy na ngasidi Iram the Manipur ki reserve forest area da foba and cluster pa 2006 to 2024 foba da Chuchanpur da khun 148 Kangpokpi da khun 217 hengalak pa and moreover more than 900 villages village recognition pinanaba application tharakiba asina iramdam gi hanagi leizariba yellow saktam da sound signal pari maramasin Mr. Speaker sir illegal encroachers simbo forest act ki matungina forest eviction toba Manipur population commission ki matungina illegal immigrants bu detection tawraga foreigners act ki matungina makhoi bu deport tawro matamda iramdam Manipur da mahusa ki fivam hanjalak pangamgani maramasin motion si aranma motion man ai ahum suba point ta Afghanistan the Taliban ki war funding opium cultivation tawbagum ngasi mak iramdam Manipur da lakliba kuki len gi movement asida poppy plantation amadi drug trafficking na a source of funding already, and hence we came to term them as narco-terrorists. And here I would like to remind you the fact that according to Director of International Bureau, Government of India, about 1,25,000 acres of Iramdam Gilenda poppy thai, and thereby producing a market value of around 50,000 to 60,000 crore in a year, and thus established a narco economy. Asuk yam saw revenue mana back to riba narco economy gi mateng nang asidi iramdam Manipur gi laser by yelhowi maitai singbo ethnic cleansing tawraga zalenga mama sem nabugi political design amagi bakha separate political administration demand tarakpani. Honorable Speaker sir, maramasna NDPS Act 1985 ki matuina iramdam Manipur da war on drugs chalairaga narco economy ki every unit pu maru phungna muthan rabagi damta forest act ki matungina forest eviction toba Manipur population commission ki matungina illegal immigrants bu detection tawraga foreigners act ki matungina makhoi bu deport tawraga narco economic chain network leiriba network asibu maru phungna thadala matamda iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung bahusa ki fibam hanjelakpa ngamgani maramasina motion asi amukhana aranba motion aman aigi mari suba point ta 2008 cookie center amasung state lengaka cookie armed militant groups kun mangaronga suspension of operation sign tongki adu ngasi laglibo bafam di karino haiba matamda susana duna leiriba cookie armed militant singna ngasi iramdam gi Manipur gi irang asida instigate to batanatana perpetuate to hana bhanari haiba national investigation agency gi report ki wafam si. Honorable Speaker sir, maram masina iramdam Manipur shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjilakke haiba targadi ngasi mak de facto oina leiriba suspension of operation abrogate toba aggressor single section 147 of the Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita gi offense against state ki makhada legal action lokhatba political mandate amagi matungina aggression singbu military crackdown tawra matamda iramdam Manipur shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjilak pangamgani maramasina motion asi aranba motion am aigi maga suba point Honorable Speaker sir wathok amagi waroishin purakpa matamda waroishin adu purakadoriba arbitrator aduna wathok adugi wahodok causal factor yamna munna understand to darkar tai adu ngasi iramdam Manipur da thokliba irang asibu wathok asibu waroishin purakadoriba center lengakna ngahak lerga illegal immigrant na iramdam Manipur gi irang asi thokan bani munghai ngahak lerga ethnic classes ni munghai aduga nakal amarunda iramdam gi leiriba lengakasina the Hindu da maitai state ST demand tawrubadagi iramdam Manipur da iraga si thokan bani amu hai asigumba arbitrator oiga doriba center amasung state lenga ngasi gi double engine gi lenga kasina masagi oiba chapcha aba political stand ama leitaba center amasung state ani gi merta yamda conflicting amadi contradictory of statement leiringai cheragasda matau karamna political dialogue tawraga iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjilakpa ngamgadoribina Honorable Speaker sir maram asina motion asi amukana aranba motion amani. Honorable Speaker sir, I get taruk suba point nasigi house na belief tawriba motion political dialogue na iramdam Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi fibam hanjalakani hai batargadi support bench the phambiriba members sing da sauna hangjani ba wahang amadi ihan hanbada center na sem kiba peace committee karigi damakta ngasi bakwa work tawribno again is suba point 23rd October 2023 da Ministry of Home Affairs na community ahungi peace dialogue da violence thaduk pahana mutually decide to kiba targasu ngasi makpoba bomb of nongmagi pau na good morning in news on tariba karigano. Honorable Speaker sir, masigi mathakta recently Ministry of Home Affairs na cookie zo council da political dialogue to se have targadi violence hana thadu u haiba Ministry of Home Affairs ki statement karigidamuk released our clip now. Honorable Speaker sir, this clearly proves to the point that political dialogue is not a solution to bring peace and normalcy in the state of Manipur. Honorable Speaker sir, maramasina by considering all the relevant arguments fact finding and the different statement which I put off before the floor of the House. Ngasigi House the Pukalakliba motion, Iram the Manipura Santi Amasung Mausagi Fibam, Hanjilakpa Hypasi, political dialogue Katana. I talk about Namgadi Hariba motion is different dimensions to give Matamda, Yamna inclusive for it. Around the Imphal Yaudo motion. I would like to request the Honorable Prime Mover of the House to kindly withdraw the motion from the floor of the House unanimously. Thank you.
Thank you, Thoksum Sanatoy. Next, from Treasury Bench. Treasury Bench tagi mathang lokat chagadoi si Waikom Bobita Devi. Waikom Bobita Devi. Magi cell number si 10 hoigadoi. From Treasury Bench, Waikom Bobita Devi, Treasury Bench, cell number 10.
Good morning, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. Today's topic, peace and normalcy in Manipur, can only be achieved through political dialogue. I strongly support today's topic because political dialogue is the only solution for this furious situation in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, we are burning in our own state, in our own land. In the name of the religion, in the name of the minority, some are playing the victim card, yet we are the real victim in our own land, Manipur. Mr. Speaker, the complex conflict in Manipur is like a deep-rooted tree that requires nourishment and care to bloom into peace and harmony. Mr. Speaker, the progress of this conflict is unnatural, so in this conflict, we need to find the root cause of this solution. Mr. Speaker, some points to be mentioned are, what started in the May 3rd, 2023 is due to the lack of the timely action by the government. The conflict began when the court started asking about the inclusion of the Meiteis in the ST list. It is a spark that started a fire, and the weak government mechanism has been the reason for the escalation of this conflict. Mr. Speaker, but the years of disdain, planning, and guided hatreds towards the religious platform has fanned the fire to burn the bridge between the hills inhabited by the Kukis and the plains where the Meiteis live. Mr. Speaker, the progress of this conflict is so unnatural, so hence it is true to look for the root cause to solve the conflict in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, only the political dialogue is a solution for this conflict in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, the question is, what started and caused the planned migration of the Kukis, and what steps initiated of the pre-planning of the elements of negotiation by Kukis called Shu years before the happening of this conflict? Mr. Speaker, this question needs to be answered first, as the Manipur is under the union of the Indian government. No entity, no individual, and no journalist can take the role of answering this question, for the redressal also come only from the government only. And when I say government, I refer to the initiative of the state government. Mr. Speaker, sir, only the political dialogue is that we can bring the solution for the conflict in Manipur, and only the political dialogue with the hope and aim of bringing peace holds the key to open the Pandora box with as many secrets that we might not be aware of. Mr. Speaker, sir, the conflict in Manipur has many underlying factors, which includes the rise of narco-terrorism, the illicit poppy plantation trade, and the demand for the land and demand for the ST status. So these underlying factors has been the reason for the escalation of this conflict in Manipur that caused the violence situation in Manipur right now. Mr. Speaker, some might argue that arresting those responsible will solve the conflict in Manipur. But this oversimplifies the situation in Manipur that we are facing right now. Because political dialogue is not just a preferred way, it is the only way and the only solution that can counter the situation and conflict right now that is happening in Manipur. But some might argue that political dialogue won't be able to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur, citing its past failures and lack of compromises. But, Mr. Speaker, history itself is the proof for the success of the political dialogue. A strong and determined political dialogue and negotiation can bring and solve the complex conflict, and one of the most toughest conflict maybe in the world. And perfect example is the Tashkent Agreement and Tashkent Declaration, which ended the war of India and Pakistan in 1965. Mr. Speaker, sir, in this conflict, 221 people have been killed and 60,000 people have been displaced. Mr. Speaker, this act of inhuman will continue unless the government intervene. Mr. Speaker, in order to solve the conflict in Manipur, we must look closely at the generation of the lack of awareness, which is searching for a place to belong, to call it their own, and to leave roots for their future generation. Especially, the communities that has been called refuses everywhere. What can be more challenging and struggling to fight against a community called Meiteis, small in number, live in the northeastern part of India, yet having the great history of kings and queens, of women or man, who proudly grew, which is yet unknown and unattended in the history of India. So, Mr. Speaker, only the political dialogue can bring peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, India have a great history of handling the complex conflict in the world history. A perfect example is the Tashkent Declaration, where the India successfully persuaded the Pakistani soldiers to withdraw from the Indian border and territory. So, Mr. Speaker, why is that India, which is capable of handling the world complex conflict, do not able to resolve the conflict in Manipur? If India truly desires to resolve the conflict, they can do so in a matter of days. Mr. Speaker, how many lives have to be lost before they solve the conflict in Manipur? Mr. Speaker, sir, some points, and to facilitate the political dialogue in Manipur, the Indian government must first ensure a neutral party mediator, neutral third-party mediator, to resolve the conflict in Manipur. And they must ensure the inclusive representation of all the stakeholders. And, Mr. Speaker, they must bring clear agenda and ground rules to solve the conflict in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, the empty promises is now over. We do not need it. What we need is action, and we need it now. The Indian government must act right now to solve the conflict in Manipur and to bring the peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the relief camp, even in the relief camp, the families are struggling and grappling and with fear, holding and having the only chance to bring back their settled lives. They're trembling with fear, and even in the relief camp, what unfortunate is that people are kidnapped and killed. The women in the relief camp and the babies, and even an 8-month-old baby, have been killed mercilessly. A perfect example is the unfortunate event at the Jirvam, where some innocent woman and an 8-month-old baby have been killed without any mercy. Mr. Speaker, this is the act of terrorism, and how long will the government will just see and act like it's nothing at all? So, lastly, Mr. Speaker, I request to you that please pass today's topic from the motion to the action stage, as political dialogue is the only solution to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, sir, in order to bring the peace and to solve this conflict, political dialogue is a very important thing. I repeat again, it is not just a preferred option, it is the only option and the only solution to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur and to save the unity of Manipur. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Bobita. Next city, ngasigi si debater si Treasury bench opposition bench kasi tangkai men kenagar boko. Aduna 1 with 2 intervention ani ratio to tari ko. Next say ay opposition bench tagi ani lokot chage an bagi si thoksom Joyশ্রী Haishnam Joyশ্ree Haisnam. Say number 5 from opposition. Joyশ্ree Haisnam. Say number 5.
Mic check. Honorable members, with the permission of Speaker, sir, I strongly oppose the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And let me give my arguments categorically. Speaker, sir, peace research approach by Johan Galtung, which focuses on the conditions of peace and violence as an interdisciplinary approach, defines and categorizes peace into two types, negative and positive. Therefore, I pose a fundamental question here. What type of peace are we aiming for? Is it positive peace or negative peace? Speaker, sir, positive peace is embodiment of justice, equality, and also human rights. At the same time, integration of society, peace brought by peaceful means. And negative peace is the coercive force used to bring an absence of violence. So the motion clearly fails to identify what type of peace are we aiming for, and it misleads the House. Normalcy haibadi mahosagi fibam haibani. Motion asida normalcy hairibasi akwani yingsi. Manipur throughout its period, pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial period, had perpetual conflict in the region. Immanuel Kant's concept of perpetual peace is lacking in the area. So what type of normalcy are we talking about in the motion? And also, the overemphasis of the word only signifies that the motion has been oversimplified. At the same time, there are many solutions to a problem. It fails to acknowledge other alternative solutions beyond political dialogue. At the same time, political dialogue is the superficial exchange of interests and ideas between opposing parties, oftentimes lacking consensus, including women too. And there is also self-serving interests and power dynamics. Example, oftentimes women are the victims of war, and there is a lack of representation of women in political dialogue. Feminists question the nature of war and its aftermath. Example, Japan, South Korea, Comfort Women, Peace Agreement 2015 face critical issues and criticization from people. Speaker, sir, peace or political dialogue can be used as a tool by state to maintain their status quo and to bring a coercive dialogue where they exclude majority of the voices and many voices. At the same time, there is an unequal power relations and elite-driven dialogues. This proves that, and this can become another reasons for conflict. And also, there are external factors influencing this conflict, in every conflict, and even in Manipur. The economic crisis, the security threats, and the Myanmar Golden Triangle. And we have to know that Myanmar is the new epicenter of global conflict. It is no longer Middle East. So this kind of impacts are giving on Manipur, and I think we need to look beyond our area and bring a regional dialogue with Myanmar and other stakeholders. Also, there are instances of failed political dialogues in Asia and Africa, etc., such as Sudanese National Dialogue 2014 faced criticism for lack of inclusivity, and also it further escalates the issues. Kenyan National Dialogue 2008, and also there are many failed peace dialogue. So what I want to emphasize is that we do not know whether political dialogue can solve or bring peace in Manipur. It's because the emergence of modern nation state of India in 1947 changed the fate of people over its territory, population, sovereignty, and government. Now, The merger agreement of 1949 also brought many complex structural, economic, political issues ranging from ethnic conflict, land rights, ST demand status, drug trafficking, narco-terrorists, and illegal immigrants. At the same time, it also brought Armed Forces Special Power Act related human rights abuses, and there is a present Kuki-Meitei conflict which has led to 70,000 displacement of people, more than 200 lives being killed. And at the same time, there is also 4,600 houses being burned. And so I want to ask honorable members, what solutions do you think that political dialogue will be really solidify and give it? So what I'm trying to say is, political dialogue, you are overemphasizing the use of political dialogue, but you're not showing how will it bring. And then at the same time, all the issues of Manipur overlap one another, and there is also the use of coercive force to suppress and silence people, human rights violation, right to life, liberty, livelihood, and the creation of buffer zones, etc. Now, what we have to know is that there is a structural manufacturing thing in this. And according to peace research approach, there are 3 types of violence. Direct violence, it is personal violence, including war, torture, hate crimes. And then there is structural violence, also called indirect violence, including colonialism, exploitation, economic inequality, gender-based violence, and human rights abuses. And cultural violence, such as symbolic in religion, ethnicity, law, media, and it is also called the war of the intellectuals, because they use ideology to manipulate people. They justify the use of direct and structural violence and make them seem less wrong. They also intend to harm and even kill people through this cultural violence. So all these violence are present in Manipur. I would like to ask the honorable members a few questions. Are we truly free in this federal structure of India to truly have a genuine political dialogue? Are we truly equipped to have a political dialogue by ourselves, or do we need a third party or approval of deep state in Manipur? Is the federal political arrangement of India conducive to bring peace, or is it adding fuel to the fire? So there are also Western powers being influencing the present political conflict and confrontation with China, adding fuel to the fire, and they are also using it for their own interests and gains. Now, I would like to give other alternatives beyond political dialogue for bringing peace and normalcy in Manipur. Number 1, there should be higher border securities to counter this drug trafficking and disrupt the drug networkings. At the same time, thank you so much. I request everyone to withdraw the motion from the floor of the House. Thank you.
Next from opposition bench again, Angom Rajni. Next from opposition bench, Angom Rajni. Lakte. Report pyramid. La honor there. We read up. Angom Rajni, cell number 26. Angom Rajni, cell number 26.
Very good morning to the speaker, sir. So the given motion is peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. So I strongly oppose in this given motion So this given motion is very important regarding the situation of Manipur. But why? Why did I choose to oppose this motion instead of supporting it if it is said that it is important? So for that, let's imagine there are two groups. There are two groups, let's name them A and B. So now, from group B, people from group B comes up and attack people of group A. Now, regarding this situation, a political leader comes up. So this political leader comes up and made political dialogues for reducing the conflict between these two groups. But after he has made the political dialogue, people from group B still comes up to people of group A and still attacks them. People of group A defenses but never attacks. But B still attacks. Political leader makes many political dialogues but never reduces the conflict. So now this same thing, this same whole example is this thing is really happening in our state Manipur. Two communities are still fighting with each other. Many political leaders come up and made many political dialogues, but never reduced the conflict. Even Amit Sahaji came to Manipur. He visited Manipur multiple times. But the question is, has the conflict ended? Are people not crying for their children? Are people still in their homes? Are people not in relief camp anymore? Are there no more sobbings for their children, their parents, their siblings? No. There are still, the conflict is still going on around in Manipur. Hasn't the political dialogues affect the Manipur? It has not. I would like to ask the supporting group that hasn't political leader met political dialogues? Yes, political dialogues have been made multiple times, numerous times, but the conflict hasn't been ended. The conflict has not ended. It needs concrete political action, not dialogue. Why does it need actions? Regarding the situation of Manipur, many people have died in this year. It's been a year, 8 months, and 22 solid days. The conflict has not ended here. Even today, people are crying. Even today, people are still hoping for them to go to their own homes, for them to live peacefully in their land. But no, the conflict hasn't ended. We cannot go to there. Even people who are in relief camps, they are not living their life in a peace. So why do we expect the Manipur will be in normalcy and peace and normalcy if only with political dialogues? If no one, if even today people are still suffering, then why do we expect? Why do we expect with only political dialogue, peace and normalcy can be attained in Manipur? No. Manipur needs political action, not political dialogue. Political dialogues have met numerous times, but still today, people are still suffering. People are still sobbing for their dead. People are still sobbing for their children. People are begging for their lives to be spared. If political dialogues are met, then why are people still sobbing for their dead? Still begging for their lives to be spared? This peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. I would really like to oppose this motion. Matang asida ay nathamjagadabadi peace and normalcy in Manipur. Ay na motion siya hanjan bunsajari maramdi peace and Manipur in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibaneba. Political dialogue khaktana akhoigi Manipur da peace and normalcy purakani haiba tardi hojik fauba kaidobagi peace puraktrinoba hojik fauba kaidobagi mi kappinoba si khana bayaba pot natra amadi political dialogue khaktana peace and normalcy pura oi adudi kaidauba yai har kanda political action. A solid is political action. A concrete political action is needed. Thank you. I would like to end here.
Thank you, Anjita. Next from opposition bench. Markta Treasury Mahapsika. Okay. Anjita Kundrakpam. Anjita Kundrakpam from Treasury bench.
With the permission of the Honorable Speaker, sir, Masigi House na thamiramiba topic, Manipur da Santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjilakwa haibasi political dialogue khaktana ngamgani haibasi ni. Sir, Masigi topic ase yamna chumbana maram oiduna aina ngasi support tawjaribani. Masigi topic ase charangna ani thongna yengba yai sir. Ahanbada Manipur da Santi amasung mahausa gi phibam haiba ma amadi Masibu political dialogue hakana purakwa ngamgani haiba asigani ahanbada sir Manipur da Santi haisina hainingi di leba amase wathok lanthok thok tabida ingna chingna leiba adubu khangnaganeba aduduga hanagi phibam hanjilakwa haisina Southeast Asia asida haina humna palamba akhoi ipa ipu singi ita nangam khai ngaklamba akhoi iramda Manipur se asibu khangnaganeba. Sir, ngasigi topic asida yauriba Manipur da hanagi Santi amadi hanagi phibam hanjilakwa asina tai madudi akhoi habji hanagi phibam duda leitre haibado maram asina aina ngasigi house asida kamdona akhoi gi Santi ase leidribano amadi karam kari jawbudagi leidribano haibado hana haijaramge. Sir, ngasigi topic asida yauriba Santi hanjilakwa haisina tai di akhoi Manipur iramda mase hanadi yamna ingna jingna leirame haibaneba aduduga hojisina amu ingna jingna leitre haidi hojise akhoina su khangiduni madudi hoje akhoi iramda mase kangkhong jaiba idu oireba masi kamdona no hai taragadi akhoi Manipur gi identity integrity amadi demography se masi sibu akhoina ngana akhoi lengak sina ngak piraktabadagi neba amadi akhoi leba si hojikti refugee gi makol haibado adu oino oireba amadi akhoi Iramdam Lairabaka, Changdam Narami by Quick Iramda Manipur, Asisibu, Anisuba Golden Triangle Amasu, Semgadang Nabahona Raiba. Masising Sibuaka things I target, Matic Java losing Bama Toda Eba. Sarkuda Malakatuna Yang Cinematodi, Yao Jama Jamana, Lani or Ragamadi. Nongsamana, akhoi losing one more when a pabrana draga, losing Basina, Yawaga, Nongsa, Singsina, akhoi Lani or Basina Paribrava. Akhoi hai targa akhoi Yao Singsina, Lanmi or Raga, Nongsasina losing boy when a payaba. Masika in high targa, akhoi losing one more by Samatic Jaba Mamatau Diaba. Sir, akhoi Iran say, akhoi Laxi hai targa, the akhoi Hanbada, Suze, control the woman Tota, akhoi Langaxina, Suze, Pazana control the Widreba. Han akhoi 2005 ki August ki tang amadi 2000 ki August ki tang kunithoi da akhoi na sign tawna gi brasu gi agreement se asi se amda akhoi na khidang control tawra gi yengsin lengak sina adu ai dar gadi karamba terrorist na no ba akhoi hoji khulai thaba horok toi se akhoi iramda masi akhoi basida akhoi kuki terrorist singsina akhoi bada tasilaga madi nupi angang khaktan hat patu base adum tawraiba masi singjibu akhoi na thingchai taragadi political dialogue si khaktana oigani amadi akhoi India gi constitution sina haye madudi lebaga madi irang ama thokwa matamdana sumna dangi negotiation amadi political dialogue si khaktana akhoi gi ingtapa ma purokwa ngamgadabaneba nata bida akhoi na khulai thaba aibase akhoi gi lengak sina di tawba yaba ponateba aduna ni mayam so hainari baduni madudi political dialogue is the only way to resolve conflict haiduna. Sir, akhoi khudam khara lokhatuna yengsi madudi naga gi political crisis thokwa matamda madu kamdau na losingi ke madu political dialogue khaktana losingi bani akhoi Kargil war haidar 1971 ki Kargil war se si je losina ba hona bada akhoi gi India lengak sina changi se sumna gi ta gi tha hum khaktane ba ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝꯁꯤꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯊꯥ 10 ꯍꯦꯟꯖꯤꯜꯂꯛꯑꯦꯕ ꯃꯁꯤꯁꯦ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯀꯩꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤꯝꯇ ꯈꯟꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯑꯣꯡ ꯑꯃ ꯇꯧꯔꯦꯕ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯁꯤꯅ ꯗꯤꯚꯥꯏड ꯑꯦꯟ ꯔꯨꯜ ꯈꯛꯇꯃꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯁꯤ ꯇꯧꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯦꯕ ꯃꯁꯤꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯍꯨꯠꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯤ ꯁꯔꯀꯥꯔ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛ ꯑꯅꯤꯃꯛꯅ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯜꯂꯒ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯕꯁꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯃꯊꯧ ꯇꯥꯏꯌꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯥꯏꯗꯦꯟꯇꯤꯇꯤ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯏꯟꯇꯤꯒ꯭ꯔꯤꯇꯤꯁꯦ ꯉꯥꯡꯅ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ FMR NRC ꯃꯁꯤꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯄꯨꯂꯞ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯜꯂꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯔꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒ ꯄꯪꯇꯧ ꯇꯧꯕꯗꯨꯅꯗꯤ ꯅꯠꯇꯕ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯕꯥꯎꯟꯗꯔꯤ ꯏꯁꯨꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯈꯣꯡꯒꯠꯂꯒ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯔꯥꯡꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝꯁꯤꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯕ ꯏꯔꯥꯡꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯁꯦ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯏꯪꯇꯞꯄ ꯑꯃ ꯄꯨꯔꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯒꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯗꯝ ꯈꯔ ꯂꯧꯈꯠꯇꯨꯅ ꯌꯦꯡꯁꯤꯅꯦ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯃꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯁꯥꯝꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯕ ꯕꯣꯔꯣꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯗꯥꯔꯖꯤꯂꯤꯡꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝ ꯃꯁꯤꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯄꯨꯂꯞ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯈꯛꯇꯅ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯈꯤꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯦꯕ ꯃꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯃꯤꯂꯤꯇꯔꯤꯅ ꯑꯣꯏꯒꯦꯔꯥ ꯑꯃꯅꯕꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯒꯦꯔꯥ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯍꯦꯟꯅ ꯊꯣꯛꯍꯜꯂꯛꯀꯗꯕ ꯉꯥꯛꯇꯅꯦ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯁꯤꯅ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯏ ꯐꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯑꯃ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯒꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯤꯅ ꯈ꯭ꯋꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ ꯐꯕ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯗꯣꯏꯅꯦꯕ ꯗꯦꯃꯣꯀ꯭ꯔꯦꯁꯤ ꯆꯠꯄ ꯂꯩꯕꯥꯛꯀꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯅꯗꯤ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯦ ꯁꯤꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯉꯥꯛꯁꯤꯗꯅ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯦ ꯍꯦꯛ ꯇꯧꯕꯃꯛꯀ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯦ ꯏꯔꯥꯡꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯈꯔ ꯇꯞꯊꯅꯔꯛꯀꯅꯦꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯃꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯐꯅꯕ ꯑꯅꯤꯃꯛꯀꯤ ꯌꯥꯅꯅꯕ ꯆꯠꯂꯒ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯦ ꯇꯧꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯅꯤꯁꯤꯃꯛ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯤ ꯀꯥꯡꯂꯨꯞ ꯑꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯏꯔꯥꯡꯅꯤꯗꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯀꯥꯡꯂꯨꯞ ꯑꯃꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯅꯤꯃꯛꯀꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯌꯦꯡꯂꯒ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒꯁꯤ ꯇꯧꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯔꯝꯗꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯏꯕ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯒꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯊꯝꯂꯒ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯥꯎꯁꯅ ꯇꯣꯄꯤꯛ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯂꯠꯅꯗꯅ ꯄꯥꯁ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯈꯤꯅꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯨꯅ ꯅꯣꯂꯨꯛꯆꯔꯤ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ
Thank you, Anjita. Next from opposition veins, N. Bedas Singh. N. Bedas Singh. Say number 3. Nomaitem Bedas Singh. Say number 3, Treasury veins. 7. Nomaitem Bedas Singh. Say number 3. Opposition veins.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker,
Oh,
sir.
sorry. Jury. Sorry.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi House ki motion, Manipurda Santi amasung mahusagi fibam hansilak habasi political dialogue na khaktang purakpang ngamgani habas aranwa topic amo oibana ay samak thawayak sang yaw namadi tung yumbi oina ngasi House ki motion asa oppose tawjage maramdi ngasi Manipurda thokle problem asa sisibu mataw karamna political dialogue ni na haigadori bano amadi immigrant migrant mayam atop state tagi Manipurda silaga mataw karamna political dialogue oigadori bano maramdi masigi maru maramdi haijage maramdi indigenous oin lektaba habadi immigrant migrant sing asina political dialogue to from thokda habasine Mr. Speaker sir akhoi gi lengakna matam gi oina yane anaba tawkiba nga ki oina yane anaba lengak na batawkiba du ngasidi kang khong sai ba leba ba mo ohelo leba haiba ama do ohelle masigi maru eba daita di thai kana matana ro India government amadi Manipur government makhoi na logadabni Mr. Speaker sir akhoi ngasi thokliba present situation sin nei nage harba taragadi akhoi history da kai thoki ga haiba darkar tai amasung history da thoki ba do nei na matung da present sema ka dong ne to bigum chung future da lakadori punchi dudi ngasi thokliba present situation sin pora ka dong ne maram masina historical tama maktang lopsin jage Manipur ne India da tin khra matung inakhiba agreement major agreement 1949 da yauriba Manipur gi praja myam singda India government ne pifam tok bahak sing amadi tofum tok pathapak thorum sing do pirabra haiba hang si hamjage masi akhoi gi MLA minister sing asina khangba matau tai
Indian Constitution ki article number 3 amadi 335C da yauriba ni asa semdot laga Manipuri gi boundary asi fiwa amata da amadi nakal amata da kai ba yaroi haibana singba singa sa semdok pa mathau tai natrabadi natrabadi hanagi akhoi gi hana ningkha tamna leiramba adugi punsi du da leijarage haibana singba kholaw lawrak pa darkar tai Mr. Speaker sir akhoi gi lengak na boundary fencing ningthina khaduna thamdabana maram oira haraga atop lam sing asidagi immigrant migrant sangogi fibam singa sa sum hengale sina maram oira kanda ngasagi kaino ngasagi leiriba kendra gi MLA minister lusing sing asina makhoi gi vote kanaba haidona makhoi gi indigenous people sing asibu na kanamda thamakanda immigrant migrant sing ase pusilak laba matung electoral roll da hapsin kiba mase atai tai fibam da increase tawza kiba taraga so koi gi demographic fibam da asoki mati ka hale Mr. Speaker sir ngas ab tawigum sung Manipur da thokliba present Manipur da thokliba situation sa ase se political dialogue na purak pang ngamagadi ai ngasi supporter bench da phambiriba isli now sing pham da phung am khatang thamjage ngati ngasi relief camp da laiba mi gi masing sum hengala iba sa political dialogue na warosin purak pang am badagi ra haiba phangse ai ngasi supporter gi phanda phambiriba isli now sing pham da thamjage amasung Manipur da tholiba waroisin asi pulusila ke harabadi akhoi gi MLA amadi luchingba minister sing ase puksel sing basangi mathongna phabatai amadi lingjel manabata sab sana thingnaraga tungi Manipur ama sema matamda hujik leiba lengak si daite amna sauna lei haidona ai haijaningi amadi akhoi tungi lehugadurba Manipur gi indigenous people sing asita akhoi sinaram gadurba Manipur sa kari karamba Manipur na haibu phumda ai Mr. Speaker sagi phumda thamjage amadi lebak myang phumda thamjage tawigum sung lisang sina lakpana ngasi Manipur da amasung ngasi Manipur da ningkha tamna leiramba punsi dagi akhoi India da tinsila India da tinsimda akhoi se kaidorage haima tamda akhoi sa Indian Constitution amadi India gi law act article leirama singsa akhoi masi singse akhoi na at least khara makhai de akhoi na follow tawara haimna changi adoragati amasung panjaram ge ngasi political dialogue Manipur da practice tawriba political dialogue sidi karino haba matamda violence ne Mr. Speaker sir ngasi masi Manipur da makhoi na political dialogue ningthi jana tawda badagi amadi akhoi ge lengak na matam gi na yana tawgi ba singse ngasi di Manipur da makhoi na political dialogue tawbagi mahutta balance on sangsile Mr. Speaker sir akhoi tungi Manipur ama semla matamda koi gi leiribe indigenous people singsa punsinduna amadi tungi mapangal kanba Manipur ama lehongna bohna ba matamda indigenous people sing asi gi dai tayamna sauna le Mr. Speaker sir Assam Rifle na Manipur Assam Rifle na 2004 da Manipur lalhoba counter terrorist ki damakta suspension of operations sa maram sade asi se kari maram da ge mukta India government amadi Manipur government na 2008 ta suspension of operations sa asi inari bano amasung immigrant migrant oina changlakhiba sing asiga indigenous people sing asigi mathakta India government amadi Manipur government tawigum sung ngasagi immigrant migrant sing aduga suspension of operations sa tawba matik sabra Brahmana Manipur piu haraga India government na Manipur ne hekta pithoka doribra Jawaharlal Nehru na Cabo Valley pithoki bi wari su leida banate leidi tawigum sung ain haijan ninglibadi indigenous people sing asi na thairam la kanda immigrant migrant no changlkiba cookie militant sing asina cookie militant sing asina makhoi gi lam talak pasa masi matik sade amadi maram sade Mr. Speaker sir aina mathangi point am haijarake mo ngasigi Chau kraba samas asida ngasi political dialogue na khaktamang waroisin purakani haibagi matau sidi kaisu leitaba sengbang machana samudra tawni na lakpaneba tawigum sum supporter phanda phamiri bese naw sing sina aranba topic sida kari maram dagi support tori man haibasu thamjage makhoi si lamhui ki tata nongsana guha da chongthabodo adumakni nai pakak tawjage masi singse hajaraba matung dang asigi house ki motion da mutang galakjage Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjilak ba haibasi political dialogue na purakpa nganguni but mahana harimliba only harimba sa masi sina topic asa lalhan bani Mr. Speaker sa gi phanda thamjage tawigum sung political dialogue na ngamba taragadi if tawigum sung amazung parliament da makoin house act law pass tawning ba tawjaki sanoba tawigum sung praja miyam gi influence ta mado loina mak na decline to banga me amadi makoina ek law article sema kaduri besa praja mayam gi apam badaneba tawigum makoina matam gi na yane ana sem ki bada mado kuina long lasting or habasa Mr. Speaker sa yam phana thamjage amasung अमुक्तंग टॉपिक तलाक जगे मणिपुर दा शांति अमसुंग मौसागे फिबम हंजिलाक हाइबसी पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग ना पुरक पंगमगनी हाइबसे मासे अरानबा मोशन नि मिस्टर स्पीकर सागे फम थमजगे टॉपिक अमसुंग सिसिंग मरम ओरगा ngasi हाउस मोशन मणिपुर दा शांति अमसुंग मौसागे फिबम हंजिलाक हाइबसे पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग ना खतंग पुरक पंगमगनी हाइबसे मिस्टर स्पीकर सागे पुनिंग सिंग जरब मतुंगदा ngasi मोशन ngasi हाउस मोशन असिबो विथड्रॉ तोबियो मिस्टर स्पीकर सागे पुनिंग सिंग जगे थैंक यू वंस अगेन
Thank you, Beardas. Next from opposition bench, Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham. Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham, say number 18. Vidya Lakshmi Singh Shubham, say number 18 from opposition bench.
With the permissions of Honorable Speaker, sir, today's motion, Manipurda Santi amasung mahosagi phibam hanjil halakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani. Today's motions. First of all, I know Honorable Treasury members sing the hangjaning ba question khara thamjage. First questions. Karamba makhalgi political dialogue tawraga kana political dialogue tawraga Manipurda peace haibadi physical, mental, emotional ahum asina punba peace asi phangba ngomgudoribano. First question. Second questions, Manipur da hojik irang santi lehendriba asi kuki narco-terrorist singnani. Makhoi adudi kanano ayhang namu haijadraga su makhoi adudi drug tharaga yolaga separate administration ama taliba laibak thugaiba miyoi sing handak tasu ikui dribada drug farmers sing da 1 per person da 1 kg drug khaigalaga khulai leiraga separate administration tanbagi pau aikoina tariba haiba narco terrorist sing adu nupi da angang da aduki matik torture tawduna nupi angang haleng balaitan haliba terrorist ki thowong chathariba adugumba terrorist waris thanabagi like oidraba waris haba yaroidaba adugumba makhalgi terrorist haiba terrorist sing siga government ka waris thani maduga peace purakpa ngamgani society da peace purakpa ngamgani hai taragadi political dialogue tawgani haiba taragadi madugi government adu karamba makhalgi government no haiba se second question no ya thamjage jungle dagi tholokpa kharo group amaga waris tharaga political dialogue tawni hai taragadi madu akhoi gi laibak ta laklak pa haiba se masana tabani nervous speaker sa waris habagi value yaudraba makhoi singa to the political dialogue tawgadaba nate military crackdown tawgadaba ni haiba wafam ase masi pukhachage sir maram asina ngasi pukhatpiraliba motion asi house is the thambiriba motion asi mayek seng na lali haibadu ai hakoiba valid arguments mathang state na house asida pukhachage honorable speaker sir. First point, there is no one golden method of conflict resolution. Conflict resolution ki no one golden method laite. Conflict resolution ki golden method laite. Society amada hekta use tawba pot adu society amada fulfill tawsalaga madu fulfill tawgani haiba suklai laite. Adugi sumathakta aikoi Manipur da hojik thokliba conflict asi mamangai da thokiba conflict sing aduga content aduki matik hene. Masidi in haibadi akhoi da hana thokidaba aduga soft tawbada yamna miss first trouble oraknaba honaba adugumlaba soft tawbada ngamoina ngamdanaba honarakliba adugumlaba context amani haina aikoina lobe adubu mado aikoina leiringai matamdadi mado oithoan bayade. Second point that laksaning base honorable speaker sir, conflict resolutions ki matang da contemporary evidence studies ki matung inna maduda piba group to ki report to ki matung inna blood ties haibadi ethnic conflict na class conflict tagi aduki matik luba hele aduga muksu ani asi sum of haibadi ani si samjan na khiba taragadi mado resolutions purak na bhonabda aduki matik awaba moy haiba resolution asi purak na bhonabda conflict of interest conflict of values ani ase distinction tawdaba amuk yade honorable speaker sir. Third point, conflict resolutions haibadi masida muk court
political dialogue khaktana political dialogue khaktana haiba asi masi redistributive perspective ni haina aikoina loba yai maramde masina kanaba pigadori basi masida sandoktori basi makoi sing aduda sandoktori basi conflict parties to adu khakta ne conflict parties to adu khakta da conflict parties to da some periods long term oiba process na tabida some matam khara khatangi oiba aduga mana kanaba phangdoi si supna tangi issues khara khaktang da particular issue khara khatung da satisfaction purak pangamani maduna long term process oina satisfaction purak padi ngamloi masigi mayek laraba khudam haiba United Nations na piba United Nations ki political dialogue lay na hozik global gi oina active armed conflict aduki matik hengalakli ba asina global gi miyam na political dialogue asibu criticize torokli ba asina may laraba khudam ni ona speaker sa fourth point conflict resolutions haibataragadi conflict resolutions haibataragadi underlying issues universal values democracy high basing human rights high basing state aduda yamna satisfaction oina state aduda puthokpa ngamgadabani adubu high basing political dialogue na di kaidong nungda political dialogue khakta na di kaidong nungda shungam ngamoy honorable speakers. Fifth point, response notes ki matung ina contemporary oiba response notes ki matung ina conflict resolutions ki matang da thamni basi society mada peace puthoke haiba taragadi santi puthoke haiba taragadi maduda political dialogue khakta na yade maduda social psychological and cultural ahum masigi importance aduki matik lai haina masida no sida mayak lan iriyo na bas because 6th point, a political scientist John Galtung 1996 ta introduce tawi karambatam peace haibasida positive peace negative peace hairiba positive peace negative peace asida political dialogue khaktang tawba taragadi negative peace e fangani frozen conflict oigani adugi shumathakta conflict sing do suppress tawraga thamgani hairiba suppress tawbasina aikoina negative peace soidana phangani adubu anaba speaker sa ayana thamjaning badi aikoina talibasi positive peace ni haibasi honorable treasury member sing su soidana yaningngani haina thamjaning maramasina political dialogue khaktang tawragadi political gi oiba representative sing dugi kanaba makhoi khaktang gi oiba afabado laigraga aikoi gi oinadi haibadi praja sing gi oinadi madugi long lasting oiba mathakta panjakriba universal value do puthokpa ngamloi haibase thamjaning 7 point Manipur gi oinadi khwaidagi afaba approach ama ahaki mota thamjaba taragadi multi track dimension multi track apology haibasi masi akhoi gi oinadi khwaidagi best approach ni haina ahakna thamjaningi maramasi aduga muk 8 points khwaidagi important oiba khwaidagi angle important oiba angle ama panjaba taragadi hoi geopolitical angle se panjaba hoi akhoi chumme geopolitical angle asi geopolitics angle asi koina puthokpa yai adubu masigi matanga thamjaning bas aikoina political peace dialogue khaktang tawba taragadi masina influence de bad phatabarom da sapu hene hene pirakani aduga karigumba multi track se koina pushinba taragadi masi aikoina negative oiba do lokthokrakanda positive oiba influence soidan lakani so I would like to our honorable prime mover and speaker of the house to kindly withdraw the motions from the floor of the house. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, from Treasury Veins, Umar Nongjai. Umar Nongjai, set number 9. Umar Nongjai. Nongjai hay là Nongjai hay là không thể Nongjai. Okay. Set number 9, Treasury Veins.
With the permissions of Mr. Speaker, Mahusana, Mr. Speaker, opposition bensi laibak miyam nungsiba Treasury dagi hena nungsiba bench amadawna democracy chat palaybakta dumak thoi ngasi su opposition bench na honorable speaker aikoi gi treasury bench ta piri ba allegation mayam asi yamna aikoi gi chat na ba yadaba allegation na pik thalaba adugum ba wafam ngaktane honorable speaker leader of the opposition na peace amasung normalcy lakna bay damakta military crackdown tawgadabani haiba amuk nakal dana member amana mukana peace and normalcy retain tawna bay damakta aikoi peace means na negotiate tawraga sagadabani haiba yamna sarak sahing na ba members singi marakta pau ipau na dabay mawong da tawbase masi ahan makta thadok piyo honorable speaker gasi house ta putok pirak liba motion karamba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue hariba wafam ase megi tang ahum dagi ngasi phawba tha kun hel aba irang asina maram oirakanda lamdam sida pokpa lamdam sida sauba mioi lising humpu hena nampu da relief camp da lehalaba matam amadi mioi chani ga kunmathoi hena thawai thakraba matam sida India gi state punomaktagi Manipur na pot khwaidagi tangba high inflation labor state ama oiringai gi mathak asida honorable speaker state ki armorist tagi nongmai lising taruk huralaga nongmai lising taruk lut tawrakanda micham myangi punsida onsilaktuna senkhai thumkhai na chahalaba khunai madugi chaibi chaitheng khangba ngamdraba miya madugi voice tu ngasi represent tawraga house ta ikuna motion namana puthorak levse honorable speaker aikuna haine the basic premise of democratic setup is freedom haina bai chaukhat pa democracy da haine tawatabu Manipur kunai da honorable speaker ning tambagi wahan thok leiribra micham miyam gi chimbal da people namiba achumba ma tholak bagi damakta wangang ubam batamta warak watim bineba mine helaba micham miyam dagi ngasi khunai asida political dialogue natana nongmai kap na ragal loisan se hairibra ngasi peace and normalcy prokpuse honorable speaker ngasi head of the state na amasung ngasi gi opposition bench ki leader of the house na illegal immigrant na ngasi gi irang ngasi ga haurak phamni hairame honorable speaker illegal immigrant takthuk pam matamda micham yam hanadagi leijarak pamayam asogapan asiana mayum makai mai thari ba mayam sa masina pin da bagi kholao moina political demand ma tawre karamba a political dialogue na loisan se hairi bano haiba sa opposition bench na mayek sengna house ta thambio honorable speaker masita nate aikoi ngasi gi ethnic conflict asina maram oirakanda aikoi da achauba constitutional oiba crisis mayam tholei ngasi gi khunai da ngasi gi laingak asida article 355 of Indian constitution chanari bra chanada bra aikoi khangte masigi mathakta honorable speaker governor la aga santi la ani haibungam ba state amane masigi mathakta Indian constitution ge 7 schedule of Indian constitution ge state list ki entry number 1 amasung 2 da Manipur gi law and order public order police haiba state na paige da bane na mayek sing na yauze adubu head of the state amasung home minister na intelligence na pau pirakte haiba khunai adune honorable speaker ngasi khunai se honorable speaker yam sati na chahal laba aikoi masel gi marakta onjan naraga yam balkanized oiraba society amani ngasi Manipur khunai na hingise laita lairaba kuki ichilinau maitai ichilinau do chapmane elite kharana sanaba langda opposition bench thubigano athu matam the political dialogue toraga peace purakna bhonasi honorable speaker aikoi na ngasi yengadaba sidikairino haitaragadi India haiba laibak se samgalapam matamda masagi identity mayik singdaba princely state samga humpuga mangana punjal lagas nation making ama tawrakiba colonial character chenba colonial nature na halaba yamne ambitious oiba laibngak amane honorable speaker yamna laibak thiribadi 1949 da Manipur asi India da annex tawraba matungda madudagi semlakhiba legislation mayam Article 371C, Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reform Act 1960, Manipur Hill House Tax Act 1966, District Council Act 1971, asina Manipur ase hill amasung valley ani ase dichotomy ani thuktoga thami masigi mathakta legislation sing asigi marumdagi honorable speaker aikoigi ethnic army mayamang khak semgalaga ethnic entrepreneur na luchinga kanda ethnic homeland demand taurak lebo honorable speaker hairiba mayamase phamin narakanda india ko leibak tuna aikoi se lang thak pane aikoi masel nuksinadragadi punminadragadi wari sanadragadi aikoi at the end aikoi masel loinarani haibo wafam se nongmaina paukumpina se hairibra table da puraga wari sa se hairibra haiba se opposition bench na kumpio honorable speaker aikoi United Nation ki General Assembly na aikoi 18 December 1992 da Pigiba declarations on the rights of people belonging to national or ethnic, religious or linguistic minorities ta asum na hai minorities sing asige right ase I could protect tabiga dabane discriminate tawroi dabane adubo minorities sing na right tan bagi marumda ethnic homeland gi demand tawrak labataragadi territory adugi khal adu kaihallak na bo honna bataragadi chronic oiba conflict ki haurak pham oigani haibasa declaration adu the mayek seng na palli hairiba declaration mayamase honorable speaker through reconciliation through dialogue ta aikoi na pura akanda aikoi masel nungsina gadabani aikoi gi idea of Manipur se uphill tauba matamda hingminnariba purup mayam gi historical oiba responsibility lay haibasa Ningsing nadraga CSO tampaki CSO ga singi CSO ga hunnaraga peace and normalcy purak payagadra honorable speaker hangzani wo hangde yamna ethnic oiba identity da wakalon da pukala kanda ngasi Manipur se mache tanabu honabiganu ethnic homeland gi father oiba pan nationalism gi mapa Hitler do Lebensraum politics do maithi karabane honorable speaker I go in a Kangadabadi Karino Haitaragadi. Honorable member of Swabira, Article 3 of Indian Constitution, Manipur the San Hala Tambej, Tampaki Mina, Article 3 exception Tau Hairaga Yagadro. I could ching the ladyba, Tampak the ladyba, Apun Bagi, unanimous oiba, consensus of a later candidate. Article 3 ado in Manipur the exception Tamase Hairakadurishi. Honorable Speaker, aduna House tagi motion si passed over you, Manipur kunai punna kanmina si I welcome si thamjara. Thank you.
Next from opposition bench, Saikom Rohan Singh. Saikom Rohan Singh from opposition bench. Set number 2. Saikom Rohan Singh.
First of all, a very good morning to respected speakers, sir, esteemed judges, and everyone present in the room. Today I stand before you today not just as a debater, but as someone who feels deeply connected to the roots of my homeland, Manipur. I'm here to voice a concern for those who have been through pain, suffering, and lost, who has shaped the life of my own people. It is with deepest respect and sense of responsibility that I argue against the motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. The people of Manipur have seen much more deeper than this. The fact is the pain of Manipur can never be, the truth is that the peace of Manipur can never be seen or heard from the sterile words of politicians. It is felt in the bones of those individuals who have been the victim of violence, whose dreams have been shattered overnight, whose homes are burned out. So they are the ones who are facing the real problems, not just the politicians. The promises are made but were never met. The agreements were signed but never turned out into the actions, and which has led to the violence till this far. The sad reality is we have seen this before. We have seen the violence again and again, and history has proven again and again that somehow it doesn't work. Why? Because it lacks the main roots behind it: social, economic, and cultural division. They lack to deepen these wounds when they try, it's like trying to plaster a wound which is much more deeper than this. So somehow, and the next the very important topic would be the youth. The youth and the civil societies has always played an important role in bringing the justice towards the normal people. For example, Myra Paibis of Manipur have always been one of those social society which have always bring justice towards its people, understanding the main cause and understanding in the grassroots level. And the youth, we as youth hold the power to bring justice towards its people, not just politicians, because I believe that peace is a melody sung by heart of all, not a script dictated by few. So, in order, it is Aristotle once says that it is during our darkest moments where we must focus to see the light. We are the light. The politicians and every citizen of this nation is the light, which will create a history of peace, which will left behind a legacy of peace, which my homeland Manipur has never seen before. It will create a legacy to leave behind for the generations to come, and it is the main motive is to create a safety for the people of Manipur and the generations to come. We want to secure them because we never felt that personally. Next would be, there will be never peace in those societies where there is poverty, lack of education, and unemployment. Manipur has limited opportunities when it comes to youth, and sometimes it leads to frustration and sometimes to extremism. By developing infrastructure, or by simply by organizing skill development program, or by simply organizing an educational purpose program to educate the youth, I think it will be much more effective than any bureaucratic discussions out there. Because I believe that the harmonious society is not built in the conference hall, but in the heart of its own people. My opposition have stated again and again sanctimoniously that the political dialogue is the only solution to the problem. If it's the only solution, then why the peace is not there in the Manipur till today, and why people are being killed, their homes are being burned out, the families are torn apart. Why is this so? Political dialogue is necessary, but it's not the only solution to undo the immediate action that has been taking place right in front of our eyes. The balance of Manipur is not something which we need to look at the past. It's happening right in front of our eyes. Houses are being burned out, people are losing their lives, families are torn apart. How long will we wait to change this reality? Will words be enough to a mother who has lost her child? Will words be enough to a community whose life has been set up on fire? It will never be enough. The wounds of Manipur is much, much more deeper than any policy debates. The words of politicians will just be a promise to win the elections and their personal motives. As we have seen it, at the end of the day, we all know the ground reality of what's the real game they are playing behind their cards. And we must focus on ourselves as we as youth hold the power to change the revolution and bring the revolution to the same pattern which has been followed for years. And we as educated youth have that power to break the chain of the circle which has been repeated over for the years. And for now, a very complex things like peace requires community involvement, cultural understanding, and much more. It oversimplifies the complexity of a problem which has been us with for decades. If it was that simple, I really wish that as the citizen of this nation, it was that simple that political dialogue can only achieve peace will be achieved only through political dialogue. I really wish it was that simple. I really wish that the politician will be that responsible enough of this nation, and I could proudly be in the side of supporter and say that yes, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. But no, history has proven us again and again. Let's take the prime example of 1997 ceasefire agreement, which was made on Manipur. It was supposed to solve the violence, and it was supposed to bring peace, but somehow it wasn't the situation. Why? Because it failed. It has failed again and again. The most basic human rights has been taken away from us, and how can we? The freedom of speech is not here, and the most basic human rights has been taken away of us. How can we expect of development? We want to see the change, but we need to be the change. We don't, it sounds really cool saying theoretical that it can be the only solution, but we need to be more practical and see towards what's happening right in front of our eyes. My next argument would be that after several years of the trial men to bring peace in Manipur has been the only discussion which has been carried on for years and years, and you might have heard thousands and thousands of politicians say that it's the only solution, and they might give thousands of words and promises to you, but was it ever fulfilled, and was it ever gotten to a tangential solution? I don't think so. The balance in Manipur has been taken from third May, not just Meitei Kuki War, it has been Naga War and everything. The history have shown us again and again that it's not the only solution. Politician, from the politician, farmer, or every job or unemployed youth. Do you know that 50% of Indian youth are unemployed, which is, and 50%, around 50% of Indian government school lack infrastructure, which is the main cause of the balance in the nation. Extremism, which when a student or when someone who is responsible enough for their own judgment takes something for their own, they have to be focusing on the development of the nation. They are focusing on protecting their own land and their own, they are taking their frustration out on this. Because if we truly want something extraordinary, if we truly want an harmonious society, it's not just made in the discussion, but it's made in the heart of its own people. Come on, we all know that reality behind everything, and we just need to work harder and focus on something which is in our hands and something which we can bring peace towards the people. And yes, thank you everyone, that's my...
Thank you. Thank you, Rohan. Next is also from opposition bench, Moirangthem Amarjit Singh. Moirangthem Amarjit Singh from opposition bench. Chair number 21, Moirangthem Amarjit Singh from opposition bench.
With the permission of Honorable Speaker, ngasigi House the Pukat Piriba motion, Manipur da Santi amasung mahusagi fibam da hanjilak bahibase political dialogue khakta furokpa ngamgani. Hariba motion si lan bana in oppose tawjari. Motion si lali ustanabgi dawa ai ke oiba logical argument masa khaina thamjage sir. Ahan bada sir Ikone yengba yabase malem da thuak ki bathawdo wa thuak kaya da political dialogue na waroi sin poroki haibidi yai tawbatabu political dialogue khaktana waroi sin poroki haibidi yabanga moy. Amadi ngasigi House dija bukhaliba motion si yauriba peace saiba wafam se 3rd May 2020 ki mamangda Manipur da peace leiram raibo hangsi. Leiram this sir. Masigi maramdi India na Manipur ni India ki fiwal nungda 1949 na tingraba matungda Manipur da thoka ningda bathawdo wa thuak issue kaya problem kaya na fiktali. Issue kaya amasung ngasi pawa waroi sin poropa ngamdar leiri. Maramaduna peace ki wafam se makhatana nei nabigi tangai fataba lei haibado ithamjage. Amadi mahausa ki punsi haibase 3rd May 2020 Three Mamang Leramba Puna Hingbinaba Puna Samina Tatin Tawada, Ayat Lapa Latava, Aquay Wakanda normality and Kanba, Adugumadu Oigadoriba. Harry Basinga said, no, no, Hanjilakna Honaba Tonga Metosin, Tonga mechanism sing. Hybrid social responsibility, Dengaki, Subsaba Fide Abadi, roll up laws and indigenous and Hanbaka Amasangi. Basiki Mayam, Zipunamokan to work on Nasigi, more sensitive political dialogue, Captain one man army only 8,000, Nasigi Mosalasi Lalisha. Anisu bada sir Manipur thoi ba conflict asigi waroi silama poro ke haba tari conflict asi thok gi maroi ba maram sing khang ba gi tangai fadaba lei adu ba laibak thiba ding asi phawba India lengak noi gera Manipur lengak noi gera Manipur thoi ba conflict asigi sab chaba white paper on puthuaga prajam yam da khangan ba lei amadi conflict se kamari rena honorable chief minister na phongdo ki wafam se thok li beirang ase intelligence lapses amadi security failure oi bidagi thok li beirang ase mapalam gi khut jawi thok li beirang ase poppy plantation sing bu thana ba hona rupa amadi reserve forest kan na ba hona bidagi thok li beirang ase su sign tong na bidagi to thok li beirang ase Mapandagi Jangal Pamioi Singa, Manipur Lengaki Marakani Machi, conflict not the end of Hongdog. Adu live activity 14 December 2024 asked the VKB interview the Honorable Union Home Minister Misana Hongdokivasa, Manipur Toiba, Iranga Tonga Maram of the terrorism Gobari Amatalenati Masi, conflict ni and Mayakinatan. Tamjani Wafam the Honorable Chief Minister, the Honorable Home Minister, and in the Tamli Wafam said, Diko Tori and Gomatamda. I quoted some of them the pictal. Kanaga Kanagi Marakta political dialogue Todino. Political dialogue is a Karamba, Wapam da Jumpam Waragato, do you know, high sing basing as a pictana toy. Machine Maram Warakanga City, a Wabagi Pakta Manipur, Iraq Nare Kanti Nara Bakuna Yamakaway. Amadi, Takul and a Saturday Siki conflict asida. Drone bombing, Amadi RPG in the sing, basing Sicina Landara, so Indian army top officials in the Punto Kivasa, but to Machine we proof and evidence. I'm later in Puntoisa. Masina tasing natakot sir, India lengan national interest kan na bahona ba Manipur di Bali gamiang wala Bali gamiang wala balay bak sita lay balay ngak sina baya jauh to kay pangka wala sa tamjani nga wafam di masida mataw kam na political dialogue kakta na political dialogue na ing tappa Manipur mo puro kani hybrid pa no mo sa lista siyang nalali siya ahum su bada sir akhoi na nainaba ya baji conflict ama thok pa tamda po ngasi thoki ba conflict asigi waroi sin pro ko tamda akhoi na political dialogue ta changi bja peace first solution letter ai ba no condition lai baji yam maru ai tabu lai bak thi badi ngasi tha kul hena chathari ba ngasi ke conflict asida ko ki ke honorable mla sing CSO sing aduga student body sing na prime minister office da union home minister da tongan ba madi governor of manipur da bising ki biseron da handak to sui kui da pali ja solution first peace letter hai solution first hai ba target sir condition demand tore condition demand tore ga di matau kom do nei khore political dialogue to gani hai ba pham che yamna ru mo ai aduga manipur hai lam dam se akhoi na amtang nei na ma matam da UT posi that is juris UPJ law ge makha da manipur se kai ba ya da lam dam am khan adubu indian constitution ge article number 3 na matam supa da by force singna duna la I amadi ngasi di manipur bu sing tam ani bu khaibok ta na khaitu aliba manipur land revenue and land reforms act 1960 aduga indian constitution ge article number 371 c hai ri sing sin maram wara kan resource allocation ai gi lam ma ki lam bai bi tong ba khalon po ka na ngasi di khurak hang da saroi phana ngak se liba singi lam ja environment bar border paring jungak sen bi daita saroi phana lawra ka da masjid singi lam in terms of acre da poppy plantation tha sin ta padi tangkai sen political nexus asobo ma lai ra ba mek sing ta political nexus asobo ji manung ji da karam ba political dialogue tawra kan da ikhoi gi leibak se hen na asak pumbai da gi hei bo na thokani sir mo selesi ta sing na lali thamjani gi wafam di makhoi gi demand da so handak mek sing na palle madudi indian constitution gi article number 239 a gi makha da Podisari model the unit territory ki doctor demand tor India lana kaim ta haide aduga manipur ga jum thang nari ba Mizoram ge honorable chief minister Lan Domana 4 September 2020 ke for the United States phongdo ki statement ja yamna maru ai masi da haibse tongan ba leiba ahum tongan ba administrator ahum ki makha da leiba khoi ki furup sa no mano traga no ngodi administration amagi makha da khoi pulak khini haiba wafam thame masi da khoi da leiba thire se 484 US dollar million oi riba kaladan project mai pak na boda national interest na maru oi gibna Mizoram chawan bi ya da ba wafam na mang thar kan Mizoram da kaim ta haide thamjani gi wafam di lak leba sigi fibam jida ngasi phaw thoi ba conflict asigi waroi silama porok ke haibagi India lengak na Manipur lengak na framework ama adu road map ba majat ba chulete aduga masigi marakta maitai amadi kuki gi mareksa India lengak na sanaring ba mong da sanaba ngamba satrangi po ani magsi paing mong da pai ba ngamba adu ragri India lengak na irang ji loisiningen khale loisin ba ngamme loisining dra dung loisin da taw adu adati sigi fibam jida khoi gi maya yaw da ba kai ga pakhak oi ba Manipur lengak se amuk tang bikap thokpi wai ba sai ngasi thamjage amadi masina maram wara kan dai khoi ge leibak se karamba mong da khona political dialogue si kadai da sat kani haibagi khoi da sabam na ba kya na pik than ba adu gi phibam amada lai maram maduna mosle se amuka su lali sa mari su bata star Manipur thoi ba conflict asigi waroi sin poro ke haiba tara ga de khoi rule of law sa ning thi jana jana batangai fate adu ba laibak thi badi 1 August 2023 da Supreme Court na pi ki statement da Manipur da law and order the constitutional machinery se totally breakdown tawre haiba thame the Ministry of Home Affairs na sila kanda maitai amadi kuki MLA ani gi marakta unaraga waroi sin poro na ba peace initiative lokhat ki ba laire madu gi hek longan bada kuki gi honorable MLA sing na haiba sa moi go ba tongan ba di mal ma laite su sign tong nari ba loop sing duna haiba demand duna makhoi gi di loire haiba wafam thame thamjani gi wafam di hairi ba su sign tong nari ba loop se Manipur State Assembly na resolution pass tawra kan da mado abrogate tawga do na center tha ke laire madu gi paukhum so mat leite thamjani gi wafam di hairi ba democracy chat pa leibak ta democratic oina khongjang jangchin ba aduga demand tawba kaim ta kaide adubu ngasi di mi hat pa mi tu pa tongan ba thabak thawang terrorism ge we thabak thawang chathara kan da demand tawrei ba basak mi sing sida Indian Constitution gi sabilan chedun state list ki entry wall amasung tu da yawri ba law and order se state ki subject ni mase state lengak na India lengak na rule of law chat pa leibak ni India lengak se law chat pa leibak ni moi gi mathak da chap chaba action lokhat la ka da moi bu neutralize to ba moi bu chap chaba paratam bi bahai basi maksu normal sita lang na mathaba amani sa madu India lengak na ngasi phawba Manipur lengak na paikhat palaite aduga tambaki lamda amani singi lamda tongan bada ngasi Manipur gi ing tap na leiba tongan mafam singda amaga wathok oira kan da amaga demand tawba extortion tawba tongan thabak tawri ba singja lawless leiba am oi ba pangkhak oi bini hai ba singa si jo sab sabe action lor kan da ngasi dagi Manipur lengak action lekta lokhat piu hekta rule of law se nikthi jana sijina biu normal se lakna gi lambi do aduma ugani thamjani ba wafam di Manipur lengak na haiba wafam center lengak na ta de aduga demand tawriba demand pi ga dabana India lengak na oiri hairiba paradox ya ahum jigi paradox se naidaba matamda political dialogue khaktana solution poro oi haiba du mayak senge maram aduna lalaba mosala sidi house ki floor tage withdraw tawna ba honorable speaker sa ki kutang da honorable prime mover amade honorable member singi puning chingchinjari thank you
Thank you. Next, see from Treasury Vance. Brenita Hism. Britina Hera. Britina Hism, supporter.
Good afternoon, everyone presented here. Mr. Speaker, sir, respected judges,
Chair number
audience,
17.
and my dear brother and sister. I am Britina Hism of Class 9, and today, with the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to support today's motion. That is, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. To understand my point of view, let us summarize the whole situation. It's been almost 2 years now. Still, peace and normalcy has not been restored in the northeastern state of Manipur, which witnessed ethnic riots between the Meiteis and Kukizos. Meiteis-dominated hills have become free of Kukizos, while Meiteis are forced to flee from areas dominated by Kukizos. Well, so the State Security Advisor, Mr. Kuldeep Singh, stated press on the 22nd November 2024, confirming official report of at least 258 people dead and more than 60,000 people displaced from their homes. And more than 288 companies are deploying in Manipur, apart from Manipur State Police and Indian Army. So, this center, which is in command of the Unified Command, through its appointed security advisor, Mr. Kuldeep Singh, are deploying companies to check with the violence. But the activities of the militant groups trying to revive, taking advantage of the situation, however, continue in the state. The expansion of the violence in Jiribam, untouched by last year's violence in May, shows that how the militants have strengthened themselves in the state. The state is so polarized that the security forces are seen through polarized lens. The Meiteis elects the Assam Rifles of being biased toward the Kukis, while the Kukis possess a similar vision towards the Manipur police. These allegations on the security forces are not going to help the administration in recovering peace in Manipur. This allegation needs to be addressed. Well, it is true that effective security measures is crucial to check the violence. But Mr. Speaker, sir, let's not forget that these measures won't be able to resolve the deep chasm between the Meiteis and Kukis. The peace achieved through effective security forces can be more fragile. So, well, it seems that the center do understand this problem. In last year, October, there was a peace meeting in the absence of the Union Home Minister Amit Shah, of legislature from Meiteis, Kukis, Nagas, and with the officials of Union Home Minister. Well, however, the legislature of the Kukis, those reportedly refused to sit together with the legislature of Meiteis. Well, Mr. Speaker, sir, this only defeated the main purpose of peace meeting. So, these failures does not mean that political dialogue cannot bring peace in Manipur. So let us all understand what is political dialogue and how to achieve it. So political dialogue refers to a wide range of activities, from high-level negotiations to conciliations. And the main purpose of political dialogue is to achieve practical and peaceful solutions to the problem. Political dialogue, called multi-level dialogue, is more applicable in Manipur crisis, where dialogue takes place at various regions of the society, in an effort to engage citizens in building trust and consensus, etc. So, let me highlight some of the political dialogue points. The first is adequate preparation, conducting an objective and reliable analysis of the conflict, and understanding both sides' interests and their fears. Point number 2, facilitators. It is crucial to have skilled facilitators that both sides agree and feel comfortable with in order to continue this process more fair and even-handed as possible. Point number 3, sustainable political commitment. Well, a strong political will is important for this conflict. It is the strongest if the participating community shows a sense of ownership of the conflict. Point number 4, a collective capabilities of a leader. one of the most important factors of achieving a political dialogue is the capabilities of the leaders to form coalitions across political dialogue and social divides. And the last point is strategies of the facilitators. Well, it is necessary that the facilitators have a deep understanding of the conflict, both side interests, communities' interests, etc. So, shortly, neutral professional dialogue facilitators is very important, includes experienced facilitators with the different ethnic groups and gender, etc. And lastly, but not least, if political dialogue could not bring peace in Manipur, last but not least, if peace and normalcy in Manipur can be brought without the political dialogue, then the 288,000 personal militants will have already brought it, but unfortunately not. So I would like to request Mr. Speaker, sir, to pass for the motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Benita. Next from opposition bench, Lorembam Avinash Maitei. Lorembam Avinash Maitei from opposition bench.
With the provision of the Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi Honorable Movement House move to a motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Haiba motion asida palliba Manipura santi amasung mahusagi phibam hajilakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purapa ngamgani haibasida yauriba khaktana haiba mos wahai asina ngasi motion asi arama motion haina House of thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi Manipura thokliba irang asi karaidagi horaga tholakpa irang no habasi manungtana yengba matamda akhoi amna khadara wapamni karina matamda ngasi Manipur toliba irang asi illegal immigrants in kai sang padujum memaro nagi sang pa illegal immigrants na main factor loraga Manipur gi ngasi tolib irang asi tolib ne habasi yapun khana wapamni amadi ngasi gi megi 2023 dagi horaga tholoki ba irang asi na Manipur da adugumba asi anagi nesar amadi hana sunabagi thong kyam aba thogre masi gumba situation habadi bulletin of situation asida peace amasung normalcy hajala pabaje oidaban amadi masiki matang asida basic security amadi order yaudana peace ki dialogue asi sanaba yaroi Mr. Speaker, sir amadi masiki matau karan peace ki lambe asi lahana bagi lambe di hana pakatana political dialogue abasi otomam thokti amadi political dialogue tawna ba hona matamda yakata lambe do hana yase duga matungda political dialogue tawsi habane ba saboya basic member get thumjering mudi maduna aina han lambe do yatna aina saning ya haduna ju lambe do ke susa payaroi ba lambe sapa mama semdana ke do nungda sapa yaroi aduna hajaning badi laiba Manipur issue asida nakarani ke magda kuthana ba amadi hana suna ba lepti makai Manipur biski talok to ba yaroi madu to tara ke di madu ne hena decisive ba meaningful oida ba political dialogue mo oigani maduna ngasi gi motion asi aramba motion ani subda Mr. Speaker, sir hoki ba irang asida center namadi state government ani magta ki makai ma burungi dialogue thangre ke system matang da khar ko to jara bada honorable home minister Amit Shah ji na August ki tarik ku manga da thamam statement there will be no separate administration in Manipur and center has firm stance all form of inflation in Manipur have statement thabirame message natana makha tarak bada ko komi ki mute amaga honorable home minister Amit Shah ji ga unaba matamda honorable home minister na thamak wapam there will the largest illegal immigration of Manipur from Kukijin community from Myanmar to Manipur, and actually the red one is haiba pola mama thabirami ba masi statement ani je phongto kam matungda ikui dana mu honorable minister home minister na phongto ki wapam masi Manipur gi issue asi ethnic group ani gi maga thokpa issue ni hadana mahang na yam idana na phongto ki ba amadi union home union cabinet minister oibiriba kiran rijisuna phongto ki wapam asi hauji thori irang asi political dialogue na hambada sop to ngamni phong maga ikui dana hadak November ki tarik kunda phongto ki ba wapam da man hari madudi masiki hariba kalup ani ki irang ni masina maram waraga notice ki state singda yam sauna thol songale hadana man estimate phongto ki ba masi singba awai khum am tong riba saraga sida political dialogue purak ba ba se kasu oi da wapam ne ba Mr. Speaker, amadi political dialogue asi insufficient oi ha ba ki kudam khar pajara bada hauki thula ki ba silakan ta Tamil ilam gi put was in Jarab, the Shirkan government, Tiger Tabil Ilam, LTD, Wari Sanaba Lake. But Adubu, 1980 1990 के मगता वारी क्या हूँ सारा जो डिसेबल मिलिट्री सोल्यूशन तो अमाना इरान तो निम्ता मंगम की अमादी अफगानिस्तान का हमारी तालिबान अनी की मदद होना इरान असीदा जो हौजिक फाउबा नकल अनी की मगता वारोसिम पुरपंगम की थी मसे सुनतना सही लिसा सिना लरबा जम्मू की इशू बुखसरा बता इंडियन गवर्नमेंट अंजामदी पाकिस्तानी की मर्द 17 years ना जम्मू की कॉन्फ्लिक्ट से जमता नबनी हाय देना वारी साना करे बट मधु बुंगा सी ओइबंगम दे बट सुगम सिचुएशन कर येंग मतमदा मणिपुर पीस अमसु नॉमिनेशन चला पाजे पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तना ओइगनी हाय बसी आराम वाफमनी मिसेस स्पीकर सर अमदि हौजिक मणिपुर थोलिबा इरांग असि येंग मतमदा मसिना लिल्लो लौरिबा बीजेपी की एमएलए मिंगना पंजाबदा नेपसा किपकेन मनिंग मखो यावरि एमएलए सिंग असे कदाइदगी संगलकपनो हायबसी म्याम पुन खंगना वाफमनी अमदि मखोने लिल्लो लौरि हारगा अतमना मैतै कम्युनिटी लांथारकपनी मसिदा यावरिबा कैनो वाफम अमदि मसिदा मखोना यूनियन होम मिनिस्टर की कंगुगा उनगी मतमदा फुंदोरंबा आर्टिकल नंबर 239 क्लोज ए की मतुंगिना यूनियन टेरिटरी पुदुचुरी द पीगिबा अदुमाइना अखोगी मणिपुर से जो शेरपर एमिनेशन फंग यारनी हाबगे मंगलान मंगी बने बकेनो कांगुना हौजी कुकीज कांगुना मदु बतारगदी मदुदा वारी सानखिबा अमदि मेमोरेंडम क्या होनेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट फल लैखरबनेबा अदु बतारगदी अखोइना ngasi बीजेपी दा फोंगजु सपोर्ट तौरिबा मखोइना इरांग असि थमजमगी महोता मखोइना सेपरेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन फंगतिबा मखै अखोइ पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरोय हाना फोंगजो स्टेटमेंट लैखरबने अदु बतारगदी ngasi मणिपुर गवर्नमेंट अमदि सेंट्रल की गवर्नमेंट अनिमंगना डबल एजेंट है गवर्नमेंट असिना मणिपुर की इशू से मखोगी लुसन है तारगदी नहाना बीजेपी दा सपोर्ट तौरि एमएलए सिंग असिगा मखोई हाना वारी सानरम यादब्रबा मदुसुम मखोइना फोंगना सपोर्ट तौरिबनिको अदु बतागदी मदु बोद इरांग से कफिलो समंगम द्रिबनेबा अदुना मणिपुर की इरांग से बतो क्रम पिसमसु तारो तौरगा लुसंगदरिमनो अमदि मसेसु नतना नकन मणिपुर की होनरेबल चीफ मिनिस्टर ना पिस हंजले हाइबा वफम क्यारो फोंदोकरे मदुगुना फोंदोकिबा मतुंगने ngasi मणिपुर अखोगी लेमकोंगी आर्मी कैम्प की मांगखिबा कबल कांबू की मेसी होजिक मागी हक्सांग फाबा होजिक सीरी नतगा हिंगी फमी हाबजे होजिक फंगमंगमद्री अमदि मोरे की एसडीपीओ आनंद हाकिबदा सेनरीबा फिलिप क्ले खोंसाई पदुजु हा माना मखोय एरेस्ट तौगी पोते लेगरे अदु मखोय दा करम मखल की सबसाब ददी पीपल लाइखबगे मसे सिंग असे नते बदगा ओरिबदी मणिपुर का मेना इरा हारगा मणि जोन जे ऑपरेट तौरी हारगा मखोन तौरी जोन की एरिया सिंग जितंग असि स्टेट फोर्स मंगम द्रिबनेबा अमदि सेंट्रल पैरामिलिटरी फोर्स के nga aga leiba बफर जोन अमदि रेड जोन की एरिया दा पुपी पारेशन तौबा अमदि कानी सुमुई थबक कैमरा म चथरे हाबजे मेक्शन वाफावनि मिस्टर स्पीकर सर मसकी चचा खुदम हाइबाबो बारे वीडियो म ओरकिबा 1 kg ओपीएम कुकी लेंगे दमत पिखलकनी है बड़े वीडियो से मैक सेंगे मधुदी मसीगी सेंट्रल पैरामिलिटरी फोर्स की मथौ म तौद्रि है अमदि इंडियन मालेम की मिलिटरी की रैंक दा मालेम की मरी सुबलेबा त लेबा इंडियाना मणिपुर की इरांग से करी मरम की लोसम ngam सिनेबा सीआरपीएफ कंपनी सामगा कुन हा थाजंगरे अदुगा नवेंबर दा सीआरपीएफ कंपनी 70 भी थाजंगी क्या मनोम लेगे बट अदु मुंगसी की इरांग से मुखन अतमना सोलिबने अमदि कुकी है बा ग्रुप से इंडिजिनस कम्युनिटी ट्राइब बांगा लांग सोनबा लाइखरे अमदि मखोइना ngasi सोनबा लांदुना ने ngasi मखोइदि अदमक कल्लगा लाइखिबने मिनिस्टर सर अदुना ngasi मणिपुर की मियाम पामलेबदि लान असे लोसन बिउ हाइबसिनि अदु अमदि ngasi सोलिबा इरांग असे अतमना मणिपुर का मेगी खुद यावे हाबसिदि अखोइ बके क्या मंतु फंगना वाफमनि अमदि मिनिस्टर सर ngasi मणिपुर होलिबा इरांग असे मणिपुर की प्रजा मियाम पामलेबा इरांग असे कइनो मतमदा लांगे मरीना सुखलबा अमदि काथेलबा मियाम जिना पामलेबा वाफमदि कइनो मतमदा श्री जगत की मबुंगो कृष्ण श्री रामना जगोई बागी के तोमाल की मखोन तोंगा फजरबा बासिकी सुर खोलपदो नते अमदि मणिपुर की फजरबा चिंग कुशली बला तपाक्सिदगी खोलप कांसी की मखोन नते अमदि लेरिबा अममंगा सिदरबदा खोलप ꯀꯥꯡꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜꯁꯨ ꯇꯥꯕ ꯄꯥꯝꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯦ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯄꯥꯝꯂꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯄꯤꯁ ꯍꯟꯖꯤꯜꯍꯜꯂꯣ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯄꯤꯁ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯅꯣꯔꯃꯦꯜꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯍꯜꯂꯣ ꯑꯃꯗꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯔꯤꯂꯤꯐ ꯀꯦꯝ ꯃꯁꯥ ꯃꯁꯥꯒꯤ ꯔꯤꯂꯤꯐ ꯀꯦꯝꯁꯤꯡꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯏꯚꯦꯟꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯥ ꯃꯁꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯌꯨꯝꯗ ꯍꯟꯖꯤꯟꯕꯤꯔꯣ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯁꯟ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯄꯤꯔꯤꯕ ꯃꯊꯛꯇ ꯄꯜꯂꯤꯈꯤꯕ ꯀꯟꯐ꯭ꯂꯤꯛ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯅꯩꯅꯔꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯤꯕ ꯏꯔꯥꯡ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯒ ꯈꯛꯇꯅ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯂꯣꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤ ꯊꯝꯖꯔꯒ ꯉꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯎꯁꯇꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯁꯟ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯋꯤꯗ꯭ꯔꯣ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯌꯨ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ.
Thank you, Abinash. Next is also from opposition bench. Koronganba Thokchom. Koronganba Thokchom. Chair number 25.
Honorable Speaker, sir, imagine waking up tomorrow to find out that the conflicts in Manipur have deepened or worsened, not because of the lack of the governance, but because of the same cycle of blame, inaction, and shallow remedies continues. Picture communities growing more and more divided, laws failing to bring justice, and the cries of peace being drowned out by empty promises. This is the danger we face if we rely solely on political dialogue without addressing the deeper issues. Today, we debate the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. I rise to oppose this motion. Political dialogue is important, but it cannot be the only solution. The crisis in Manipur demands systematic reform, community healing, and real action. Let me explain why. Mr. Speaker, sir, political dialogue often prioritizes short-term agreements over long-lasting solutions. Histories have shown us that without genuine commitment and action, dialogues can become stages of political parties to showcase their intentions without truly addressing the root problems. Leadership is not about words, Mr. Speaker, sir, but about results. In dialogues, political parties often focuses on assigning blame rather than finding the solution. Let me draw an analogy. If a fire breaks out in a house, does the adult present spend time blaming on others, or do they focus on putting out the fire? The answer is obvious. Blame does not restore peace. Action does. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose this motion as prolonged conflict can become opportunities for political parties to position themselves as saviors. This tactic does not resolve issues, but creates a cycle of dependency on future promises. True peace comes from addressing the core problems, not delaying them for political advantages. Mr. Speaker, sir, economic hardships worsen divisions. During crisis, relief funds and resources are sometimes misused. Instead of addressing the real needs of the people, these funds are exploited for political or personal benefits. Manipur's challenges cannot be solved through political dialogue alone. Economic development is crucial. Without economic stability, peace achieved through political dialogue will be very, very fragile. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose this motion as prolonged focus on dialogue can shift public attention away from other critical failures, such as poor governance, unemployment, or lack of infrastructure. Political dialogue should not be a smokescreen to avoid accountability for these issues. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is one more big concerning reason why we should oppose this motion. Political instability is often used as an excuse to impose restriction on freedoms. Measures like curfew and internet ban may be justified in the name of safety, but they often suppress voice demanding real change. What is even more concerning is that the very political party imposing these measures are the ones violating the laws they themselves established. For example, when internet is banned, it directly violates Article 19A, which guarantees the freedom of speech and expression. Similarly, curfew disregards Article 19B, which protects the right to assemble peacefully. Moreover, these restrictions can impact Article 21 as people's right to life and personal liberty is compromised when they are confined in their homes. So, how can we trust? How can we believe that peace will be brought by those who don't even follow their own rules? True peace does not require only dialogue, but a genuine respect of freedom, fairness, and the principles enshrined in our Constitution. Mr. Speaker, sir, I oppose to this motion because the arrival of immigrants is a very, very sensitive issue in Manipur. But political dialogue often treat this as a tool for gaining support rather than addressing community concerns. Solution requires fairness and sensitivity, not just words in discussion. Mr. Speaker, sir, programs like South Africa's Truth and Reconciliation Commission offer us a valuable lessons in healing divided communities. Manipur needs similar effort driven by local leaders and communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, civil society organizations, local leaders, and non-political groups plays a crucial role in building peace. Their independency allows them to address issues without political bias, and partnering with neighboring regions can also promote stability and growth. Mr. Speaker, sir, as my closing statement, I would like to mention that political dialogue is a tool, not a solution. The crisis in Manipur requires a holistic approach: judicial reform, economic progress, social healing, and the active involvement of communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, Mahatma Gandhi once said, "Politics without principles is a sin." Let us not depend solely on political dialogue without addressing the deeper issues like unity, justice, and equality. Mr. Speaker, sir, true peace is not the absence of conflict, but the ability to resolve it with understanding and meaningful action. Let us build systems that can deliver us lasting peace beyond the boundaries of political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, I truly request you to withdraw this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Thank you. The next competitors from Treasury Veins, MD Ishrat Ali. Opposition.
Lasigi House ki motion Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjalakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasi. I stand strongly support this motion, Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Prithibi ki maming leraba Nobel laureates Albert Einstein na haibirami. Peace cannot be achieved by the force, it can only be achieved by understanding haidana. Masimaktanani Prithibi ki conflict kuding mak political dialogue kutniti khaktana waruishin purakpa ngami amasung World War phawada negotiating table da loishin bangamki. Masina tai madudi Manipur gi charang na ba phibam asisu political dialogue khaktana santi amasung mahausa gi phibam da hanjalakpa ngamgani maramaduna motion asi kakninga yaudana chumlaba motion na Mr. Speaker, sir. Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjalakpa haibasi hiram kharada ikhoina political dialogue toba mathau tai. Masigi manungda Khwaidagi maru oibadi Megi tang ahum 2023 dagi thorak liba hingsa gi irang asine haina khoina loba yai. Hiramasi gi matang da ngasi phawbada formal oiba political talk natraga dialogue tawdamana irang asi loishin bangamdana misi mina lanthum amadi tangdu leita daba lawlessness ki phibam mama oirakliba sa matam chana political dialogue tawhudabana ohen bani Mr. Speaker, sa maramaduna nakanani makki maike dagi political talk ki damak wari sanapam thoi masi gi damak party khuding magna whip jari duna MLA khuding mak state assembly lakna ba madi khanna bada saruk yana ba sinpam thoi masina political talk tawdringai gi ahan ba khongthang ni haina loba yai masina santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjalakpada achauba mating oigadori bani Mr. Speaker, sa maramaduna motion se chumme Mr. Speaker, sa Mr. Speaker, sa Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjalakna bagi damakta political talk toba matamda kana kana ga karamba criteria amadi condition da wari sagada ge habese munna khan thaba amachang ahan bada Manipur government ga cookie singi mihut oriba MLA tara asiga political dialogue to bagi tangai phada badule masina cookie praja sing na taliba dimanam di aspiration sing adu official oina khangbat ngamgani masi tanatana ani subada India government amati Myanmar government ani gi marakta political dialogue to bagi tangai phada badule masina boundary gi chain ba amati illegal immigrant ge wathok asigi warushin purak patanatana lamdam masida shanti purak pada achoba mateng wai gedori ben Mr Speaker sa maramadana motion se chome Mr Speaker sa Manipur irang asida season nari ba highly sophisticated oiba weapon sing asa kanana kamdona kadai dagi supply amadi funding tawri bana haibasi munna thidok patanatana suspension of operation su the lainari ba militant cadre sing asiga nauna dialogue tawduna review tawba machange masitana misi mina thokpa kuchu khulai kaya misuse tawbadagi kan matatana militant cadre sing asige surveillance su khangbangam gadori bane masina drug ki samasya su khara makai handan batanatana wathok asigi warushin purakpadasu achoba mateng oigadori bane Mr Speaker sa maramadana motion na sip chume Mr Speaker sa Manipur da tangdu leita daba singi manungda India Manipur gi conflict asi hena complex asu moise lagli yawoloi singna hanadagi pre merger status demand tawduna lakpa do handaki irang asida India government na lawri ba role ase pena dabadagi amuk hena issue asi cancel lagli masigi response oina India government apas pa reimpose torok pasina tangdu leita daba mo helagli masigi charak chahing na ba si kok na nabagi tabak India government amati Manipur government ani gi marakta merger political dialogue tawduna merger agreement asa review tawpa machang masitana santi masung mahusa gi pibam hanjilakpada achoba mateng oi gedori ben Mr Speaker sa maramadana motion ase chome Mr Speaker sa NRC pre movement regime ILP base year ST issue district boundary gi wathok amati ADC mikhal gi wathok kuding maksing asa negotiating table da purup kunthra manga phamin aduna yanadriba kuding maksing asa dialogue tawduna warwation purakna ba hona bana lamdam masida santi amati mahusa gi pibam da hanjilakpa ngamgadori ben Mr Speaker sa adubo akoina political dialogue tawba matamda Manipur gi interest integrity apun bagi saktamna mangda thamduna hiramasi karigumba madata compromise tawroi dabane karigumba political dialogue aduna Manipur khunai gi interest ki on atai na ba oiragrabati hena santi thugai beno thokani Mr Speaker sa maramaduna political dialogue tawba haibasidasu hena metyang sana wari sana gadobani Mr Speaker sa prithibi gi achauba wathok wari ba Israel Palestine gi war phawbada ceasefire deal tawnakraba matam asida Manipur na asom political dialogue tawdana leiba haibasa irang asi hena complex ocean kiduna civil war phawba tholakpa irang asi external actor kaya gi lanbung oi kibisia masa central government na haksin lofam thoe masa central government na lumna lauduna tripartite talk tawgada bane Mr Speaker sa masidi nongmai na waroishin purakpa ngamoi masidi political dialogue khakta waroishin purakpa ngamgane Mr Speaker sa in Manipur da shanti amasung mahusa gi phibam hanjilakpa haibasa social harmony hanjalaklaba matam do oibangam gadori bane Mr Speaker sa adubo kanglu purupta based over bested interest yumpham moiba kanglu purupta based over civil society organization NGO singna Manipur gi puwari masak munna khangdana ngangning bamong da ngangba sina Manipur da social harmony hanjalakpada achoba khuroi gadori bane Mr Speaker sa maramaduna CSO NGO amadi dharma gi luching basing asina political dialogue tawba yawhan bada wakal tamina ba machange masina social harmony hanjalakpada achoba mating oi gadori bane Mr Speaker sa maramaduna motion ase chume Mr Speaker sa Manipur da mara leichadraba chamjaraba misam praja kaya no makangdana sibagi pautari ba madi tattana kanglup masel onsen aduna hana suna basina Manipur gi tungi laibak ase kadom dano haiba phibam mamada lakli Manipur gi naha singa sina education da onsen duna career sem jagada ba matam sida khutta khulai paiduna lanthing na basina karam na manglom da sangsin bangam gada ge haiba se achobu wa hang moide masigi paukumdi political dialogue khaktan wai gadori ben Mr Speaker sa kuki praja singna tattana taliba dimana ma separate administration ki wafam ase lenga ki karamba thausil thaurang da pen da badagi talakli be dimano haibisi munna thijinduna lenga ki governance ta asoi be leramba targa sumadu matam chana implement tawduna good governance amadi law and order gi ithil ase Imphal Valley khakta da confine tawduna Manipur gi kachin koya thungna yawan ba machange masigi su matakta kuki praja sing na Manipur gi lenga asida thajaba piba machange masina negotiating table da lakna ba amadi tung koina nungsi sana na hingmena bada achoba
mating oi ga dori ben Mr. Speaker sa maram aduna motion si chom Mr. Speaker sa haina ba lay if there is a will there is a way haidana ngasi Manipur gi tangdu lai ta da ba piba masisu political will what pan oi ben Mr. Speaker sa India se prithvi gi super power manga gi manung chali ben Mr. Speaker sa India government na irang asu loisin da ba ya dekhanna political will ma yaung approach to ba matam da minute kuntra da loi bia ba irang masi gi sumatak ta Manipur government na political will ma yaung na ngasi phaw ba irang asu loisin da ba ya dekhanna thausil thaurang ama te yatana pham ko laga lai ba hai ba sa apart ba da thum thak pa ga chap mane Mr. Speaker sa masidi political dialogue tawduna yanadri be hiram adu gi matang da debate discussion home ministry level da tawduna waroisin purak pangam ga dawri ben Mr. Speaker sa masidi loijing loya da aikoi masel onchin aduna nomai kap na ban waroisin purak pangam hoy masidi political dialogue kak na waroisin purak pangam ga Mr. Speaker sa loisin lakpada aina haizaning badi Manipur da shanti purak ke harabadi prajai khoi ama toy ba matau tai ani thok pagi hainabi si tawroi da bani unity oina one voice one apex body ma toina changsin menero matam da lengak su political dialogue tawda khar makai mateng oi ga dawri bani masigi su matakta lengak ki thausil thorang da pendra badi leadership body magi makha da point the bado pongto kada bani kanglup amade tainero de bani purup amade tainero de bani political dialogue to kada bani masina ningthau khage amba matam da lai ki balainga amadi tangdu leita ba punsiro la do hanjelak pangam gadawri bani Mr. Speaker sa masimak tanani Manipur government consultative committee ki member Lieutenant General Konsam Himalayana political dialogue is the only solution haidana pongto kribasina ta imadudi Mr. Speaker sa Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjelak pa haibasa political dialogue khaktana warushin purak pangam gani haibasana Mr. Speaker sa maramadana house the motion asi yena ba yaudana pass to bina ba honorable Mr. Speaker sir gi pungning chinjare thank you Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Next from opposition bench, Ayekpam Benas Singh, Seat number 7 from opposition bench. Ayekpam Benas Singh.
Tinbiribam ahan makta da tinbiribam mayambu aina ikonom kurumjari. Aigi iming Ayekpam Benas Singh. Amadi ay ngasi debate competition asida opposed lipjari. Mr. Speaker sir. Ngasi debate competition asigi oina thamlalbiba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibasa ay ajaningde topic asida only haiba wahi asi yarambana ay ngasi against le pangamjabani topic asi peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibagi mahutta peace and normalcy can be achieved by knowing the core issues together and then political dialogue haina hanjaningi Mr. Speaker sir political dialogue main principle di government amasung praja gi marakta political gi wari sana ba haibani political dialogue asina ngasigi democracy asida di yamna muru oi masina leba ama ngakpa matamda amasung leba adugi afafata achumara nainaba matamda achawu thodang lawi Manipur di political dialogue ki fajarba masak mangala si mang khibaga pangkha oire especially ko ki dominated areas da administration da sobe laikre amadi achumara matam chana well hodabana ngasi Manipur ki history da amambo awina lehurgadaba method incident si thokre tokiba incident asidagi hauna ngasi fawda more than 60,000 people were displaced from their own homes and they have been staying at relief camps. More than 200 people were died and 1,700 buildings were damaged. Mr. Speaker sir, supporting my issue retired army amana peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue has a tham haina thambasina chumbani haina thambikre tabudabu army retire adugi intention of core issues thamiramdre Mr. Speaker sir santiti puruk tabaya santiti puruk na bhana gadabni santi labor sing the hijacking budi core Manipur da tholiba core issue Manipur da tholiba violence sigi core issue se karino khangminaba mathungda solution ama puruk bangamnabi damakta one way one voice amadi one agenda da focus tawba action lakhut pa mathau tai core issue sing sikari no khra pallabada kugi violence sibu tholiba asi the real issues si kana na khongtok pinaba ani subada kuki terrorist na central forces ki bunker dagi Aranbal along in the season, the river peg bunker system as Yamatang to Kaminaba 1969 Gidget came in the Turchanpur 200 villages Lerami, Technopal 68 villages Lerami, Aduduga, Kangpupidana 179 villages Lerami, Adubu 2023 Ministry of Panchayat Kimatung in the Turchanpur 892 villages, Technopal 326 villages, Amadi Kangpupidana 700 plus villages later. Masi kari dagi orak liba no hai basi khangtong minaba amadi suai khrabai administration asigi matang du khangtong minaba mathau tai punga manga si khangmina raba matung da one way one voice da focus tawraga solution amang purok na bagi damak ta phana minaba mathau tai phana minaba ya solution khra di kari no khra pallabada ahan bada central government na military ga intervene tawraga buki terrorist sing se neutralize tawbiba ani subada mabung phana Subse abrogate to Viva, Home Subada, NRC cut off years 1951 that Oviva Asini. Machito Rabamatam Dada, Manipuda Santi Emerson, Normalcy Handalak Yanabagi, Ahan Mamiama, or Rakanya to Tamzani, Mr. Figure. The Wutabu government saying as if I would the topic soon on Mudongi frequently changes the way. Even the Union Home Minister Amit Sahanasu told Birang share historical background influence the Raga to one by it Nicholas Nahana Tambikre. Citizen game I the su unity will become a section of Wale. Machina Kuri su Kamina Bada, Tangtali Amadi political dialogue, Mangalama Fanga Buhana Matamda, Pantahali. Citizen sing the Tovia with the Tabakra Palavada, Ahan Bada, Kuri Suse, Karino Kaminaba, Masiki solution among Propada Matang Pangba, Amazon, one way, one voice, one agenda, the Lamina Basini. Anishu Bada. Akwegi the Mokta Liberiba regional political parties the focus over, especially the NPP, which is the most political power than rest of the regional political parties in Manipur. Mr. Figure, sir, supporters in the Eka Kradang Tamzani, Madudi Delhi, the 15th of October, the Ministry of Home Affairs, 3 major communities, key representatives, Sanga. Negotiation to what you take Hanaba like Masigi Matung the violence to them to Kuri su Kamina was supporters in Suyagre, Makoyana Kuri su Kankana, Kasifa with the supporter liberty, talk about violence, she Amasung Pulakbayaba violence, as she equals Amo Biraba Harasu, Hanjaningi, Mr. Bukasar. Mr. Bukasar, political dialogue Tito on another Viade, the Wudu first steps, Kuri su Kamina Vasini. Korisu Sigi Peter Sika no Kaminaba, related actions, consequences, as he Kaminaba Matautai, Kaminaba Matung the one way, one voice, one agenda, the focus of action, local Kaminaba Matautai. Aduna Piram liver topic, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Benesh. Next is also from opposition bench, Navrek Yumnam. After that we have one these debaters from Treasury bench. Then 10 or 15 minutes will be House will be resumed for 10 Pambra, 15 Pambra. Okay, 10. After these debaters, House will be resumed. House will be adjourned, and after 10, House will be resumed. Okay? Yes.
Good afternoon, respected speaker, sir, respected juries, and everyone else. My name is Maverick Himnam, and today I will speak against the motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And here are my points for it. Firstly and foremost, there is a lack of conducive environment in Manipur for proper political dialogue. There is violence and instability in Manipur, which undermine trust and the political dialogue process. There is a essential need for law enforcement, strengthening of law enforcement, and this banding of illegal groups, as well as creating safe space for every community for proper political dialogue to happen. Secondly, there is resistance from insurgent groups as well. In Manipur, the Manipur government grapples with lots of and numerous political and insurgent groups which may or may not see political dialogue as a threatening to their objectives. Sometimes not all insurgent groups may see political dialogue as a good initiative for their own. So my third point would be that some influential groups in Manipur may also misuse and misinterpret the political dialogue process to advance their own interests, thereby squashing the interests of other smaller influential groups. Thus, I would like to end my speech here. Thank you.
Next from Treasury Bench, Ronali Lorembam. Ronali Lorembam. Chair number 4.
Good afternoon, respected jury members, Mr. Speaker, sir, and everyone present here. I am Ronali Lorembam, a student of Business Administration in DM College of Commerce and a part of the Treasury Bench. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude to the National People's Front Youth Front, NPYF, for organizing this debate competition and giving us a platform to discuss a much-needed political situation of our Manipur, and also a chance to build public speaking confidence. I stand here today in front of all of you in favor of today's motion of the House. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be restored through political dialogue. Through my performance, I would like to convince each and every one of you, and especially Mr. Speaker, sir, so as to pass on the motion of the House. All of us present here has been a victim of the war, directly or indirectly affected by the internal conflict started on the 3rd of May of 2023. Some of us affected worse than the others. All of us wish for peace and normalcy to be back in Manipur once again, but we know it is never going to be the same again, and we are all in confusion, dilemma, and doubt regarding how the peace and normalcy will be restored again, and today's topic gives us a platform to discuss a much-needed situations of lately. As I stand in the favor of motion of the House, my very first point on how a relevant political dialogue is the solution is because we as a society and students have learned and read about many wars that have happened even before we were born in history and political science chapters. Many great wars, including the First World War, the Second World War, the Cold War, the South African apartheid, and many more wars, more severe than what we are facing today, have been solved through political dialogue. The great tragedy of the Second World War, which was much tyranny than what we are facing today in Manipur, has been solved through the dialogue at the Geneva Convention in Switzerland, 1945. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think it's high time we actually start using what we have learned and end the war in an educated way. Violence can only start war. It can never bring peace. So as I begin my next point, Mr. Speaker, sir, I think all of us present here have at least once heard the quote of Mahatma Gandhi, an eye for an eye makes the whole world blind. I, for one, believe that in terms of Gandhi's word, almost the whole of Manipur is blind. Almost, because I haven't lost the hope to recover yet. My second point is that normalcy can return if only the over-militarization, the armed violence, and the gun culture is reduced in Manipur, which is all dependent on the political scenario. It is not in the capacity of a layman to demolish gun culture. If the other party has strong military, it only makes sense for us to defend through our military strength. So it is time we pressure our government and the pressure group to rise strongly towards a solution. A much needed political dialogue is long awaited. It is time we start seeking out for a proper solution instead of wishing fatalities against each other and think outside of just violence and strong military for a way of conversation to be our only option. Lately, there has been too much violence and too much gun culture over the citizens, where we are slowly coming to a situation where people with guns are taking the law in their hands instead, and their words carry more volume than the law of the country right now. The way our government has been silent regarding this is an act of nourishing this. This is a direct act of political dictatorship, which is the biggest challenge and threat to a political dialogue. If this continues, soon the constitution will be overpowered by gun in this state, so there are worst possible outcomes if we do not put a halt on this issue soon. I understand some might say because I'm not one of the internally displaced and I haven't actually seen the actual war scene, but Mr. Speaker, sir, I am no less devoted than anyone present here about the welfare of our state, and I'm very concerned about what is happening and what might come next after this. Excuse me. I strongly believe that the only reason Manipur is suffering is not because of the absence of a proper solution, but because our government doesn't care enough for us to enforce the implementation of the solution. For my third point, there is an old saying that goes, a great ruler thrives of the happiness of his subject, but a disgraceful ruler thrives of the misery of his subject and land. Our government has nothing else but been disgraceful about the matter in a situation of going on in Manipur for almost 2 years. 2 years is a very long time of suffering for a state. The economic situation of our state has declined, so did our lifestyle, but much worse, it has put on a hold of the lives of the students of Manipur. We as the pillar of our nation, of our society, need a strong foundation to fully achieve our potential, and it is not simply the loss of our generation to be unable to continue our studies smoothly, but it is a great loss for our state, our country. So I strongly urge the government to finally open their eyes and see us as living beings for once instead of their vote banks. If this conflict continues till the 4th year, it is going to be very shameful for our current government of India for letting such a small matter such as this one go even longer than the First World War itself. I really do wish our government finally settle on a political dialogue, one where they properly discuss whose demand is relevant and whose is not. Which is also my fourth and last point. Peace and normalcy is only possible when both sides are put on the table through dialogue. The most disrespect we feel from our government right now is that we do not feel seen, we do not feel heard or even acknowledged at the moment. To earn our favor back once again, we need to feel acknowledged, and we need the respect and value we were given during the time of vote. There is a very popular saying in our state right now, which I'm sure everyone has heard and everyone knows who have said it. Eksan do dumyeng biyo. It had been a while and any action haven't been acted out yet, so it only makes sense if we reply, action do yang zarege kaday no. Last but not the least, all of us present here, the Treasury team and opposition team, we might be sitting against each other with different opinion, but there is one thing we have with each other in common. We all wish for the war to end and the peace and normalcy to be restored once again. But I am confident in my opinion, and I strongly believe, as I have ever, that it is the political dialogue that is going to mend our state, Manipur, also known as Sanalebal, to be able to shine like gold again. So here I stand, hoping to have convinced Mr. Speaker, sir, to pass on the motion of the House. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ronali. Now the House is adjourned, and after 10 minutes, House will be resumed.
We hope you and everyone enjoyed the debate session. As a part of your experience, light refreshment has been served at the front entrance. Please proceed to it.
Koi sargi ming level ang tak habi ba?
Yai pok ke kru konjemo mana.
Konjemo mana. Yai pok ke kude ober ba ko. Sar isa yo jik sai kya sure sa?
Sai yang kai doi sure.
Ang kai doi. Okay sir. Sar isa da hana kari kari naram ge isa da naram ba ge ang talwa habi.
Ai isa da naram ba je liver wermi kidney kitang somi. Adagi isa sikpo sadna ba khar tormi.
Hoi hoi. Masi ho tu tormi ko sar. Ada sarna Sige naramba kan karge treatment karge to bir ke hana nari na
ai gote da chalo matung thani gi dak thare adu matung da amukka se tha amukka chat pa kan amukka su thani gi dak thare adu gi kana bu hongi doctor la na
hojik ti sara de hojik akoi hidak je therapy je man company gi therapy to de hojik ti sara de karge result ka kamai to ge
sa du bi am ke na hojik ti pura pha bu mo le da
kari kari phare sara do ta me am na
ai hana liver na ma phare kitne naramba fare adan ayun bigam sikto sadan nadan toramba fare
ade bp nung bi
bp su fare
bp jo je doctor na bp goli sada ba yare hai ba
hai le
haji haji khoi le jeri basi yai pok tulhel mayai le kai deni haji pesel amaga wari saraba mayang mangna thamjeri medam gi madam medam gi ming amadi le pham tang habi
Kana pamsi khang de adubu sigi hidaksi maming kana ba phange nungai aduki matik aduga mitsi hana di yamna ngangamme adubu sigi hidaksi ngang ba khotpa di kasu tawte aduga isasu adum hana khara son tharamba degi pangan jawdaba du sigi hidaksi chaba degi di aduki matik nungai
hakchang nuar tri ba koi gi narak pa che sahi kya su budagi no kona sahi kya sure na phiri sa
sahi taret mukti churani naris
ado atai tegi koi laing pa thapti medam na satha bi ramne ba tai tai jaga jaga ta ko ado medam adu kana ba phangmang ngamar kamai toi
phangba ngamde adum chi da ke chaba degi adum phangye hai tari chada nungai bi to phaw
ada haji ji medam na masigi hidak si kos kaya hadi gi packet to kaya sabira
pikel ahum sure
adu di akoi gi pandam di tha ahum hai bani packet ahum di tha ma khai ne ba ko adu di masidi medam akoi gi course suna ba mathang da sabi yo aduga amuk akoi amuk unasi aduga phabasu wai biu haina akoi gi mai gi digi nungai ba phong to
ojagi isagi ming laifam ang ta bi o sai
aigi ming si Thomas Sangai kawi laifam na Lisamlok village tigini
hoje je ojagi isagi sahi kya sura
aigi tahi si humpu go mari
sura ko ojara hoje hana naramba na ba sang da nungayam da je kai ke no naram
han ai hachang da na ba si hepatitis B haina doctor na habi matungina akoi kin Jenims da yengjerure adu doctor aduna masidi cancer ta dore haibadagi ichani pina as yaroi cancer ta ba naina nati haidana private ki to pre hospital na puraga aisi moigi doctor duna yenge matungda hojiksi aisi wana hauka ka khapa ngamde adubu hojiki hairiba hida sarkhoi ni pirok hidak si khara ummaga charaga aisi khara kankhatpa duda masigi hidak se aingonda pakna bigira natragana karigino masi hidak se aingonda khara paknai phabigira ama gira khangdre adu masi hidak se chaba tai han masi hidak se chaba dagi hoji aisi yeri pokta hoji sarkhoi ga unaba laisini ani thanglo khawde adu chabadi dum khara din chai adu thabak nawa adigi pok saugatpa adu kari haibtare doctor da hangaga acha khau ya da bigini haibugumba acha khau gi hidak tum sai adu bo phajana phabo du leti adu si hidak se chabada cha khau so sabana su khar ne ngo khor bu sa phai thabak na bu sa phai adu ga hakchang da koi bo khotpa thogan bo thokbo ngam nom de si ꯑꯗꯨ ꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯀꯣꯏꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄꯁꯨ ꯉꯝꯃꯦ ꯋꯥꯀꯤꯡꯁꯨ ꯆꯠꯂꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯏꯆꯥꯅꯨꯄꯤꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯆꯥꯗꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯦ ꯆꯥꯎ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯔꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯗꯥꯛꯇꯔꯅ ꯄꯤꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ
ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯅ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯆꯥꯏꯁꯦ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯦ
ꯊꯥ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ
ꯊꯥ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦꯕ ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯒꯤ ꯀꯝꯄ꯭ꯂꯦꯛꯁꯟ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯔꯦ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯃꯌꯥꯡ ꯀꯪꯕ ꯁꯣꯟꯊꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯀꯩꯝꯇ ꯎꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯦ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯚꯃꯦꯟ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯔꯦ ꯑꯗ ꯑꯁꯦꯡꯕꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯊꯥ 3 ꯆꯥꯎ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦ ꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯕꯔꯂꯤꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯁꯇꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯊꯥ 3 ꯆꯥꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦ ꯃꯥꯗꯨ ꯆꯠꯊꯣꯛ ꯍꯣꯡꯕꯅꯦ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯃꯊꯪꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯇꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯊꯣꯛꯄꯤꯔꯒ ꯌꯦꯡꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯔꯤꯖꯜꯠꯁꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯔꯕꯅꯦ ꯒꯨꯗ ꯔꯤꯖꯜꯠ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯅꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯝꯖꯔꯒꯦ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯎꯅꯖꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯃꯤꯡꯒ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯒ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯣꯝ ꯄꯤꯡꯀꯤ ꯗꯦꯕꯤ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯅ ꯅꯝꯕꯣꯡ ꯀꯥꯃꯣꯡ ꯇꯣꯝꯕꯝ ꯂꯩꯀꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯔꯕꯅꯣ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯈꯅꯥꯎꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯇꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯒ꯭ꯌꯥꯁꯇꯤꯛ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯐꯦꯇꯤ ꯂꯤꯚꯔꯁꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯊꯕꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯁꯥꯔꯒ ꯆꯥꯛ ꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯆꯥꯅꯤꯡ ꯊꯛꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯇꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯠ ꯆꯠꯂꯨ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯩ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯆꯥꯕꯁꯤ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯀꯌꯥꯝꯗꯤ ꯀꯨꯏꯔꯒꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯁꯦ
ꯑꯩꯅ ꯆꯥꯖꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠ 10ꯅꯤ ꯁꯨꯕꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯀꯩꯁꯨ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯝꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ 15 days ꯁꯨꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠꯇ ꯏꯁꯥꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯁꯝꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯈꯣꯡ ꯇꯦꯛꯈꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯐꯥꯎ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯃꯊꯟꯇ ꯉꯥꯊꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯕꯗꯣ ꯉꯥꯊꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯇꯕꯗꯣ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯄ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯁꯥꯒꯠꯄ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯐꯨꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕꯗꯨꯁꯨ ꯐꯔꯛꯄ ꯑꯁꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯕꯔꯂꯤꯒꯁꯦ
ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯑꯣꯟ ꯀꯝꯄꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯕꯔꯂꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯂꯁ ꯃꯣꯔꯤꯡꯒꯥꯁꯤꯒ ꯁꯤꯕꯣꯊ꯭ꯔꯣꯟꯒꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥꯃꯨꯛꯇꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯈ꯭ꯔꯒꯦ
ꯑꯩ ꯊꯥ ꯐꯥꯗ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯕꯔꯂꯦꯗꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯊꯥ 2ꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇꯣꯟꯗꯤ ꯑꯣꯟꯂꯤ 5 days ꯀꯨꯝꯕ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯗ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯤ
ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇꯣꯟ 5 days ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯗ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦꯕ
ꯍꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯂꯨꯝꯃꯝꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯨꯝꯃꯒ ꯊꯪꯒꯠꯂ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯀꯣꯛ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯏꯁꯥ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯃꯤꯅ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯉꯥꯡꯕ ꯁꯥꯎꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯄ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯑꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯄꯣꯛꯑꯦ ꯑꯀꯤꯕꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯟ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯖ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯁꯦ ꯊꯛꯄꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯐꯥꯎꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠ 5ꯅꯤꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯟꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯃꯦꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯐꯔꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯝ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤ ꯚꯤꯗꯤꯑꯣꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯊꯪꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯂꯧꯖꯔꯛꯈꯤꯒꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯥꯅ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯆꯥꯊꯕꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯣꯔꯁ ꯍꯥꯏꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ 3ꯗꯒꯤꯅ 4 ꯐꯥꯎ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯅꯥꯔꯕ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯤꯖꯕꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ 3ꯗꯒꯤꯅ 4 ꯐꯥꯎ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯄꯤꯖꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯑꯇꯦꯟꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯒꯠꯂꯛꯏ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅꯁꯨ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯥꯅ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯀꯣ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯇꯦꯟꯁꯤꯟꯖꯔꯒꯦ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ
ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡꯒ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯒ ꯑꯍꯥꯟꯕꯗ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯀꯛꯆꯤꯡ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯡ ꯂꯩꯀꯥꯏꯒꯤ ꯁꯨꯃꯝ ꯄꯔꯦꯡ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ
ꯃꯌꯨꯝ ꯔꯟꯗꯣꯅꯤ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯀꯔꯤꯅꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯨꯝꯗ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯣꯏꯗꯣꯛꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯣ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯇꯧꯗꯦ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯆꯨꯝꯅꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯎꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯕꯁꯤ ꯈꯛꯇꯅꯤ ꯊꯣꯏꯗꯣꯛꯄꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯈꯛꯀꯤꯗꯅꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯒ ꯂꯧꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕꯒꯤ
ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯕꯤꯔꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯥꯏꯑꯣꯟꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯔꯛꯏꯁꯦ
ꯊꯥ 2 ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ
ꯑꯗꯣ ꯊꯥ 2ꯁꯤ ꯁꯨꯖꯤꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯗꯣ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯣ
ꯍꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯊꯣꯡꯗ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯈꯪꯗꯦ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯥꯇꯣꯟ ꯑꯩ ꯆꯤꯟꯕꯥꯟ ꯄꯥꯟꯕ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯈꯪꯕ ꯉꯝꯗꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ khitang ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ khitang ꯂꯥꯛꯄ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯨꯝ ꯌꯦꯡꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯥꯏꯊꯣꯡꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯂꯥꯛꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯁꯨꯀꯣ ꯃꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯥꯇꯣꯟ ꯄꯥꯟꯕ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯕ khitang ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯞ ꯂꯥꯛꯄ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯈꯜꯂꯦ ꯑꯩꯅꯁꯨ
ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯃꯤꯠꯁꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯁꯦ ꯃꯤꯁꯦ ꯎꯕ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯉꯝꯃꯝꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ
ꯃꯤ ꯎꯔꯒꯁꯨꯀꯣ ꯎꯕꯨꯗꯤ ꯎꯕ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯎꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯅꯦꯒꯦꯇꯤꯞꯀꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯥꯏꯜꯗ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯃꯤꯁꯤ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯁꯦꯡꯅ ꯈꯪꯗꯕ
ꯃꯤꯁꯤ ꯀꯅꯥꯅꯣ ꯀꯩꯅꯣ ꯈꯪꯗꯕꯅꯦꯕ
ꯉꯧꯕ ꯃꯨꯕ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯆꯞ ꯃꯥꯟꯅꯩꯌꯦꯕ ꯍꯣꯏ khitang ꯉꯧꯕꯅ khitang ꯉꯥꯟꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨꯗꯤ khitang ꯌꯥꯝ ꯊꯣꯏꯗꯣꯛꯅ ꯈꯪꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ khitang ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯤ ꯑꯃꯒꯤ ꯁꯛꯐꯝꯁꯤ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯂꯥꯛꯁꯤꯟꯕ ꯉꯝꯗ꯭ꯔꯒꯁꯨ ꯃꯤꯠ ꯅꯥꯇꯣꯟ ꯆꯤꯝꯕꯥꯟ ꯁꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯈꯪꯕ ꯉꯝꯃꯦ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯚꯃꯦꯟꯁꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯐꯪꯉꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ
ꯌꯥꯝ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯖꯕ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯗꯥꯡ ꯆꯠꯄꯗꯀꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯂꯝꯕꯦꯟꯁꯤ ꯑꯀꯨꯠ ꯑꯇꯣꯡ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯀꯔꯤꯝ ꯈꯪꯗꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯇꯤ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯑꯀꯨꯠꯄꯁꯨ ꯑꯀꯨꯠꯄꯒꯤ ꯑꯇꯣꯡꯕꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟda khitang khangde yam nungai ra idi
okay okay
aigi chagini
ado madam na thani khakta sungai madam da sarai si thani sa kum matam da madam da hana uram da ba ade madam da hana lairam da ba pot ahong ba husi uri ne je uri ne ba ai ja ga di si kuna thamari sar ko tar madam da kyam improvement la kan
adu ne ai khali jen da thani sure tha ahom ji ga lor pa ti ai khidang ni hena kan la ane ba yo sar yam nungai ba na ai tumba da ayo ayo la heram ni tawidre ba adu ma pra ki or oira fare hauti
tumba da sik pa sabe am torom
sa ji tumba yada ba ai tumda ba adagi khwang na ba gi leng ba khot ba yada ba ji dem tawdi
madam da naram mi se ko gi mit ki problem sik na ta bida khwang na ba ko tang tang sik pa sabe torom mi ne ba
tang sik ba mo podi tawdro ba sik ko khwang na ba sa ji leng ba khot ba yada ba tumba da sum la he da ko torom ba se ji tawdi
sik pa sabe ko adu pang ji kana lom phange ba
adu khangni ai sa
yam ngai jare madam mathang da koi testimony koi video matem tang long jagi ye ko ngasi gi di matang asai da koi tension
koi sar gi ming le phang ong tak habi ba
yai pok ke kru konje mo mana
konje mo mana yar pok ke ku de obe ko sar isa gi hojik sai kya sure sa
sai yang kai doi sure
kai doi okay sar isa da hana kari kari narong ge isa da nam ba ge tal habi
ai isa da nam ba je liver wermi kidney kitang so mi adagi isa sikpa sadna ba khar tormi
hoi hoi masi ho da torme ko sar ada sarna sigi naramba kan ka ge treatment ka ge to bir ge hana nari na
ai gote da chalo matung thani gi dak thare adu matung da amuk se tha amuk se pa kan amuk se thani gi dak thare adu gi kana hongi doctor ilaga
hojikti sarade hojik akoi hidak je therapy je man company gi therapy to budi hojikti sarade ka ge result ka kamai to gere
sa adu budi am khena hojikti pura pha bu mo
kari kari phare sarade ta me amna
ai hana liver naramba phare kitni torma naramba phare isa da ai ni chitro sada nadan torma phare
ade bp nung bi
bp su phare
bp jo hojik doctor na bp goli sada ba yare hai ra ba
hai le
haji haji akhoi lejari basi yai pok tulhel mayai lekai deni haji pesel amaga wari saraba mayangi mangna thamjeri medam gi madam medam gi ming amadi lepham amtang habi
ai gi ming rasida kawe tulhel mayai lekai degi ne ai sa se adukki matik naramme sugar lai bedegi adu yeng basu doctor da so amata so dum yeng ore adu kana pamsi khang de adu sigi hidaksi maming
stem cell mayon gi
stem cell mayon gi sigi sisaba degi adu sa se kara kana ba phange nungai adu kimatik adu mit si hana di yamna ngangamme adu sigi hidaksi saba degi di adu ngang ba khot ba di ka stautre adu isa so adu hana khara son tharamba degi pangan jawdaba du sigi hidaksi saba degi di adu kimatik nungai
hakchang nuar kri ba koi gi narak pa che sahi kya su bu gi no kona sahi kya su re na bi ri
sahi tare mukti churani naris
ado atai te gi koi laing pa thapti madam na satha bi ram ne ba tai tai jaga jaga ta ko ado madam adu kana ba phangma ngambar kamai toi
phangba ngamde chi da ke jaba de gi adum phangye hai tari cha de nungai bi to phau
ada haji ji madam na masigi hidak se course kaya hadi gi packet to kaya sabira
pikel ahum sure
adu di akoi gi pandam di tha ahum hai bani packet ahum di tha ma khai ne ba ko adu di masidi madam akoi gi course suna ba mathang da sabi yo adu ga amuk akoi amuk unasi adu ga phabasu wai bi yo haina akoi gi mai gi digi nungai ba phong to
ozagi isagi ming laifam ong ta bi o sai
ai gi ming si thomas singai kawi laifam na lisamrok village tegini
hojo jo ozagi isagi sahi kya sura
ai gi tahi se humfu go mari
sura ko ozara hoje hana 나름바 나버지 핵상도 농아람답지 그게노 나름
이한 아이 학장들 나버시 헤파티티스 B 하나 닥터는 하비 무뚱이나 아이코이 그 제님스다 얘기저래 아도 닥터드나 마시디 캔서 다도래 하이버디기 이찬이 비는 아이스 야로에 캔서 다버 내나나티 하드나 프라이빗 기또 그 호스탄의 부르가 아이시 뭐기 닥터드나 얘기 마뚱다 hꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯋꯥꯅ ꯍꯧꯒꯠ ꯀꯥꯈꯠꯄ ꯉꯝꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛ ꯁꯔꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯤꯔꯛꯄ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯈꯔ ꯎꯝꯃꯒ ꯆꯥꯔꯒ ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯈꯔ ꯀꯟꯈꯠꯄꯗꯨꯗ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯄꯛꯅꯕꯒꯤꯔ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒꯅ ꯀꯔꯤꯒꯤꯅꯣ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯉꯣꯟꯗ ꯈꯔ ꯄꯛꯅꯩ ꯐꯕꯒꯤꯔ ꯑꯃꯒꯤꯔ ꯈꯪꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯆꯥꯕ ꯇꯥꯏ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯃꯁꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯆꯥꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯏꯔꯤꯄꯣꯛꯇ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯁꯔꯈꯣꯏꯒ ꯎꯅꯕ ꯂꯥꯛꯏꯁꯤꯅꯤ ꯆꯥꯅꯤꯡ ꯊꯛꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯐꯥꯎꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯆꯥꯕꯗꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯈꯔ ꯈꯔ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯆꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯊꯕꯥꯛ ꯅꯥꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯄꯨꯛ ꯁꯥꯎꯒꯠꯄ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯗꯣꯛꯇꯔꯗ ꯍꯪꯉꯒ ꯑꯩ ꯆꯈꯥꯎ ꯌꯥꯗꯕꯒꯤꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯆꯈꯥꯎꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯆꯥꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯐꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯁꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯆꯥꯕꯗ ꯆꯈꯥꯎꯁꯨ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯅꯥꯕꯁꯨ ꯈꯔ ꯅꯦꯝꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄꯁꯨ ꯈꯔ ꯐꯩ ꯊꯕꯥꯛ ꯅꯥꯕꯁꯨ ꯈꯔ ꯐꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯍꯛꯆꯥꯡꯗ ꯀꯣꯏꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄ ꯊꯣꯛꯍꯟꯕ ꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯂꯝꯗꯦ ꯁꯤ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯀꯣꯏꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯄꯁꯨ ꯉꯝꯃꯦ ꯋꯥꯀꯤꯡꯁꯨ ꯆꯠꯂꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯏꯆꯥꯅꯨꯄꯤꯅ ꯑꯩ ꯃꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯆꯥꯗꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯦ ꯆꯥꯎ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯔꯒ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯗꯥꯛꯇꯔꯅ ꯄꯤꯔꯛꯄ ꯃꯣꯏꯒꯤ
ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯅ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯆꯥꯏꯁꯦ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯦ
ꯊꯥ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ
ꯊꯥ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯄꯨꯔꯥ ꯁꯨꯔꯦꯕ ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯣꯖꯥꯒꯤ ꯀꯝꯄ꯭ꯂꯦꯛꯁꯟ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯔꯦ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯃꯌꯥꯡ ꯀꯪꯕ ꯁꯣꯟꯊꯕ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗ ꯀꯩꯝꯇ ꯎꯗ꯭ꯔꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯦ ꯏꯝꯄ꯭ꯔꯨꯚꯃꯦꯟ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯖꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯄꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯔꯦ ꯑꯗ ꯑꯁꯦꯡꯕꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯊꯥ 3 ꯆꯥꯎ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦ ꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯕꯔꯂꯤꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯁꯇꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯊꯥ 3 ꯆꯥꯒꯗꯕꯅꯦ ꯃꯥꯗꯨ ꯆꯠꯄ ꯍꯣꯡꯕꯅꯦ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯃꯊꯪꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯇꯦꯁ ꯇꯧꯊꯣꯛꯄꯤꯔꯒ ꯌꯦꯡꯀꯥꯟꯗ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯔꯤꯖꯜꯠꯁꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯔꯕꯅꯦ ꯒꯨꯗ ꯔꯤꯖꯜꯠ ꯂꯥꯛꯑꯅꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯩ ꯁꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯒ ꯑꯩ ꯊꯝꯖꯔꯒꯦ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ ꯑꯣꯖꯥ
ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯎꯅꯖꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯃꯤꯡꯒ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯒ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯃꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯣꯝ ꯄꯤꯡꯀꯤ ꯗꯦꯕꯤ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯅ ꯅꯝꯕꯣꯡ ꯀꯥꯃꯣꯡ ꯇꯣꯝꯕꯝ ꯂꯩꯀꯥꯏꯗꯒꯤ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕꯁꯦ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯀꯔꯤ ꯑꯣꯏꯕꯤꯔꯕꯅꯣ ꯑꯝꯇꯪ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯛꯑꯣ
ꯑꯩꯁꯦ ꯈꯅꯥꯎꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯇꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯒ꯭ꯌꯥꯁꯇꯤꯛ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯐꯦꯇꯤ ꯂꯤꯚꯔꯁꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯦꯀꯣ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯊꯕꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯁꯥꯔꯒ ꯆꯥꯛ ꯏꯁꯤꯡ ꯆꯥꯅꯤꯡ ꯊꯛꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯇꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯁꯤꯠ ꯆꯠꯂꯨ ꯌꯥꯗꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝ ꯃꯌꯥꯝ ꯑꯃ ꯊꯦꯡꯅꯩ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯑꯣꯀꯦ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯣꯏꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯆꯥꯕꯁꯤ ꯃꯇꯝ ꯀꯌꯥꯝꯗꯤ ꯀꯨꯏꯔꯒꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯁꯦ
ꯑꯩꯅ ꯆꯥꯖꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠ 10ꯅꯤ ꯁꯨꯕꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯀꯩꯁꯨ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯝꯗꯦ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ 15 days ꯁꯨꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠꯇ ꯏꯁꯥꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯁꯝꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯈꯣꯡ ꯇꯦꯛꯈꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯑꯅꯥꯕꯐꯥꯎ ꯂꯩ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯄꯣꯠꯁꯦ ꯃꯊꯟꯇ ꯉꯥꯊꯕ ꯌꯥꯗꯕꯗꯣ ꯉꯥꯊꯕ ꯌꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯇꯕꯗꯣ ꯈꯣꯟꯖꯦꯜ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯛꯄ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯁꯥꯒꯠꯄ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕ ꯐꯨꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯕꯁꯨ ꯐꯔꯛꯄ ꯑꯁꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯕ꯭ꯔꯣꯏꯗ
ꯑꯣ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯑꯣꯟ ꯀꯝꯄꯅꯤꯒꯤ ꯕꯔꯂꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯂꯁ ꯃꯣꯔꯤꯡꯒꯥꯁꯤꯒ ꯁꯤꯕꯣꯐ꯭ꯔꯣꯟꯒꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯍꯥꯟꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯕ꯭ꯂꯦꯝꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯀꯥꯟꯅꯕ ꯐꯪꯉꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯁꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯍꯤꯗꯥꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅ ꯊꯥ ꯀꯌꯥꯃꯨꯛꯇꯤ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯈ꯭ꯔꯒꯦ
ꯑꯩ ꯊꯥ ꯐꯥꯗ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯕꯔꯂꯦꯗꯤ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯕꯗꯒꯤ ꯊꯥ 2ꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯁꯨꯖꯔꯦ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇꯣꯟꯗꯤ ꯑꯣꯟꯂꯤ 5 days ꯀꯨꯝꯕ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯗ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯤ
ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇꯣꯟ 5 days ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯕꯗ ꯉꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯁꯤꯖꯤꯟꯅꯔꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯍꯣꯡꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯂꯩꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯅꯦꯕ
ꯍꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯒꯦ ꯑꯩ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯂꯨꯝꯃꯝꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯨꯝꯃꯒ ꯊꯪꯒꯠꯂ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯀꯣꯛ ꯆꯤꯛꯄ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯏꯁꯥ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯇꯕ ꯃꯤꯅ ꯈꯤꯇꯪ ꯉꯥꯡꯅ ꯁꯥꯎꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯑꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯄ ꯏꯁꯥꯗ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯛꯑꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯄꯣꯛꯑꯦ ꯑꯀꯤꯕꯁꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯗꯣ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯀꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯁꯤꯕꯔꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯟ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯖ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯁꯦ ꯊꯛꯄꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯩ ꯑꯀꯤꯕ ꯐꯥꯎꯕ ꯅꯨꯃꯤꯠ 5ꯅꯤꯁꯤꯗꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯟꯊꯣꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯃꯦꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤ ꯁꯥꯔ
ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ ꯑꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯐꯔꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯣꯒ꯭ꯔꯥꯝ ꯀꯩꯅꯣꯁꯤ ꯚꯤꯗꯤꯑꯣꯁꯤ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯊꯪꯒꯤ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯂꯧꯖꯔꯛꯈꯤꯒꯦ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯒꯤ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯥꯅ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯆꯥꯊꯕꯤꯀꯣ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯗꯛꯁꯤ ꯆꯥꯕꯁꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯀꯣꯔꯁ ꯍꯥꯏꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ 3ꯗꯒꯤꯅ 4 ꯐꯥꯎ ꯑꯗꯨꯃꯥꯏꯅ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃ ꯅꯥꯔꯕ ꯄꯦꯁꯦꯟ ꯑꯃꯗꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯤꯖꯕꯁꯤ ꯊꯥ 3ꯗꯒꯤꯅ 4 ꯐꯥꯎ ꯑꯗꯨꯝ ꯄꯤꯖꯩ ꯍꯥꯏꯇꯥꯔꯦ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯗꯗꯤ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛꯁꯤ ꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯑꯇꯦꯟꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯗ ꯑꯗꯨꯛꯀꯤ ꯃꯇꯤꯛ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯐꯒꯠꯂꯛꯏ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯃꯦꯗꯥꯝꯅꯁꯨ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯥꯅ ꯆꯥꯕꯤꯀꯣ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯇꯥꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯇꯦꯟꯁꯤꯟꯖꯔꯒꯦ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ
매당기 민가 매당기 레이팡가 아한바담당 담비로.
Kaking sumang lay tayo sumang parang.
오케이.
Di mayum randuani.
오케이. 아두가 매당기 농아이타바세 까리까리노 아두둥다.
Hindi hujiti ay sedong na nungay.
Debaters from Treasury Veins. Sorry, it should be from opposition bench. Wahengbam Langlen Thubi Langlen Thadoi Koksalaga dum korgi Wahengbam Langlen Thubi Ngako Langlen Thadoi it's very lovely. Langlen Thadoi. Ozabi menine. Ngako. Timekeeper am taling sin biro. Yare Langlen Thadoi. No. Horo yare.
Ngasi House of Pukat Pirakliba motion Manipurda Santi amasung mahusagi fibam da hanjalak pahayba si political dialogue. Sige wahan to asi karai phau ba hanba yabagi Mr. Speaker haibadi ngasi phau ba Manipur na inada tilaba matung lamdam masida makhal makha kayagi santi gi kholau kaya ma law ba lepale tri Mr. Speaker aduna motion asida panbiri ba santi asi kadama makha gi santi obiga doribano amasung asida sunatana ani shuba pointa motion asi yamna maru oiba ma oiriba political dialogue khaktana hariba asi kadamba makhagi kadamba level gi rajniti gi wari oibirabana Mr. Speaker masi kana gi marakta lega doriba rajniti wari oibirabano haibadi lamdam asi gi rangna sohalaba victims singe marakta lega doriba stakeholder ama oina makoina represent tawraga makoi gi marakta lega doriba rajniti wari oibirabra natragana leaders singe marakta lega doriba rajniti wari oibirabra Mr. Speaker asumna kana gi marakta lega doriba rajniti wari no haiba adu fauba mayek sengna pandabaduna takli madudi mosan asi mayek sengde mifam asida pukatuna khana naina riba asi mifam asi are matam manghan boina thoga dabana mara moiraga house agi mosan asi withdraw to wina bagi dama Mr. Speaker haiba famna ning singjari asomna motion asi mayik sing de haibagi ai wafam khara thamjakraba matung motion asi lali manipur da santi purak pa haiba si political dialogue khakta na ngamloi haibagi wafam khara so ai mathang murana thamjaraki madudi ahan bada democracy chaliba lamda mamagi manungda leiriba apikpa community amana sugi mamna chatharaliba thawong sing asi communal riots natragana communal conflict na hana define tawba yaroi Mr. Speaker masidi terrorism gi thawong ama khakni aduna terrorism gi thawong ama bu kadamba ground da kari manam gi rajniti wari sanagadri bano Mr. Speaker amusa khana duna yengminasi madudi constitution gi article ama tada terrorism gi thawong ama bu rajniti gi wari sanaraga solve tawba wari panba leite Mr. Speaker ningsing ba fai madudi 9/11 ki Osama bin Laden ki terrorism ki thawongda US ki response rajniti wari sanabana oikhide asomna mang batak pa kaya loi khraba matung lamda mamada tholi birang mambo rajniti ki wari khaktana sol tawba ngamgen haina pukhalaliba ngasi gi house asigi motion asidi ai tasena ngaktaba ngamjadi Mr. Speaker mayam so muktan khanduna yengbiu madudi irang asna mang tahan khraba kaya ama matu macha kaya ma mamang maktra tamthina hatok pi khraba punsi kaya pi khamna khraba mayung makai kaya ma mang tahan khibana maram moiraga ngasi phawba laifam laituda kangau na duna leiriba makhogi thamoida chakriba mairi adubu rajniti gi wari khaktana sop tawba ngamgadra Mr. Speaker kari gumba rajniti haina leire khallasi madu iba taragadi makhogi thamoida chahoriba mairi aduna nongma natraga nongmari soidana mairik pitagi maijau altuna pumnamak chakla khigani matamdo dana kadamba makhalgi kadamba level gi santi purakpa ngamloidaba rajniti wari oibirabana Mr. Speaker asumna haiba motion asi lali haibagi ai han wafam thamjakraba matung ani suba pointa hena pakthok sakthokna lamda mamagi irang ambu rajniti gi wari khaktana solve tawba ngamloi haibagi world gi history khara sumayang mafamda thamjagi madudi ahan bada Sri Lanka amasung the Liberation Tigers of Tamil Ilam ani sigi marakta rajniti wari lekhraba matung ani subada Colombia amasung the Revolutionary Armed Forces of Colombia 2015 ani sigi marakta su rajniti wari lekhraba matung hena irang kaya tholaki civil war phawa thorakpagi wafam masina su loiba nati madudi Nigeria amasung Boko Haram 2013 marakta su khaba matung mana do fangna zabi satri mahiro kaya amasu kidnap tawduna makhogi demand phangna bo hona ki Mr. Speaker aduna ngasi lamda mamada thokliba irang amabu rajniti wari sanaraba khaktada solve tawba ngamloi haibagi world gi history khara sumayam gi mafamda thamjaraba matung ahum suba point da muning singjaraki madudi community amana taliba demand separate administration asi phangna ba chatharali ba thawong sing asi terrorism ki thawong ama oibana mara moiraga masi rajniti wari na sanabagi mathau tadi Mr. Speaker masi atha thoktaba ama khakni mataw karam na haiba doining sing jarake madudi 2nd August 2024 iba nominasi da mar amasung maitai community ani yauna phamkiba mifam adu aremba taki haibadi mifam irang hauraki amasung yung kai kaya ma mang takhibana mara moiraga thawoning deba thodok kaya ma tholakwi wafam lekhrabani Mr. Speaker na so loiba nate madudi 2nd October 2024 humge MLA yauna haibadi maitai kuki amasung phamadu aremba taki mataw karamna 20 October 2024 hariba nominasi da amu si adugi Tayona bada hen irang horaktuna 2024 Bam district Mr. Speaker adu house of pukat prekliba house asigi motion asi dalo hari basi mi kaya masuta khangmina madudi mari ba political amabu gi thawong amabu lo na sob tawkhiba masida terrorist ki thawong amasung makhoi gi wakhalo na sibu akhoi gi lo na chanaba ya haiduna ayaba pi mane Mr. Speaker gi thawong Iba taragadi. Maikay amadagisu, makoy wa tade, makoy wa tawoy de haiduna, amuhan na irang horaktuna, tuwaning daba togdo kaya masu, toglo e hainingay, like Mr. Speaker. Aduna, terrorism ki tawong ama buras ti wari na som tog bahay basi, akoy prasana, sarkada tanamba tajabado mangkigani, amasu, tajabado amuhan na pangang na buhana ba matamda, hena tuwaning daba togdo kaya ama, tolak payabagi mami kaya masu saw na taduna like Mr. Speaker. Aduna, masidi, santi purak padilay na kuru Pamtado na to ni Mr. Speaker. Aduna, ngasi House of Pukalali ba mo sana si mayik sing nalali, Manipur da santi purak bahay ba si political dialogue kakta na ngamloy. Masidi, niyong giwam na sa tarag di ba tawong singa Cebu, terrorism ni tawong na lock tok to na, lokat from tok pa action lokat piba, illegal immigrants sing masak kang tok to na, makoy botak tok hiba, border fencing ning china maintain tok biba, leaders sing na piri ba power na dubo michang mikhay na na ning china exercise tok biba ba, amasung India government na Manipur sana di ba, geopolitics asi lepiraga, Manipur su Indian amani kanbiraga manaba mine ying biraba matam dakak, Manipur santi purak pa ngamgen haiba wapam kara si tamjaraga, ngasi mosa na si Sagi withdraw to wina bagi dama Mr. Speaker say mafam da ning singzari hagatjari.
Thank you Langlen Thadoy. Next is also from opposition bench, Ms. Nam Chanathoy Chanu, cell number 31. Nam Chanathoy Chanu, cell number 31.
Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi House ki motion na si Manipur da santi amasung mahausa phibam hanjila dialogue khat pangangani motion na sida amadi karamba party ga political dialogue ga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilakani haibasi mayek sengna pandabana motion na si aranba amadi mapung phadaba motion namani. So I strongly stand against this motion and let me share my valid arguments categorically. Ahan Manipur 1940 14 August ki nongyai chabukta British loram sasan gi makhutagi ning tamba fanglaba matung masagi oiba constitution na lengak charam laba matung da amuk 1949 gi 15 da India gi expansion policy na malem gi lebak kya gi ning tamba gi chana kang khonggaung naram laga dominant of India na purbu makhoi gi phibanung da namtin tin sinki annexation asigi mayokta 1949 gi 28 September da form kiba Manipur Assembly session na yaning da ba fong na utuna condemn taw kiba 1949 to 51 da hizam irabona sanction kiba ningtam ihau 1960 da Maitai State Community amadi Manipuri National Community gi ihau 1964 da UNLF amadi 1978 da PLA amasung tongan to kayana India gi mayokta political violence sathaduna ngasi phawba lamdam sida tangdu laita daba mihat mipuntana thallaba leibak ama oiduna lagli phibam sida kanaga madi karamba party ga political dialogue tongnaraga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilakador banosa ani subada 1940 10 AM Constitution gi Article 30 370 gi matung ina sovereignty pithok taba sumna tagi associates oina masagi statehood personality 100 na UN gi member oidrabasu Constitution Article 35 ki clause 2 amasung 3 gi matung ina clause 35 ki clause 2 amasung 3 gi matung ina International Court of Justice ta masagi maning tamba hanjin janabagi hak phawba lairiba wakat pagi hak phawba lairiba Kashmir phawba ngasidi Indiana supai passion kre aduna di missing shriam jadaba duga India gi dibar and rule policy na maram lamdam sida khunda minirba phurup singi marakta ngaya kangdana hatna sunariba lamdam sigi ngasi su Indiana ira laina thamli Masida political ki wafam de Taiwan abanisa. Ahom subada kunai amabu maru phangna hairagadi kunai dudo khunda phurup singi apun bagi saktam wakhalon machet thongna thugaiba amadi semilon bu lek manghalaba matam data oithokani masimak India pudangasi phaba sathaduna lagli ngasidi lamdam sigi chief minister phawa chingi lamda changba ngamdre masina tagli badi Manipur masita na kairak haibasi masina khudamni kanaga karamba political dialogue tongnaraga Manipur da peace and normalcy hanjilakador manasa bada India nungda hek tinsin kibaga lamdam sigi mitram myam amadi lalhauban nam yanabagi namada 19 chalaiduna lam mitram myam singda mihan mipu mina sathaduna lagli 1992 2017 powada misam 2284 790 security 1023 ki punsi become nakre ngasi somuk lamdam si tampaki district police station tarung na konba mafamda MHA na 14 na 2024 da na taglibadi ngasi Manipur na India ke colonial rule gi haibasi mayek sing na tai ko na po India na party amataga political dialogue tong naruba haibasi hingna khoi gumbir ke khata baga pangkhak oiganisa mga subada 2023 gi megi tang ahum dagi ngasi phaba sanction tha kun henzelak laba irang asishu India na Manipur maseta na thugai na bagi saru amani karigumba India na Manipur bu makhoi gi laibang manung da laiba state ama oina uramba taragadi ngasi thogliba lanasi thoglam da bayai kuki narco-terrorism na missile amadi sophisticated managani masidi yana but na kuki sing insin banisa taruk subada daba nipun ya khang yaw daba ha basi purna india ban nam tin tin mahin Wari sanabo na thokanisa asumna mathakta panjakriba facts and figures sing asna mostana se mayek sing na lali haibo labanina yena bayaw dana house ke floor dagi withdraw to binaba speaker sagi pungning chingsinjari.
Thank you, Senator. Next from Treasury Vance, Yumnam Difes Singh. Yumnam Difes Singh.
Good afternoon, everyone, respected juries, honorable speaker, honorable members of both benches and the audiences. With the changing time, there is a need to change the outlook of the people in order to participate in the global race of development, and any movement needs to adapt to the changes. Several precious lives have been lost in the movements and conflicts that began since 1960s and 1980s in Manipur. Many women have lost their dignity, many promising youths killed, and the society lost uncountable academicians. However, several such movements and conflicts across the world have been resolved through political dialogues, and as such, a strategy in this line is needed to resolve the prevailing conflicts in Manipur too. With this notion, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to extend my firm belief and support for today's motion, that is, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Essentially, to get the right context of conflicts in Manipur, we need to look back at the history of Manipur. The first democratic constitution of Manipur, as the Manipur Constitution Act 1947, was promulgated by the King of Manipur in July 1947, even before the transfer of power by the British in the midnight of 14 August 1947. Following these, the king became a constitutional monarch, but shortly Manipur merged with Union of India following the infamous Manipur Merger Agreement of 1949. Youths who opposed the manner in which Manipur was forced to merge with Union of India rose up to form several organizations and started undertaking movement. The movement turned into an armed revolution during the 1970s, which marked the beginning of an armed conflict with the government of India. Clearly, the insurgent movements in most states of northeast India had their roots in search for forceful inclusion in India. However, in Manipur, the post-independence insurgent movements had their roots in However, in Manipur, the post-independence insurgent movements had their roots additionally more in conflicts of ethnic identity and demand for self-determination. Increasing ethnic clashes between the three major communities, Nagas, Kukis, and Meiteis, overland and political power could be witnessed during 1980s and 90s. Mr. Speaker, sir, coming to the ongoing conflict between Meitei and Kuki-Zo communities of Manipur, we have already witnessed how much destruction this violence has caused on both sides, and in fact, the whole of Manipur. The suspension of operation agreement signed among the central government, state government, and the two Kuki umbrella organizations, Kuki National Organization (KNO) and United People's Front (UPF), appear to be the foundation of this balance. Signed on 22nd August 2008, this agreement was taken as an opportunity by the Kukis and as a consequence. Illegal immigration, illegal drug trade, and arms smuggling came to arise across the international border with Myanmar. This shows the active involvement of the two groups, Kuki National Army (KNA) and Zomi Revolutionary Army (ZRA) under this agreement. While this agreement served as a foundation, Mr. Speaker, sir, the present conflict seemed to emerge as a protest against Manipur government's eviction drive for illegal occupants in hills, reserve forests, and protected areas, and the war on drugs campaign led to successful destruction of poppy plantation. However, the immediate triggers for this balance, which has been 1 year, 8 months, and 22 days as of today, were Manipur State Cabinet's decision on 2nd January 2023 reapproving the delisting of any Kuki tribe from scheduled tribe list, a case scheduled tribe list. Another important decision of State Cabinet Subcommittee on January 19, 2023 to identify illegal immigrants and to take up strict action against the influx across the porous Indo-Myanmar border. These two measures thus fueled up the Chin Kuki-Zo communities for this violence. Coincidentally, to their advantage came the order of Manipur High Court on 14 April 2023, directing the state government to sign a recommendation for the inclusion of Meitei or Meitei under scheduled tribe list, a case which has been pending for nearly 10 years. With this as proximate cause, the crisis started as a protest against the order on 3rd May 2023 and later turned violent in Kuki-dominated areas. After a deep analysis of this balance, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have come to the conclusion that political dialogue is the basic need of the hour. Proper transparency of government policies and programs should have been provided to the concerned communities to avoid misunderstandings. The sooner we initiate proper political dialogue between the concerned community with the state and the central government, the sooner we can resolve this conflict with a long-term solution. So I would like to request the Honorable Speaker to please pass the motion from the floor of the House. Thank you.
Thank you, Dipesh. Mathang sidi opposition bench tagi ahum lokatare. Treasury bench ki kanosi debater si amak treko. Next from opposition bench, Mayang Lambam Mangal Singh. Serial number 19. Mayang Lambam Mangal Singh, serial number 19.
With the permission of the Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, Honorable Mover ngasi House to move to remove motion Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi primniba topic aste yauriba peace haiba siga normalcy haiba siga anigi kenaba si mamangda supporting bench ki sinau sing na mayek sing na thamiram da bumna uzai Mr. Speaker. Aduna ngasigi topic asigi main point oriba peace haiba siga normalcy haiba siga anigi kenaba si Mr. Speaker sagi from the masakha na thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, peace haiba taragadi santi haibani hauji hauji oriba Manipur asida yengba taragadi hauji hauji thokliba irang asi loiba matungda haiba peace ase phangadabni Mr. Speaker, sir, aduga normalcy haiba taragadi mahausagi oiba punshon aduda hanjalakpa adubu aikoina normalcy da hanjalakpa haraga khangnagani Mr. Speaker. Masida akhogi wakala samam nariba ase mahusagi ba punshon hai basida irang ase thoktringai haibadi tharmegi mamangi mahusa adu oigadoribra natragana mamangai nithau palinge haktak to oramba ching amsung tam ani gi mrakta leramba nungsi chanaba madugi oiba punshon adu da hanjalakpa adubu mahusa da hanjalakpa hargedribra haibasi akhogi wakala samam naba ama leiri Mr. Speaker. Hariba samam nabasi koknabagi damakta Mr. Speaker sagi from the wafam khak thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, mahusagi ba punshon hanjalakpa haibadi normalcy da hanjalakpa haiba taragadi mamangai mahurol da leramba chingam sungtam ani gi mrakta yenaba yaudaba nungsi chanaba na thalaba madugi oiba punshon aduda hanjalakpa adubu aikoina normalcy da hanjalakpa harga khangnagani Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga hariba normalcy asidi Manipurda matam kayagi mamangdagi hanjalbang ngamdana laklaba wafam amani Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga masida ngasigi topic asida political dialogue katana hariba peace asiga normalcy asiga masida political dialogue khagdana ngamgani hariba ngasigi topic asidi khannaruba matamda thoiding haidoga khunma sanabagum thokadaba topic ama oibna ngasigi motion asida yang oppose tawjiribni Mr. Speaker. Aduna ngasigi primble topic asi mayek singna lale habadu unnabagi damakta aigi obe strong build argument khartang Mr. Speaker sagi phumda mathang manau na masa khaina thamjage. Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasigi primble topic asi yauriba political dialogue haibasi karino haibasi ana munna khanane na yeminasi political dialogue haiba taragadi party ahum punsalaga reconcile tobagi process adu bu aikoina political dialogue harga khangnagani Mr. Speaker. Masida yanadriba party ani du balarani aduga atopa neutral oiba party amana mediator oigidabni Mr. Speaker, sir. Adubu hauji hauji thokliba Manipur gi current situation asigi haibadi conflict asigi mediator asi India government oibagi mami yamna sauna tari Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduna India government asidi kanagi favor da leibano haibasidi mipum tingna khangnaraba wafamni aduna ngasigi topic asi langina Mr. Speaker sai phone thamjage. Masigi sumatakta political dialogue asida yawadriba party ahum se kyamu yamna political dialogue asi sinabada satisfy oirabano haibase masi amu khanane duna yemina Mr. Speaker, masida wafam makak thamjaramge madudi maya thongna penglaba thang ama hariba thang ado sizinaba haitabadagi thangnamna haiyale haibugum thokada wafam amaka pangkhakni Mr. Speaker, sir. Political dialogue haibase yamna afaba kulai amani adubu masi sina kadoriba leingak sasan asida yauriba leingak pasing asina political dialogue asibu sizinaba haitabadagi political dialogue asigi mayak samhangadori Mr. Speaker, sir. Amasung mase mai papagi lambilomda pusanma ngamloidaba ngasigi topic asi lale haina thamjage. Masigi sumatakta political dialogue asi phaba kuloina sizinaba haitri aduga masida political dialogue khagdana haibadi can only be hariba wafam masina ngasigi topic asi hena lale habadu mayek sengna uli Mr. Speaker, sir. Makha trapada Mr. Speaker reconcile tawgodriba party ahum sigi marakta ama oriba terrorist party sigi makhogi slogan da sumna palli Mr. Speaker, sir. Solution first, peace later haina paliba makhogi wafam masina takli madudi kaidong nungda Manipurda peace amasung normalcy asi hanjalaki haiba taragadi political dialogue ngamlo haibasidi masina marik larba khudamni Mr. Speaker, sir. Masigi sumadakta Manipurda peace amasung normalcy asi hanjalaknabagi damakta aikoina khanase habani masida aikoina karigi damakta terrorist ka wari sanagadribno Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida political dialogue taw haibasidi haiba terrorist group asiga aikoiga reconcile taw haibaga pangkhakni Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida leader change phanamna tawba taraga su kaidong nungda Manipurda peace asi hanjalakpa ngammoi Mr. Speaker, sir. Maramdi Manipur ki chukli se India government adu pari habasidi mipum tingna khangra wafamni aduna ngasigi topic se langin haina Mr. Speaker, sir gi wafamda thamjari Mr. Speaker, sir. Maramdi political dialogue asle yaugadiba party ahum se satisfy am fabo oidaba ngasigi topic se langani, sir. Makha trapada Mr. Speaker, sir, Manipur peace asi hanjalalake haiba taragadi there is only be one solution, there is military solution khatana ngamgadabni Mr. Speaker, sir. Indian Constitution gi section 15 the yauriba unlawful activity prevention eki matung ina haibadi refugees sing relief camp ta lariba miyoi sing amasung civilian sing na faniamna armed rebellion natragana civil war lapa matamda makhoi asi sokpa yade Mr. Speaker, sir. Adubu hariba group asidi masigi law asibu break tawri Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduna prithibida lariba mipum khudimangna amasung prithibida lariba country khudimangna makhoi ase terrorist ni haina yanraba wafam mani Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduna terrorist ki di hidat like Mr. Speaker, aduna makhoi asidi mapangan sontan ma mathok tagani haina Mr. Speaker sagi phumna thamjage aikoina ngasi thokliba Manipur gi conflict asida politically kayuma solution porkiba tagasu matam kharagi matungda sungsoi sodina magi atop irang ammu horakani Mr. Speaker, sir. Manamdi hariba terrorist group ase mapangan yamna kalli Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduna ahan bamada makhoi ase mapangan sontan ba mathok tagani haina Mr. Speaker sagi phumna thamjage. Maka tapata Mr. Speaker sir, Indian Constitution gi 7 schedule gi Union list ki number 1 da yauriba amasung state list ki number 1 da yauriba haibadi Mr. Speaker sir, Manipur ladiba central forcing kudam moina harabada BSF ladiba CRPF ladiba Assam Rifle ladiba hariba central forcing ase under the Act of Civil Power gi makada makoi se state government ki command makada laigirmi haina mayek sengna palli Mr. Speaker sir. Aduna Manipur da hauji ji thokliba conflict asida ekoina military solution ase nainatriba si hariba ek ase ekoina mayek sengna khangdabagini haina Mr. Speaker sir from the thamjige military crackdown natragana military solution asigi mayek laraba oithokani haibagi khudam haibu Mr. Speaker sir 1984 da Punjab ta chathagiba operation blue star na masigi mayek laraba khudam ni Mr. Speaker sir Punjab ka Manipur gi yengba matamdadi paklaba samudra amaga piklaba pukhi masa amaga tangdamba pangkhakni Mr. Speaker sir July ki date 1 da chatagiba Operation Blue Star do numitani da Punjab ta terrorist mutatpang ngamgi Mr. Speaker sa aduga picture pikhaba khujin man pakpa Manipur si di karigi damakta terrorist mutatpang ngamdoi duri no haiba wafamji Mr. Speaker sa from the thamjari aduna Manipur da pisa se handalake haiba taragadi athuba matamda military solution asina masigi solution oigina na thamjage aduga makata pada Mr. Speaker sa Manipur da normalcy ase handal halake haiba taragadi yamna long term oiba process ama changani Mr. Speaker sa ahambada legislative council ama lingduna linga ki oiba tongan ba thabak thoram singda tongan ba furup singi magi oiba representative sing thagatuna magi oiba community singi grievances sing redisel tohangedabni masina ahanba Manipur da peace amasung normalcy handalakna bagi ahanba khungthang am oigani haina Mr. Speaker sa gi funda thamjage Makata pada Mr. Speaker sir, MLR and LRA haibadi Manipur Land Revenue and Land Reforms Act of 1960 si amend tawbiduna haibadi chingda lariba lamsingda tampakta lariba miyoi amana lam leiba amsung khundahan ba yahan biduna hill and valley divide ase lehendana unity and integrity gi oiba saktam ama sakat biduna hana lairam liba Manipur gi mahausa haibado hanjalakna bada masina achauba thodang ama logani habasi Mr. Speaker sa gi fun thamjari aduna Mr. Speaker hajning ba wafum kaya amadi leijari adu matam sina yamna limited oikibana matang sida lotion jage sir aduna mamanda panjaki ba wafum singa sina ngasi gi topic ase mayak singna lale habadu uli Mr. Speaker sir aduna mayak singna lale khanglaba motion asdi house gi yenaba yaudana withdraw to wikinaba Mr. Speaker sir gi langtak ngarba punim sinjari thank you
Next is also from opposition bench, Dineshwar Purit-Sabam. Cell number 13, Dineshwar Purit-Sabam from opposition bench.
Kasige bibirba topic haitare Manipur ta peace and normalcy se political dialogue na purakani habasi hana taseng masi thwai hakchang yaung ya janing de aduna masi ruling bench ki site ki masi withdraw to bi speaker kuthang da dokchari taseng na kari maram ge political dialogue na purkpa khaktana purakpa yar hoi haribano haitar gadi koina peace building process ta political dialogue habase part macha ma khatan state ki machinery sing na constitutional machinery sing na state na the fail loina oidan lerga state na collapse tawduna lerga da political dialogue aise lamdam du da tawba aise soi oi thok ta maram de maduna masigi soi oi roidaba topic ne haitare mas da bibiram mo sans taseng na har kanda ko yengse koi Manipur da hoje hoje lairiba phibam se kari kamana ge kanda khoina ipai pui wari de hekta haba yong na tan yin madu adu ka chap mana hoje lairis yong na tan yin ba serapla pai ba yong duna governments ne both state and central governments ne duka ngasai ge suya ya na roi da ba hodong majani du suya ya na da ba ne ba adu ani duna hoje oheli se kana kanda maitei ga kuki ge se ne hoje oheli aduna hodong sine hek mi won ma matam ne koi Manipur da solution por pangam dois akoi taseng na har kanda political dialogue hai se karamba mina political dialogue toroga ngamgani hai ta di laibak nuksiba mi singdona political dialogue torokanda maduna mihut oirakanda natra constitutional machinery singdona lamsi da functional ohela matam da political dialogue se mai pakada hun political dialogue hai base karam kan lakani har kanda akoi gi hojik irang tholiba element me amsa eliminate tawra matungda mokoi se wipe out tor matungda sanitize to thom matungda akoi lamdam sida taseng nar khanda santi puruk no lambi du la ka da hone taseng na amutang khanthar heng biu speaker sir akoi ge lamdam sida praja jing se masana masage life and property jing ak chu waina lang thu aba mikup sida matau garam na political dialogue to do ne adagi haidi masi article 21 the period ni fundamental right masi is totally violent in Manipur terrorists freedom of expression adum laitrabani manipur da karam fundamental rights se miyam ni enjoy toribano habase achoba question nam orabani sigi phibam jida political dialogue tawsiluba habase aduki matik achoba soibam aduga maidai gi oina political agenda laite hujik leista koi de manipur kaibe aro integrity kaibe aro haba aduga kuki gi di political agenda lai makoi gi separate administration biu haba asigi jida sigi agenda sida makoi political agenda da akoina political li dialogue horuba daragadi taseng na harakanda kuki gi jo separate administration bithok khasi aduga naga sing ju nagalim da bithok khasi ne ya thobuga cham manai mara maduna haiba political dialogue se sanctiona khwaidagi matang matam chadaba masi khaktuna porok paise suoi oi thokte taseng na akoi 600 square mile da dum sujin lerga political dialogue togdur ba condition si khaigino national highway da khoina chatpa ngamdraga akoina kari maram gi khoina political dialogue togdoino si sing ji hana chatpa loimak ya halaba matam da loimak normal si ma poro matung da state machinery sing se activate tor matung da khoi political dialogue porok kadamne Mr. Speaker sir amuk to khantan jeng biu akoi buffer zone samje le buffer zone ji da central paramilitary forces myam lae bakoi na ji work to bai mong je akoi United Nations ki peacekeeping force model dan he work to is state ki machinery man work to bai mami sukta da je adoi ta ding asai ki yong do adu ki power do ne stories moi order phang da have ne order phang da bani na akoi gi santi rakha thugai ba kangbu se eliminate to no process am bol hitre akoi taseng na har kanda maitai khudim na traga kuki huna ba haiba ma leiroi da bani masida akoi na santi rakha thugai ba vested interest thabuk tor mi mam za akoi na government ki constitution national nam do activate to thoga loishin gadam ne this is the first thing to be done masi hek to da na masi yaw da na manipur da political dialogue suoi oi thoi political dialogue haiba se yeng si ko akoi ki kai hai tare bodolen ki leader ma khakni promote boro has mana bodo haiba jaga sida koi ki 1996 ta ma 2012 ta ma akoi ki communal complex thoi amana adivasi sing bodo ga thokpani amana bengali muslim sing ga thokpani haiba bodo ki dupa du na promote boro haiba nu pasana haiba ki mathungina Mr. Speaker sir amtan khada du yeng biu akoi warring group ani sina politically solution poroke haiba khandragadi khutta khulai pairba ani sina natraga makhoini yaba misingna political dialogue to natragadi kaidong isu lamdu da santi porok ngamoi government su kaim to ngamoi adugi situation ne hojik manipur laisi tasengna any individual natraga group tagi mi amana represent torga manipur gi maitai represent torga hojik political dialogue ta saruk yaba ngam mi se kanano wari sarba hek horuba gadum sengdo linde kaigina kanda warring group to na yada baine taseng na kan aduna Mr. Speaker sir koi ihalan ba matam da manipur da procedure established by law se lehen bam change asi suklai laitana mato kramna political dialogue ai de koi ge usop te yen ba thum du gum ne usop ki hinjang ma them mam loi charaga aroi bel lai ba koi ge thum do adu gum atai do hana loi matung political dialogue se it's the last step to be done masina aroi ba khong thang da na si khadana manipur da santi porok bai se suoi oi thokte manipur da article 163 enjoy to ngamba government ama lehenba kwaidi mathok tarisi aduga manipur da akhoi ge constitution gi 7 schedule de yawba entry number 1 and 2 they are public order and police ki thabak se mapung phana thabak to ngamba adugumba government ama state government ama manipur da leiraba political dialogue se masana dum leizara madu hek leiba ngamdriba hoji som leitrisin kai mangun hai kanda adu gi government do koi state da leita bai ani subada state sida article 355 to impose the hai da di center na su matik chaba lamjida mahaki ba constitution machinery lu sinerga akoi lamdam sida law and order se lakshil laba matam du da akoi political dialogue si tobu yani until unless adu hek togdri bhaudi Mr. Speaker sir koi manipur da political dialogue to was so oi thokte political dialogue to na ba horu mi sing do loi mak adum sengdok kani su upai suk lai leroi manipur da aduna irol loi bada akoi tasengna ngasai gi manipur da शांति पुरक्नबा इराइलाई ITL की पावर थुपजनबा कोतु की पावर थुपजनबा Constitution की 163 मखादा 163 मखादा fully functional of state government ama lairabata Manipur da santi proper ngamgani political dialogue so tobung ngamgani aduna thringa sungang ngamloi aduna opposition ruling bench da hai motion je withdraw to be. Thank you.
Next from opposition bench, Dipti Khetrimayum, cell number 24. Dipti Khetrimayum, cell number 24.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am Dipti Khetrimayum Kauzai. Ngasi House Bukhalagli notion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hariba notion asida aina ngasi Mr. Speaker sir gi ayaba laujaraga yamna simple oiba wafam kara thamjage. Ahanbada political dialogue khaktana yamna solely depend oiraga yam solely minjam oiraga political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani habasidi ayazaningde. Karigino haba matamda political dialogue si yam achoba yam powerful oiba dialogue amani ayazaningi adubu sina khwaidagi most effective tool ama oibra habadudi ayazaning because we need public consensus and political consensus masida both the parties na yanaraga table talk ama taraga wari watai sanaraga resolution si purakadamni adubu hojik Manipur gi fibam se oibana Manipur gi fibam se uraga di hoje puki tawba udribanina resolution si purakpa ngamde maduna ahanbada aina public consensus amadi political consensus anima yauraga table talk tawnabagi wafam thamjage ani subada Manipur gi hoje ki lairiba fibam se uba matamdadi aikhoi gi Manipur gi assembly constituency sida yamna achauba leg ama oina uyeba there are many legs there are many legs masida ahanbada power imbalancement in political dialogue Manipur gi assembly constituency sida power imbalancement amagi power imbalancement dynamics ama se yam thina chawna uriba kuki gi miyoi tara amadi ruling party gi miyoi ya majority amadi minority tongan di divide tok thorakpanina masida power su setok narakpanina yenthok narakpanina yamna unequal oiba power dynamics ama thokpa uri masigi power imbalancement tholakpasina karida result tawri hai matamda akhoigi legitimacy mangakpa adudagi di root cause to phajana address tawba ngamaktaba masigi root cause phajana address tawba ngamaktaba sina akhoina long term stability ama phangakpada akhoina hojipuk ngamdribasi sigi maramse ama chu oriba. For example, this proportionate oiba favor one sided oiba favor ama peace pura e haragadi in 15 years 20 years we don't know that, but amukasu tension to renew oraga amukasu ihause amukasu lakaniba masigi purakpa the power imbalancement lay na purakpa PCD yamthina short lived oiba yamthina fragile oiba solution ne haibado aina ngasi house thamjage. Second suba pointa the role of justice achumba tawba sisu khwaidagi achauba role amaneba achumba haibagi sisu political dialogue khaktana political dialogue khaktan resolution purakpadudi yam political dialogue sidi justice to focus tawdana compromisation to focus tawragudum layeba sigi compromisation to focus tawra sum layrakpasina karida mangjare I haba matamda relief camp ta layba yum laigidraba mi siraba sidana mangjabana tan atopani hel laigideba masigi resolution justice phangdaba compromisation na helaba solution sidi karida lakchari haba matamda miyoi bada enmity anger violence si noma sum hengal hala iba truth yaudraba adudagidi legal accountability yaudraba peace sibu kamaina short lived oidoinoba fragile oini masina long term peace stability phangbagi wakhalde khoina thadokba ma darka tareba mathang subada for example 1994 da Rwanda the thokiba atrocity Rwanda conflict moi kamaina restore tawgi moina atrocity the loireba matamda moina kari da focus tawi justice purak pa amadi rebuild nation do amuhana rebuild nation rebuild tawrak ba nation do adu kari gi health gi tawi gakaka court widespread reconciliation program gi health gi amuhana mogi Rwanda manguraba Rwanda do amuhan hanjale eba akhoi gi Manipur gi samaina Rwanda ga su hutu abadi tutsi ga conflict thokna gi yam thina chawna thokna gi adu bo hojikti conflict to loiraga huzik peace ama phangle ne peace ama phangle political gi political so yamna achoba saruk ama yai adubu sumaina adubu sina solely means oiba haibadu di yaning deba Rwanda gi solution pu salang pa hona ba matamda social factor amadi social cohesion su darka ta agiba sumaina akhoi gi Manipur da peace pusalake harga di social factor amadi social cohesion purak pam su darka ta yeba madudagi di Gandhi na haramba malai peace is not just the essence of conflict but the ability to cope with it masina haibadi lan lep khre no mai kapna de harga lan phabana teba mi siriba mayam sidi akhoi huji lan lep khre haraga hariba mayam se sibu hujipu sarkar na lan lepe hari adubu huji lan lepe gi phibam di oina thoina udri mathangda people huzik Manipur ki praja singna pame basi karino haib matamda security amadi stability pambane hoji ngatang adum paw adum tana lere ngatang lerga labukta nongmai kapame relief camp tagi mi lauraga mi hato ame hariba conflict me amse nongmai sum hengalakli basi pharabra haibasu phaba laitriba Manipur ki prajana pamise karino haiba matamda Manipur da mai chakliba mai kokhan biu haiba khidang ne ba mas relief camp ta lari basi masa gi yumda hanjan han biu haiba wasine ba masibu sehi ani suraktor ba lan se hauji po political dialogue khakta na ngamni harbani na hauji po ki udri basi kari gi noba aina ngasi supporting bench aina hangjaningi se political dialogue khakta na pusan ba ngamni haribani na hauji po la leptri bai maram si kari gi noba mathang suba point up akoina lan se pahalake hairagadi kari darka tai haiba matamda social cohesion ama darka tai masina trust build tawraga communities ani gi marakta trust build tawraga moi gi marakta wari sanaraga pusalakadaba dialogue sida dialogue political dialogue khaktana pusalakani haiba sidi taseng maki aina yajaningde aroibada political dialogue haibasi yamna vital loba tool amani ayazaning but it also requires a holistic approach that incorporates with economical development justice accountability grassroots initiative sigi macha po sigi basic necessity se yaudringai da political dialogue na peaceful jalak pose ngamjaroi aduna akhoina political dialogue khakta da akhoina solely depend oiler agadi akhoina we are risking the neglection of broader structural and social factors masi haizaraga aina ngasigi aigi waro se loijarage aduga aroi bada aina haizaning badi masigi wafam mayamsna tabiraga ubiraga Mr. Speaker sir na ngasi gi house to bukhalagli ba motion asi withdraw tong na ba hizari
thank you Deputy. Next from Treasury Veins yam tang ba Treasury Veins ki Glady Khetimayum chair number 5 Treasury Veins chair number 5.
Dialogue is the most effective way to settle a dispute, for it enables people to understand each other's perspective even if they do not agree. Former African President Nelson Mandela gi wafam masiga loina na Speaker Sir gi ayab laujaraga ngasi House to bukat pirak liba motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Manipur da santi amasung mahausa gi fiam hanjin halak pai base political dialogue khakta na ngamgani harba motion ase kakninga letena chumba wafam mo ibna motion ase bu support tawjari.
Mr. Speaker, sir, Santi Gilambi the Chang Nabagi the Makta, Irangi Kongul Haneliminasi. I coin Itihaski, Latam Sing Hanna Facton Yangbada, Britisher Singi, Tung Sang Yangba, Ngamba Midyang Sagatlamba, Manaba Sing Tok Haina, Taning Nabagi Wakalon Yauba, Amasung, I coigi mainland Indian Sargana, Lisang Sitna Manipur Ase, Tok Haina, Tatina Atuambi Matadona Tambiba, Matang Matamchana, Yungkai Shambal Kabiram Daba, Amasung. Matang chana yung khay da thok liba irang sing ningthin lotion biram daba masigi mathakta amu aikhoigi state sarkar na lisang sitna senja thumjagi kom da puthaduna mahaki maramdam ching amasum tamgi praja singna kari kari tauri makhoi da kari awad apa leiri karamba thogdok sing amasum karamba thabak tawduna makhoi punsi hingi ningthina matam chan yengchin hodaba popi thaba horokpa matam da matam chan na thing hodaba popi lisang sitna tharakpa si phawba ngasi phawba thingba ngamdaba amadi magi praja singna lam hen tu helakpa matam da matang sana warak hodabadagi thoglak ibe irang ni hain hajani ngasi gi irang ase adu oiba taragadi May 3, 2023 dagi hauraga ngasi tha kun numit kun ni thoni shurak laba ngasi irang ase haujik phawbalosin bangamdriba sidi karigi oiribin wahang ngasi gi pakum oina khoningsing minasi 19 June 2018 da phakiba malemgi kaithel da 27.79 crore agidaba Chandel ADC gi chairman lokoi sai jaw dagi fagiba drug ki case asina miyamna hana ningphung ala duna chingna dun leiba drug ki case asibu angam athogi khut yauri brane haibadu mayak senghanba manba case asina mayak senghanba gi maong da uri adu oiba taragadi makhoi ga khut samna duna thakiba nisagi sendong na lei nisagi maru gi sendong na leiba khulai na prajada onsinduna kablakpan yumdang bana kainaraban masina ngasi irang thokliba asida fawba aikhoigi lam amasung akoibagi lamsingda crore gi drug kaya ama fari masina takpadi lal haurakliba lomda sen thungi phibamdagi di lan ase loishinnabagi lambi di leitri makoi power yam kanna paidun leiri nakan amaromda na irang ase loishinba ngamba aikhoigi India sarkarna makoigi national interest ama oriba Kaladan multi model transit transport project ki khalag irang ase athu bada lotion haningdri habasidi akoigi honorable home minister gi wafamda Manipur da thokpa irang singi chahi ahum mari dum changbani haibna chingba amasung president amasung prime minister na khangsin ushinadana tuminna leibagi thawong sing isna praja mayam na chingnaba ama pokhali mayam sing asigi mathakta aikhoigi hojik paliba state sarkar ase leiri kaidri haibiri article 355 356 anaba mali mande chanariba thawong sing mayam ama leiri masigi mathakta makki sarkar gi minister singna mahaki mayokta amasung leibak sigi mayokta wangang laba constitution violation tawraba si phawbada karimata haidana tolo piduna yamna nungai thami sem ama oina leibaki mafam sinba thungna maning tamna chatpa ngamdri sem gi phibam na asi phaw yauraba study law and order gi phibam di kada yoram lagani khanbiro article 20 amasung 21 national emergency gi matam da fawba lauthok tab article 20 amasung 21 yamna thina khongaung nari ngarang ngasi makta mi hat mipun gi paw mayamna tabi basin adu oiba taragadi aikhoigi irang asina asui yauna warabasida political dialogue tawduna irang ase loishinaba honabagi lomda khong thangjenba tok khong thanggendana aikho hoji khubang muktang pak palam asida maikai sinba thungnasu irang haujalakliba masidai sida mana adu haikre haduna mapuna thilakpa pungno sida akhoi kayam kuina jagoi saduna leikhisi haibasi haiba wahang ase hangjani adu oiba taragadi political dialogue haibasi karino masina aikhoigi irang ase karam haina loishin gidawri ba haiba wahang asigi pakhum oina pijage political dialogue haibase mi amana miyoi singi marakta amana amagi wakhalon khangna nabagi lambi amani marse partial debate kumba amana amagi wakhalon namthanaba tawba adugumba debate nate adu tar oiba taragadi Manipur gi irang ase karam ba dialogue sing tawraga loishinba yagadage haiba aigi oiba mod khar thamjage ahan bada akoina formal dialogue tawgani Manipur da kaitharakliba law and order ase hanjinabagi damakta parliament amasung Manipur state sarkarna Manipur da law and order hanjanaknabagi damakta minister singsi marakta tawbigada political dialogue ani shubada akoina community dialogue tawgani mayamna ngasaidagi haibigre dialogue tawna hojik phawba loisanrise kaigino matik chaba dialogue tawdabagi ni haijanagi akoina tawgadabase ani shubagi community dialogue ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗ ꯈꯨꯟꯗꯥꯃꯤꯟꯅꯔꯤꯕ ꯀꯝꯃ꯭ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯝꯃ꯭ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯇꯤꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ idea of Manipur apunba Manipur gidamakta punsinnabagidamакta tawgadaba political dialogue amasung community sing pulap punsilaga aikhoi Manipur se kaiba yade haibagi wakhalon asi sagatnaba aikhoi community punna punsingadaba community political dialogue ama tongminarba mathangda national dialogue masi sarkar amasung lal hawrakliba amasung insurgent group singi marakta political dialogue tawduna santi proknabagi damakta khong thangjinba hawba yanaba khulai thaba lephanabagi damakta tawgadaba political dialogue mari shubada multilateral dialogue Manipur dagi popi asi maruf phakna muthat pangamnabagi damakta aikhoigi mayam punna hawduna United Nation dagi mateng lawnabagi damakta tawgadaba dialogue amasung irang asida khut thingjalakliba mapalgi leibak sing da wakhal tamina na ba tawgadaba political dialogue masigi mathangda track to dialogue khut thaba lep le haiba matam aduda CSO singna punsillaba CSO amata oiraba CSO singna thajana ba leitriba kanglup singi marakta thajana ba purakna ba gidamakta thajana ba ani gi marakta trust sagatna ba tawgadaba political dialogue makha tarakpada bilateral dialogue kanglup asi haktheng conflict ase haktheng na mayok nariba kanglup ani kuki amasung maitei gi marakta matam sang na leiminaraklaba aikhogi kuki amasung maitei singi marakta hanadagi nungsinaba do leiminasi kari toba yage habado khanasi haidona political dialogue tawduna santi gi lambida chatpa hausi haimna tawgadaba dialogue ama aroi bada conflict resolution dialogue Manipur da khunda maniriba kanglup khudingi representative amamam yawba central government amasung state government yawduna Constitution piriba law and order ningthina induna saukhatpa Manipur gidamakta unity in diversity in Manipur idea of Manipur puba political dialogue tawduna aikhoi irang asi losinba ngamgani Manipur tholiba irang ase yamna complicated complex oy maramna political dialogue su complicated amusung complex oigani haba yajaningi aduna matang sana matam chana tanja khangna karam haina political dialogue tawgada ge haba hana ningthina nainaraga khanara matungda political dialogue khaktana Manipur gi irang ase santi amusung mahausa ge fibam hanjalakpa ngamgani habasin aigi honorable member amasu hana haibikre amuk hanna ko tawjaram ge Mahatma Gandhi gi an eye for an eye will make the whole world blind aduna Mr. Speaker sir ngasigi motion asikan ngalden chumba maram na house ki floor dagi pass to wina ba speaker sir gi pukning chingsinjar thank
you thank you Glady. Next from opposition bench step Limbu from opposition bench chair number 11 Step Limbu chair number 11 from opposition bench.
Hello. Good evening to all the juries and respected speaker, sir. Today, we stand here in a situation where the land has been divided into two parts unofficially, where the two communities had a war between them. And because of that, we all are suffering together. As you know, in the past few years back, it's a history there where the Britishers divided the Meitei, Naga, and Kuki. The Naga, they were like at the border side, Kukis in the middle, and the Meitei at the end of the zone, which leads to a communal distraction between them. Like they divided through religion, they convert Naga and Kuki into the Christian, and in the middle, they put Meiteis as a Hindu. Because of that, I believe strongly that that is the main cause that separated the community between them. Secondly, the topic itself, it says that the motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. And I strongly disagree with that, and I oppose it. The reason is because if there is a peace and normalcy in Manipur can be only achieved through political dialogue, then why not now? Why? There is no such kind of peace and peace right now in Manipur. Why? Because the government is not taking action, and moreover, the Honorable Chief Minister, what he says that normalcy will come soon. But where is this normalcy? I don't understand. Because if there's a normalcy coming, then why there's no action? He always say that action is coming, 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 but the action doesn't come all the time. He always say that action is coming, but action is not there. The reason because he doesn't have the power. The power has been taken by the central government, especially the Sri Honorable Amit Shah ji. Now he is controlling kind of Manipur. The Manipur, the situation right now is very, very not good, to be very honest. And moreover, the people between the two communities, I don't think that they both will even agree with the fact that the situation can be handled. Because how can you displace so many people from their roots and their houses, and you just come upon them and give them a treaty that sign that we will give you harmony, we will give you money, and how can you replace the dead people? How can you replace the life of the dead people? Is it a valid reason? Will it be? The treaty might even help like this. Suppose someone died from your family by killing by someone, and now the other person is offering you a job and offering you some harmony, then doesn't make sense, yeah? Then how can you, like, even just the topic said peace and normalcy in Manipur can be achieved through political dialogues? I strongly disagree again. In Manipur, especially the highways, when you go through the highways, you will find central security forces. They all will be standing in line. What they're gonna do is they're gonna check either you are the community or not. Between the between the community, they'll check that is it the person or not that belongs to the two community. If the person is not, they let you go. But why they stop you there? The reason is simple. Because they don't take action, they just make sure that you won't attack. But somehow, in a few years back, not a few, even like some few months back, someone from Lima, Congo got kidnapped. In Jiribam, the mass murder was there. How is going on? Like, even the security forces are there. Is it like some kind of agenda over there? Or something else? Which like make us think like, no, it can be, it can be, it can't be like, but still, at the end, what's the ultimate result come out is that nothing has been there. How is it even? The point, the simply I want to mention is that when there is a conflict, the government can take action directly with the power. India is the third most powerful country, but still it cannot fix its own state problems. Whenever there is war against Pakistan, they fight back. But it's a communal war between the community. And again, how the government cannot interfere between them and stop them on the time. On 3 May, 7:30 p.m., I was at my house, and that time, what happened that shoot at sight order was announced by the Manipur government. During that time, the internet was also banned, but still, no peace was there. How it goes worse and worse by time to time. Why? Is there something agenda between the government? Because whenever there's normalcy in Manipur, after a few 2-3 months of conflict, somehow, from nowhere, a video will come out, someone is murdered. Like, can you understand the fact that how is this even coming out from there? Like, when there's normalcy, why this kind of situation again occurs? Someone has to think about this. Even from the supporter side, can you reply upon that? Whenever there is normalcy, somehow from where we don't know, the video will come out upon, is there someone who don't want peace? Is it the someone from the government itself that doesn't want the peace in Manipur because they're getting benefit through poppy or many kind of extortions? Is it like that or not? So this kind of things that really make me think upon this peace and normalcy in Manipur can be achieved or not. Mr. Speaker, sir, even if there is a peace and normalcy, we want to go and with the agreement, make agreements regarding this and that. But still, I strongly believe that both parties will not allow, because what Maite really wants is, they want is the ST. If not, peace should be bring back. But from the Kuki side, if you told them to stop the war, but they will directly demand a separate administration, they will strongly disagree the fact they don't want it. They will want it, and that's for Kuki side, they'll say this is the only solution to bring in Manipur. But we know that if a Manipur breaks in, there's no more peace. There will be no peace, because Manipur itself is a land. The name Manipur is given to the Manipuris. The name of the land itself given to them. Then, and the most surprising thing was, MIT cannot buy a land in Valley region, which like really shocked me, to be very honest, because suppose a land, the people has the land because they own the land, they are the native people, and that native people can't buy in some hilly area, because even if that was their place, so doesn't make any sense that who make these kind of policies? Is it someone's fault or not? We don't really know that what's going to happen again next. And moreover, if we really want peace in Manipur, first of all, I think that we should all reunite. Reunite in the sense like doesn't mean that we have to go through normalcy, peaceful, through this political dialogue. We need even communal region. We need the community talk. We need to talk and discuss region. Where was the mistake actually we have made? The main mistakes, what we're gonna do is we have to go through the policy where the Maite say that we don't want ST. Through that we have to go through and figure out that truly and be able to know what's wrong in that. And for the cookies, we have to first, what we're gonna do is we have to first, Indian Policy Act said that if a person live in India for 5 years, and if he submit back the passport that he owns or the citizenship to given to the government, then he can apply for citizenship. Yes, they are a legal citizen. But those who migrated from Myanmar, Bangladesh, without a valid passport, nothing, they are immigrant. We have to let them go out of the country because they are the legal immigrant. That's what, and thank you. I would like to pass the motion now. Thank you, everyone. Once again, Speaker, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Blembu. Next is also from opposition bench. Elangbam Aboy. Elangbam Aboy Singh. Cell number 30 from opposition bench. Elangbam Aboy.
Good afternoon, everybody, all the respected judges, and especially Mr. Speaker, sir. Today's motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur, can only be achieved through political dialogue. Piram liba motion asi, ay thawai haksam yauna zaningde, maram asina ay opposing bench sa pamjaduna oppose tawjaribani Mr. Speaker, sir. Piram liba motion asi mayek singna lali hai ta na bigi damakta ay goba strong valid argument sing mathang manaw na Mr. Speaker, sir gi mafam na thamjage. Ahamada peace amadi normalcy amadi political dialogue haibasi aigi opposing bench ta pamir bai chil naw sing amadi supporting bench ta pamir bai chil naw sing na mayek seng na taklam ne habagi ai thajaba leijai maram masina aina amuke ne explain tarubagi maru idana lawje Mr. Speaker aduna I point laksage Manipur da peace amadi normalcy haibasi di British na palingai matam dagi leram drabani Mr. Speaker sir haibadi 1947 ge August ki tang tara mari da Manipur na ningkha tamlaba matung masamang ki constitution leijaduna masamang na lingak chabalam dam ama oirami Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam hai Loyum Basilena Sakini, Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga 1949 September ki tang kunma thoida Manipur bu baran na namlo lo sinduna Manipur ki makada thamkrabani Mr. Speaker, sir. Masigi mayek lar bakhuda mai babu 1949 ki March ki tang kun tarukta Manipur Praja Shanti Party na Bharat government de ikiba chithi eduna sakini Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga hauzik tada Manipur da peace amadi normalcy asi mani political dialogue khaktana hanjalakpa ngamgani habasidi mayek sengna lalde habatu takchari Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida support togani haduna tholak liba ai gi chinau singi wakalon ai ngak tabang ngamjade Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga ani subada Hauzik Manipur da thokliba conflict habadi megi tangahum dagi na ngasi pawa chataragli irang asidi Manipur da chanakhiba December gi date 11 2019 da ILP section adu chanakhiba du Myanmar rom dagi changlakpa kuki na terrorist sing na thugaiduna changlakibadagi Manipur bu mache kya thokna thugainaba honaduna lana do horakibani Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida Manipur government su makoi gi voter khara da bu phanglabadi aiduna makoi gi mathakte action karimata lokhalu da baduna ngasidi Manipur asida huran ba sing aduna ngamlaktuna Manipur bu mache kya thokna thugaiba pawni Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida huran ba ni duna Manipur gi damakta political dialogue taunaraga Manipur da peace amadi normalcy anjalakani haibasidi oi thoktra bo apan Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida nung dai sing aiduna Manipur da peace amadi normalcy purakani haibasidi asa taurubagi kana balike Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga Manipur ki government asina haidi Manipur ki government asina mahaki nupi ahangi na sanalai na bahonari ngai atomi na play na bahonari ngai da Manipur di salak saraga le mamle Mr. Speaker, sir. Masida political dialogue kattara peace amadi normalcy purakani haibasidi oi thoktra bo apan Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga conflict asida Manipur amadi kuki ani sina political dialogue tauraga Manipur da peace amadi normalcy anjalaro haibasidi mayam na khangnara bo apan ni aduga masida India government na mateng pangsin ba yai aduga India government asidi kanano haibadu mayek sena khangnara bo apan ni India government na Manipur gi damakta karigumba khara kadai phawa tokrage haibaduri munna thiruba matamda mangda magra tanmagum thokani Mr. Speaker, sir. Haibadi Manipur ga Nagaland ga kanana hana state phangba han khibage Mr. Speaker, sir. Masina mayek singna tagli Manipur asibu India government na michang mikai na yeng ya habadu aduna aiba wapa masina pion liom bosan asi mayek singna lale habadu takchari Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga India government na hauzik phawa tholakliba irang asigi matangda karigumba akanbe action amata lokatpa image tangi sugu jadri Mr. Speaker, sir. Aduga
According to 360 article number aduga IPC section amadi 364 asigi matung ina mioi babu hatpa tuppa tawba taragadi madugi mathakta siba yabagi cherak pabu piri Mr. Speaker sir adubu kuki terrorist singasina Manipuri da chamjaraba bisa praja kayabu hatuna akan batam thina hatuna Manipur praja singbu olpa naiba tawrasi phawbada Bharat Sarkar na Manipur gi mathakta karigumba action amata lokata ba haibasisu Bharat Sarkar na Manipur sibu thugaibada achouba mateng pang haibasi takchari Mr. Speaker sir maramadu na piram liba motion asi mayek singna lali Mr. Speaker sir adugi matungina adugi makada the Arms Act haibadi India da illegal weapons sing season na yadi Mr. Speaker sir aduga housing oriba Manipur tholiba conflict asigi matang dasu kuki militants sing asina illegal weapons sing season aduna Manipur da attack ya sathari Mr. Speaker sir masigi mayek laraba khudam haibabu handak tai koi dana hana si minister oiramba koirengi mayumda missile attack torakiba aduna mayek sengna saki ori Mr. Speaker sir masigi mathak dasu India government na karigumba action amata lokapa udri Mr. Speaker sir masina Hai ba exing asi Indian Constitution asibu Bharat government na sing pong na signary bra natragana hai ba exing asi Manipur khakta da chana dra hai ba asi wahang amani Mr. Speaker sir aduna piram liba motion asi mayek sing na lal habadu taksari Mr. Speaker sir aduga ngasi political dialogue khakta na Manipur da pis amadi normalcy asi hanjalak pasunga ngam Mr. Speaker sir ngasi gi action yaw traba Tamil film gi batogum ariba Manipur government amadi kuki terrorist gi marakta political dialogue taunaraga Manipur da pista ba normalcy purakpa ngamla Mr. Speaker sir masida India government na judgment pi duna haibadi wayen duna Manipur da pista ba normalcy asi purakpa ngamla Mr. Speaker sir masidi yong na tanyen bagum thokani Mr. Speaker sir haibadi mathong maram kang da ba matei manao ani kana bada yumlo na bana wayen ba du thokani Mr. Speaker sir aduna ma piram liba motion asi mayek seng na lali Mr. Speaker sir aduna kanagumba kharagi mafam dadi kanadraba arguments sing asina ngasi gi piram liba motion asi mayek sing na lal habadu tagli Mr. Speaker sir maram aduna house ki mama yamlaba matam amadi Mr. Speaker sir gi chilaba matam asibu mangan bagi mauta house tagi piram liba kanabam suktok draba wapam asibu withdraw topic hin bagi damakta Mr. Speaker sir gi sarang na pungning buting sijari amadi mayam dagi kaina na bagi bidai lauzari
Nanai privacy gu bada yam nungai ngam phate it's not parliamentary language anyway mathang si treasury bench tagi malokhat sage kaisam leoning chingaira Leoraz, okay. Kaisam Leoraz Singh from Treasury Bench. Kaisam Leoraz Singh. Set number 9.
Good morning, respected judges, honorable speakers, and valuable audience. Ngasigi social scientist, political philosopher, amasung National People Youth Front ki Central Committee na hojik thok liba Manipur ki political conflict, present crisis asida foundation thamlaga judgment ama purakpa ngamna bagi damakta puthok pirak liba ngasigi topic Manipur da shanti amasung mahoksa gi phibam da hanjalakpa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haibasi I myself as an supporter moina harland the sole support tawjari haibagi foresight universal angle viewpoint pizari Mr. Speaker sir puning bundolukna chingshin Ahanbada ngasigi topic asita palliba political dialogue hairiba se kanaga gi marakta tawgada political dialogue no haiba matamda India gi political delegating Manipur gi political delegating tongan ba ethnic group ki lusing basing amasung stakeholders sing gi marakta tawgada political dialogue ni haina lawgani ngasigi opposer bench ki sinaw sing na matam punamakta hojik thokliba Manipur gi Kuki amasung maite ani gi wars the foundation thamlaga ngasi gi topic ase lale haibado modi wakal khantha watni haijeningi aikoina India gi phibang da hek tin silbo nimit adudagi ngasi thokliba crisis se sidagi ahen be tongan tam thiraba crisis kya ma thokre punamasing adusu ningsing haningi hojik tholiba crisis ase the foundation thamlaga topic ase lale haibado wakal khantha watpani haijeningi Mr. Speaker sir aikoi gi Manipur South Asia Mahadesh tamaning makha tamna panjarakpa chahi lising ani henbagi puari leijaba 12th century gi ining thok loyim bagi haktik ꯃꯊꯛꯇꯒꯤ ꯀꯣꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟ ꯆꯠꯅꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯂꯦ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯏꯊꯣꯛꯇꯨꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯝꯂꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯦ ꯑꯥꯔꯀꯤꯑꯣꯂꯣꯖꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯃꯥꯏꯊꯣꯂꯣꯖꯤ ꯔꯤꯁꯣꯔꯁꯅ ꯐꯣꯡꯗꯣꯛꯄ ꯂꯩꯈ꯭ꯔꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯉꯁꯤꯃꯛꯁꯨ ꯏꯟꯇꯔꯅꯦꯁꯅꯦꯜ ꯀꯣꯔꯠ ꯑꯣꯐ ꯖꯁꯇꯤꯁꯅ ꯑꯦꯛꯁꯦꯞ ꯇꯧꯗꯨꯅ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝꯅꯤ ꯂꯥꯏꯕꯛ ꯊꯤꯕꯗꯤ 1891 ꯑꯦꯡꯒ꯭ꯂꯣ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯋꯥꯔꯒꯤ ꯃꯇꯨꯡꯗꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯕ꯭ꯔꯤꯇꯤꯁ ꯂꯣꯏꯂꯝ ꯃꯈꯥꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯨꯕ ꯃꯇꯨꯡ 1947ꯒꯤ ꯑꯥꯒꯁꯠꯀꯤ ꯇꯥꯡ 13ꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛ ꯃꯅꯤꯡ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯝꯕ ꯍꯟꯖꯤꯟꯖꯗꯨꯅ ꯗꯦꯃꯣꯀ꯭ꯔꯦꯇꯤक इलेक्शन पांगथोक्तुना काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टरना लेंगाक्चबा लमदम अमा ओइरखि मसिगी मतुंग 1949 गी सेप्टेम्बर गी तांग 19 दा अखोइगी इनिंगथौ महाराज बुद्धचंद्रबु इंडिया गवर्नमेंट शिलोंगता अरुणबा वारी अमा सानसी हाइदुना कौरगा बाय यूजिंग फोर्सली हाउस अरेस्ट तौदुना माजर एग्रीमेंट साइन तौहनखि मणिपुर प्रजासिंग एबसो अमत याउदुना नुमित अदुदगी हौदुना मणिपुर गी प्रजासिंग द फंगलखिबा निंगमदबगी मैचाकसिंग अदुना ngasi मणिपुर गी प्रजासिंग तेंगथादुना लेरि मिस्टर स्पीकर सर अखोइगी मणिपुर से मिस्टर स्पीकर सर इंडिया गी फिबान द तिनसिलबदगी दाम स्पेशल पोरेक 1958 थमजनबिदुना मणिपुर गी येलहोमी क्याबु ओटपीख्रे नैबीख्रे हातोकपीख्रे निंगसिंग याबदि दुंगै मनोरमा गी थौदोक चित्तरंजन गी थौदोक कंगला मांगी थौदोक तोंगा तोंगाम कॉन्फ्लिक्ट कया अमा थोख्रे पृथ्वी की लैपा क्या चौखटपगी लमजेन तानरब मतम मसिदा अखोइगी मणिपुर ngasi नुंगी जुकी मेबगी पुनसिगुमना हिंदुना लैरि अखोइगी मणिपुर संबल खाबीदबा हवाई मतोनगुमना चंगिम सन्ना अपा अपा मचंग चंगदुना चहल्ली मसि मेक्लारब खुदमदी अखोइगी युमथंगरिबा अतोप स्टेटसिंग अतोप कंट्रीसिंगना अखोइगी ngमखैदा बाउंड्री हेना संबल युंसिगला फावबदा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट करिसु हाइदना अखोइगी ngमखैगी संबल खाबा ngasi फावबा लोइसिनदना थंबिरि मसिगी मथते मिस्टर स्पीकर सर स्टेट असिगी पॉलिटिकल पार्टी खुदिमकपु नेशनल पॉलिटिकल पार्टी सिंग ममी सामलगी मसी मथक्ता अखोइगी मणिपुर की नहासिंगना पुथोक्सबा ममिंग ओइना पल्लबदा वांखैफी रानीफी तोंगान तोंगान नाटकी उयुंगी फिरोल कयाबसु इंडियाना मतौ तमदुना अचौ अचौ मेसिन कया सिनदुना मसिंग यामना पुथोरकपना मणिपुर की येरोमी प्रजासिंग असिगी सिनमिसिंग असिगी चखावसे मखोइना हिंथथदली मिस्टर स्पीकर सर मसिगी मथक्ता अखोइगी लेजरंबा लाइनिंग लाइसन कयाबसु मखोइना तमना तमना ममी सामलगली मेलन इंडिया दगी संगसिलकपा मियानचा कया अमना मणिपुर की येलोमी निंगोलसिंग असिबु ब्लड रिलेशनशिप सागनबगीदमक्ता येलोमी निंगोलसिंग असिगी इज्जत तेमसिंगनबा मखोइना नोंगनबगी हेंजिलगली मसिगी मथक्ता मेलन इंडिया की मियोइसिंगना अखोइबु ngasi इंडिया की नागरिक कुमना उबा ngamdri हाइबगे मेक्लारबा खुदमदी अखोइगी छात्र छात्रीसिंगना अतोप स्टेट सिंग लाइक तम चतपा मतमदा अखोइबु रेगिंग तौबिबा नुपी ओइबी कयाबु रेप तौदुना हातोखिबगी केस कया अमा लैरिबा पुनमक्सिगी मथक्ता मिसिंग यामलबा इंडिया की चौखटपा अपाकपा स्टेट मिसिंग यामबा अतोप स्टेट सिंगदा बर्थ कंट्रोल पॉलिसी सिस्टम थंबदो अदुगुमना करिसु मिसिंग यामसदबा अपिकपा खुजिन ममाइगुम लमदम मसिजु मखोइना बर्थ कंट्रोल पॉलिसी सिस्टम थंजनदुना मणिपुर की येलहोमी प्रजासिंग असिगी मिसिंग हंथालेबा मसिगी मथक्ता ngasi फॉरेन कंट्री दगी संगसिलकपा रिफ्यूजी कया अमना मणिपुर की येलहोमी प्रजासिंग असिगी मथक्ता लान हौदुना इमे कै मुनबिरी कया ना मै थादोरी इमा इपा इचे इचन कया अमा काइना हलीबा निंगसिंगबा याबदी जिरीगी थौदोक्ता करिसु खंगजद्रिबा आंगांग अहुम अमसुंग नुपी अहुमबो मिनुंग सिलेतना रेप तौदुना हातोकपिखिबा पुनः मक्सिंग असे ममी चाम लोंगबा ममाई चाम लोंगबा इंडिया गवर्नमेंट खंगना खंगना उन मना तादबा ममित उदबा मूर्ति की सगलो लौदुना लैरिबा पुनः मक्सिंग असिबु इंडिया की फिबानद तिनसिलबदगी इंडिया ना मणिपुर द पिरकपा नुंगसिबगी खुदोलनि हाइन लौसिंग मिस्टर स्पीकर सर असुगुंबा मणिपुर की क्राइसिस ओइबा लमदम ओइरकलिबा शांति लेतबा हिंसा के लमदम ओइरकलिबा से अखोइना इंडिया की फिबानद तिनसिलबदगिने मसिदगी खोइ शांति लेबा मौसागे फिबमदा हंजिलबके हाइरबदी प्री एनेक्सेशन पॉलिटिकल स्टेटस हानगी मफमदा हंजिलबा मतमदा अखोइगी मणिपुर शांति लेवल लमदम ओइरकनेबा पुनमक्सिंग असे फंगे हाइरबदी लान हौबा मी हाटपा अमना मबु हिंसा तौबना करिसु कानाबा फंगलोइबा सुमनतंगी लीगली पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरबा मतमदा खक्तदा मणिपुर शांति फंगनी मसिगी मैक्लारबा खुदमदी साउथ सुडान अफ्रीका कंट्री दगी तोखाइ ताजरगे हाइदुना सही लिसिंग कया मखोइ लान हौकी अदुबु मखोइ माइ पाकपा ngamge कायना थंगदा साउथ सुडान की पॉलिटिकल डेलीगेट्सिंग अफ्रीका की पॉलिटिकल डेलीगेट्सिंग पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तरो मतम दखदा मखो 2011 दा मनिंग मखा तम हंजलखिबा असुमनसु कोजोबनसु सेबरिया की मथक लान होगी तोखाइ ताजरगे हाइदुना अरेम ताकी लान होबदो कायना थंगदा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तरो मतम दा मखो 2008 दा मनिंग मखा तम हंजलखिबा असुमना अखोगे मणिपुर असिसु पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तरो मतम दखदा मणिपुर शांति लेबलम दमा ओइबा ngamakaneba ngasi wakal khantha watpa opposer ki bench ki sinok chin khanbiramgani madudi lan tawba amana mabu hingsa tawba au hatpa akhoi ningkha tamna bani haiduna lan hoba sina akhoi gi manipur kari kana poroktoino ba tek kadoroba thongra amada akhoi myam pulap lan homina lemina je aduga ising ipakta irak minarga simina si haiba chap manai ba ngasi gi indian constitution gi maikhum upa ꯂꯥꯡꯗ ꯊꯨꯈ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯂꯝꯗꯝ ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯐꯝꯅꯥꯏꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯑꯣꯄꯣꯖꯤꯠ ꯕꯦꯟꯆꯀꯤ ꯏꯅꯥꯎꯁꯤꯡꯅ ꯈꯟꯕꯤꯔꯝꯒꯅꯤ ꯃꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯒꯣꯔꯃꯦꯟꯒꯤ ꯃꯈꯥꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯦ ꯏꯂꯦꯛꯁꯟ ꯄꯥꯡꯊꯣꯛꯏ ꯑꯅꯧ ꯑꯅꯧꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯀꯤꯝ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯄꯤꯕꯤꯔꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯔꯤꯖꯅꯦꯜ ꯏꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟ ꯃꯦꯗꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯁꯥꯏꯟꯁ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯤ ꯁꯦꯟꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯜ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯚꯔꯁꯤꯇꯤ ꯂꯤꯡꯈꯠꯂꯛꯏ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯎꯔꯒ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯕꯨ ꯂꯨꯅ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯔꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯗꯣ ꯃꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯈꯟꯊꯕ ꯋꯥꯠꯄꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯖꯅꯤꯡꯉꯤ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯆꯥꯎꯈꯠꯂꯕ ꯑꯇꯣꯞꯄ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯃꯦꯇ꯭ꯔꯣꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯥꯟ ꯁꯤꯇꯤꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯃꯨꯝꯕꯥꯏ ꯃꯐꯝꯗꯨꯗ ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯖꯥꯁꯤꯡ ꯅꯥꯒꯔꯤꯛꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯗꯨꯗ ꯐꯪꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯀꯤꯝ ꯑꯗꯨꯅꯦꯕ ꯉꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯁꯣꯠꯊꯔꯕ ꯂꯝꯗꯝ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯖꯥꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯐꯪꯂꯤꯕꯁꯦ ꯈꯔ ꯁꯣꯠꯊꯔꯦ ꯈꯔ ꯋꯥꯔꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯄ꯭ꯔꯖꯥꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯒꯣꯔꯃꯦꯟꯅ ꯀꯔꯤꯁꯨ ꯑꯍꯦꯟꯕ ꯄꯤꯕꯤꯕ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯁꯔ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯕꯨ ꯅꯝꯂꯧ ꯂꯧꯁꯤꯟꯈꯤꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯁꯦ ꯉꯁꯤꯃꯛꯁꯨ UN ꯌꯨꯅꯥꯏꯇꯦꯗ ꯅꯦꯁꯟ ꯑꯣꯔꯒꯅꯥꯏꯖꯦꯁꯟꯅ ꯈꯪꯂꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯂꯥꯔꯕ ꯈꯨꯗꯝꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯁ꯭ꯇꯦꯠ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯑꯃꯕꯨ ꯑꯆꯧꯕ ꯀꯟꯇ꯭ꯔꯤ ꯀꯌꯥꯅ ꯅꯝꯂꯧ ꯂꯧꯁꯤꯟꯈꯤꯕꯒꯤ ꯔꯨꯜꯁ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯔꯤꯒꯨꯂꯦꯁꯟꯁꯤꯡ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯃꯔꯝꯅ ꯃꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯑꯥꯔꯇꯤꯀꯜ 1 ꯀ꯭ꯂꯣꯖ 2 ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯑꯥꯔꯇꯤꯀल 33ꯗ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯕꯨ ꯃꯅꯤꯡ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯝꯅ ꯍꯟꯖꯤꯜꯂꯛꯅꯕꯒꯤꯗꯃꯛꯇ ꯔꯨꯜꯁ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯔꯤꯒꯨꯂꯦꯁꯟꯁꯤꯡ ꯊꯝꯕꯤꯔꯛꯂꯤ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯁꯨ ꯉꯁꯤꯃꯛ ꯌꯥꯎꯔꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯃꯅꯤꯡ ꯃꯈꯥ ꯇꯝꯕ ꯍꯟꯖꯤꯜꯂꯛꯏ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯁꯦ ꯅꯝꯂꯧ ꯂꯧꯁꯤꯟꯈꯤꯕꯅꯤ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯒꯣꯔꯃꯦꯟꯒꯤ ꯑꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯥꯏꯈꯨꯝꯕ ꯀꯣꯟꯁꯇꯤꯇ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯟ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯌꯥꯅꯤꯡꯗꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯨꯅ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯔꯤꯕꯣꯔꯟꯁꯤ ꯋꯤꯡ ꯀꯌꯥ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯉꯁꯤꯃꯛꯁꯨ ꯂꯥꯟ ꯍꯧꯔꯤ ꯃꯁꯤꯅ ꯇꯥꯛꯄꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯗꯒꯤ ꯇꯣꯈꯥꯏ ꯇꯥꯔꯛꯄ ꯄꯥꯝꯃꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒꯤ ꯃꯌꯦꯛ ꯂꯥꯔꯕ ꯈꯨꯗꯝꯅꯤ ꯃꯃꯥꯡꯗ ꯊꯝꯖꯈ꯭ꯔꯤꯕ ꯄꯣꯏꯟꯠꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯌꯨꯝꯐꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯒ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯁꯥꯔꯅ ꯉꯁꯤꯃꯛꯁꯨ ꯌꯦꯜꯍꯧꯃꯤ ꯀꯌꯥꯅ ꯔꯤꯐ꯭ꯌꯨꯖꯤꯒꯤ ꯄꯨꯟꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯅ ꯍꯤꯡꯂꯤꯕ ꯔꯤꯂꯤꯐ ꯀꯦꯝꯞꯇ ꯍꯤꯡꯂꯤꯕ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯃꯈꯣꯏ ꯁꯥꯟꯇꯤ ꯂꯩꯕ ꯃꯍꯧꯁꯥꯒꯤ ꯐꯤꯕꯝꯗ ꯍꯟꯖꯤꯜꯂꯛꯅꯕꯒꯤꯗꯃꯛꯇ ꯁꯨꯝꯅ ꯈꯛꯀꯤ ꯄꯥꯝꯕꯩ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯂꯤꯒꯦꯂꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣग ꯇꯧꯕꯁꯦ ꯃꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯇꯣꯄꯤꯛ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯑꯆꯨꯝꯕ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯀꯛꯅꯤꯡꯉꯥꯏ ꯂꯩꯇꯕ ꯋꯥꯐꯝꯅꯤ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯁꯥꯔꯅ ꯃꯣꯁꯟ ꯑꯁꯤꯕꯨ ꯄꯥꯁ ꯇꯧꯕꯤꯌꯨ ꯍꯥꯏꯕꯒ ꯂꯣꯏꯅꯅ ꯑꯥꯏ ꯃꯥꯏꯁꯦꯜꯐ ꯑꯦꯁ ꯑꯦꯟ ꯁꯄꯣꯔꯇꯔ ꯑꯃ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯏꯁꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯣꯁꯟ ꯄꯣꯏꯟꯠ ꯃꯇꯥꯡ ꯑꯁꯤꯗ ꯇꯦꯟꯁꯤꯟꯖꯔꯤ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛꯇꯒꯤ ꯀꯥꯏꯅꯕꯒꯤ ꯕꯤꯗꯥꯏ ꯂꯧꯖꯔꯤ ꯊꯦꯡꯛ ꯌꯨ ꯇꯨ ꯑꯣꯜ
Thank you, Leoras. Special announcement ama. Hojik se akhoi fire alarm khong adi pakhat pi ganu haiba. Moi trial to bune haiba. Akhoi sum chatha je pu hogala chen thokna gum chai banda. Kadang tap na men tan tawsi ko noi yam select re. Next from opposition bench ko. Livestream Chana Jauba. Livestream Chana Jauba from opposition bench.
Speaker sa Manipur nga si totally batang dulay tadra si hana phana binaw tanong may kapak pa hana lepan mo hives na mang da thamjare har kanda nga si house to pukat prikle motion Manipur da santim sum mahusagi phim hanjal hives political dialogue khakna propang amkani hives political dialogue khakna propang am loido motion ko em na han badaina opposed tawjire Speaker sa law and order hives state subject ma khakne matam tu da state government na ningtina haiba irang subu control to hokta tering asigi yamna luruba phim talak tanja se yaukhibne masigi mayek lara khudam haibo 2023 gi May 21 anti terrorism day numita chief minister na haikibase Manipur da tangdu leita dripsi Manipur lenga ki state lenga ki intelligence phelam de security lapses na thon khibni loina na pali lenga sin madu gi teksak pun pugane na man mayek sin thambasu leikar madu gi matung tarak pada foreign hands illegal immigrants kaya ma yausilak tuna ngasigi irang se khangchok chok por khib tan na ngasi di India gi national security di national integrity the for threat am oilakna yamna lu phim da leire masiu ma talak tanja state government khaktana har birang asi loisin bagi ofam leiroi central government ni asoba khudam su yagu dur Speaker sa irang amagi warusin porok ke haragadi irang adugi root cause do akoina niti na khangbam chang hariba Manipur thong irang asigi root cause ja central gi lusing basina khangna ngasi phawa khangsin adro sauduna leitoli Union Home Minister Amisana 2023 gi May tha dagi ngasi phawda ton by statement ke ama thole harakanda Indiana magi national interest Manipur haiba lamsi budu nungsiba Manipur haiba lamsi da laiba purup sing yellow purup sing asi bidi kaisu leitana khanba mong amda lana se loichiloi haina loisinna laiba mong asda political dialogue hektam torogo warusin poroken have speaker pangai haijin moi thokani motion jam laisa Motion asi kadai pho lan bi khap to ai masakan thamjar ke speaker sir ahan bada Manipur da khana dagi leijariba central force lising yang kayum phosing mathakta no makandra lepa leitana central force kayama India lenga nam irang si control tawngam ni hadna thajilaki maduda Manipur gi praja sing da han bada yamna harau ki irang si control tawrogani ningtina tangdu leita pursom da leiragani ril kem da lanjener sing sai koi mayum makai da ningtina hanjalaga leiragani adumaina khanjaki tabu Assam rifles haiba forces na losing ni har kana nakal na bada tongsinu leikibdagi lana se loisin bangam da kurok thangnu lein masi central government khangna khangsin adab sadno lei madumak tawle Hokiba July 2024 da BSF ki additional DG oramba PK misana Manipur da ngasi chathari irang se pak he loisin bi yaro habagi ingidam speak rabne madudi Manipur da
ꯂꯩꯔꯤꯕ ꯑꯁꯥꯝ ꯔꯥꯏꯐꯜꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤꯒ ꯀꯨꯀꯤ ꯂꯥꯂꯣꯕꯁꯤꯡ ꯑꯐꯕ ꯃꯔꯤ ꯂꯩꯅꯕꯅꯤꯅ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯗꯒꯤ ꯑꯁꯥꯝ ꯔꯥꯏꯐꯜꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯍꯦꯛ ꯂꯧꯊꯣꯛꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯃꯈꯩꯗꯤ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯂꯥꯟ ꯑꯁꯦ ꯋꯥꯔꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟ ꯄꯣꯔꯛꯄ ꯋꯥꯒꯅꯤ ꯃꯥꯡꯅꯁꯨ ꯐꯣꯡꯗꯣꯛꯄ ꯂꯩꯈ꯭ꯔꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯃꯊꯛꯇ ꯏꯟꯗꯤꯌꯥꯒꯤ ꯁꯦꯀ꯭ꯌꯨꯔꯤꯇꯤ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯁꯤ ꯑꯃꯈꯛ ꯂꯩ ꯃꯗꯨꯗꯤ ꯁꯤꯀ꯭ꯔꯦꯠ ꯑꯣꯏꯕ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯁꯤꯅꯤ इंडिया फोर्स असोपन मिसीमना यहदब मोंग वारी सानरिबा हादि पिस्टोक तौरिबा सिसपैट तौरिबा लालोबसिंग असे सिजनरे हार कांदा वारी सानसि यादबा पिस्टोक तौनसि यादबा लालोबसिंग असे तखाइबि थबा मतम काय मवांगनि सथनो लालोबदि मदुगी सरुक अमोइना 2005 ता असम राइफल्स का सिसपैट तौनखिबा 2008 तना ट्रिपर्टाई टोक तौदना लेरगलिबा दुमलब कुकी लालोबसिंग असे प्रॉक्सी आर्मी ओइना सिजनरे हार कांदा मरुओइना कुकीना ताबसिंग सिंग अकोबद खुंदारंबा लेरंबा दुमलब लालोबसिंग हाइबदि मणिपुर की वारी सानसि यादबा मैतेनु लुसिंग लालोबसिंग असे तखाइदुना मतम क्या मांगने सथनो लागलबने मधु लाना से थोलपदगी हारिबा मखोय मसेल हानहादुना मखोय मसेल लोइसनान्दुना इंडिया की फोर्स असोपन मिसिमना यहंद बाहायबा पॉलिसी दो मधुगा मपा मपा चाना खिबदगी मधु इंटरनल सिक्योरिटी यामना कानै इंडिया की नेशनल सिक्योरिटी मखोय मधुना पिरप थ्रेट सु यामना हंदै हाइबदो अदुंबा इंडिया की अरोनबो पॉलिसी गलै मरमना लाना से डिलिंग टेक्टिस हानदुना लाना से फिल्म की सीरियल येबदुना ngasi इंडिया लेंगाना येंगलु लैथोकलिम नमसे पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरगा हेक्तम वॉरसिन पोरकोदम ते स्पीकर सर अनि सुबदा इंडिया दा यामना कोक्सिकपम ओरिबसे वारी सानसि यादब मणिपुर की लालोबसिंग हाइदि मैतिन लुसिंग लालोबसिंग असिने मखोय के मैम दि म्यांमार दा लैहबसे म्याम लोइना खंगनर बंगाक्तने मखोय का म्यांमार दा लैंगाक पारिबा मिलिटरी सिगदि अफ मरि म लैनरि अदुना मखोयबु म्यांमार दे तखोनर बिदंता सिन कुकी सिंग असे मसिगी मतिंग से इंडिया लेंगान लौब तंगाई फते मदुना नि सिन कुकी लालोबसिंग असिगी इंडिया फोर्सिंग अनक मरि लैने अचेत मरि लैने मखोय दा मतिंग पांगसिली लान गी नमता कोइ खुजु खुलाय क्याम पिसली अदुगा मैतै की लालोबसिंग हाइतर मणिपुर की लालोबसिंग केम दा लंधाले मदुदा करियुंबा म्यांमार की आर्मी सिना हारिबा चिन कुकी लालोबसिंग से प्रेशर पिरक मतमदा चिन कुकी लालोबसिंग सुबु मिजोराम दा टेक ता काइदना चेंसिनबा या मोंग अमदा मदुगी पॉलिसी पोरम फाव इंडिया लेंगान याले मसी ओबे तारगति चिन कुकी सिंग अबदि चिन कुकी लालोबसिंग की मिचंग दा इंडिया लेंगान चंगदना मणिपुर की मिचंग चंगद्रबा मदुनानि मखोइना मणिपुर लागा कुकी लालोबसिंग सिंग मानरगा मितै सिंग मतत लान का मतम दा इंडिया लेंगाना येंगदुना दुम अदु अखोइ दुम दुबिदुना दुम येंगदुना लेसे मदुगी मरमदुना सुने हारिबा फिवम तालक तंजास पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरगा कमाइना वारोसिन पोरकदुनि स्पीकर सर मसीद ओइद्रो वाफमने अहुम सुबदा इंडिया की डिप्लोमेसी दा म्यांमार दा चाइना ना पीबा प्रेशर से हंथना बिदा अमदि म्यांमार मनु दा चाइना पाखलिबा थौ थौ मैम से मसी थिंगहो बाइब से इंडिया की डिप्लोमेसी जो तौ दे बा थबा मखने चाइना ना मागी खानौ सुक थंबा लमदम सिदगी बे बेकल तानबा ख्वाइदगी यामना संबा लंबी से कोइगी म्यांमार फारोगा सेमजलखरेबा मसीदा इंडिया ना ख्वाइदगी निंगदोपोम जि मसीनेबा मसीजना केमा सेमखिब लंबी से मसीना इंडो पैसिफिक रीजन दा चाइना की इन्फ्लुएंस अंगकपा फंग हेंगत कदुबिने मदु थिंगहौना बैनमता म्यांमार सिबु इंडिया ना थेम याबा थेम हारा कांदा मागी सेसुदगी किलोमीटर 530 लापना लेबा अदुम सिटी पोर्ट से मसी मुसेम कन इंडिया लांगान कन होजिक लांगनरी पैसा थादरी अदुज मतक इंडिया ना हांदे पाइखलिबा कलादान नेशनल प्रोजेक्ट से मसी माइ पाकना बिनमता कलादान हारिबा मफम सिगी सिटी पोर्ट सिदगी हासागी असोनगी दल लेबा पालेतो टाउन हाइबा स्टेट मनुदा लेरसे मसी यौना अखोगी तुरेन खोंग से जहाज थौब यानम करादान तुरेन से कन्न सेंग थबा कन्न चथरी म्यांमार यानम चतपर इंडिया से पैसा अंग पफन थादरी ngasi मदु एबा तादि कलादान हारिबा प्रोजेक्ट से माइ पाके हारगदि सागी पेटोआ हाइबा टाउन से मसीबु कंट्रोल तौरिबा चिन यावना मागी इथनिक रिबेल ग्रुप सिंग मसी यानम चतप मतंगाई फते मखोइने यारकांदा कलादान प्रोजेक्ट माइ पाका दोइनि मरम मदुना मखोइ यानम चतप ngasi से एकोइ लापथोकनाबसि याम यादा फिरम दा लेरि मखोइ से नकना दुम लोइनारगदि नॉर्थ स्टेट्स इंडिया की स्टेट्स से मसी मतम चुप्पदा कंट्रोल तौदुना लेगनी मरम मुदुना मखोइसि यानब चतप अदुम दरकार ओइबनिना हारिबा यानब चतलेंगी तालक तांजास्ता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौनरे हारगा मणिपुर की लानसु इराइलाइन हेत लेफन मंगमगद्रा मसिना मोशन से अकुसु लाले स्पीकर अदगी मोमरी सुबदा चाइना दा सानरिबा जियोपॉलिटिक्स से मसी इंडिया ना सु याम कन लांथिंगना बकन होनरिबा चाइना गा सक्तु मानबा अदि हरोकोम तिनबा अखोगी तोरो खंदानबदा नुंगाइबा नॉर्थ मियांगी मियाम से चाइना गा नक्सनगी हाइब से इंडिया जियोपॉलिटिक्स से यामना चाउना सिंगबम को ओरिबने मरम मसिना हारिबा नॉर्थ रीजन दा लेरिबा इथनिक ग्रुप सिंग से खाइबुंग तानहलगदि इंडिया ना मागी नेशनल सिक्योरिटी दा पिरकपा थ्रेट से हंदै हाइब से इंडिया की लुसिंग बसिंग अचेत पथाजबने मरम मदुनानि लान से लोइसिनदबसु मागी जियोपॉलिटिक्स से मखल लेनि अदुगा इंडिया की जियोपॉलिटिक्स से यामना चाउना मरु ओरिबसे साउथ ईस्ट एशिया हाइबा लमदम से खुंफम सेना लेपे हारकांदा नोमो नोये पावर हेंगलेबा मपांगल शक्ति हेंगलेबा चाइना ना हारिबा साउथ ईस्ट एशिया लमदम से पीरिबा इन्फ्लुएंस मसी हंथानब इंडिया लेंगान होनबसे मसीजु यामना तौफद्रबा जियोपॉलिटिक्स सरोमने ngasi di इंडिया को कोइदा लेबा अखोगी लेबाक्सिंग पाकिस्तान यावना अदगी Bangladesh India ning taman gibikni adagi India gi masi manang na hariba Nepal hariba lamse masi dasu akogi China gi BRI Belt and Road Initiative project se masi makad angak pa phongna ba paikhat kreb Nepal ju paikhale Bangladesh ju paikhale industry kalen khale development project kalen khale masi da khwai dagi India ning dol pom se Myanmar ong da paikhale ba BRI gi angak pa project sin ne madu thengna ba ngamna khonam da Myanmar ong da leba chin ku gi sing se masi mating lobo tangai phati adu Manipur hariba lamsin su lerem libi strategic position se masi na su hariba lana se loisin da na thamna gi so maram khong political dialogue hektam loisin gadon te speaker sa aduga loisel pa mga subdai na thamjaning base retired lieutenant general konsam himalaya na pongdu ki wapom kol treasury bench members yam toina pan biam thengne mana pongdu ki wapom je kolkata ra pangtho ki ba symposium am da manipur lands political dialogue tor warison porkani pongdu ki madudi khabar ge heading wane khabar ge heading du na ta ba mana ma hari wa symposium da kari kari hai ke madu so ekun ningtin na ba matok ta mana symposium da hai ki ma sing da hai bi sing da manglum da sangsin bhai da political dialogue amasung Andakal ani makta yanabum sa porpom sangay nakal ani makta yanab porpom so ore maramudna ningtin na naina biro kuptan naina biro matak panjab mam sangay sina masi mosan sam lale takchar amne speakers na house floor withdraw to
Thank you, Senator Jawa. Next, from opposition bench, L. Luchingbi Chanu. L. Luchingbi, say number 1.
Mr. Speaker, sir, we can come to Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi house ta pukhatpirak liba motion habidi Manipura santi amasung mausa gi fibam hanjilalak pa haibasi political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani hariba motion asi hek yengbada yamna chumba malaga su hauziki oiriba iramdam Manipur asigi asengba fibam reality da kupna yengluraga di motion asi chama lalaga da wafam amani maramaduna hariba motion asi lale haiba taktana bagi damak aigi oiba points kradang thamjage Mr. Speaker, sir, ngasi motion asina paliba santi amasung mahusagi fibam haribasi hauziki oiriba context to yengluragadi haukiba English ani kulhumdoi gi me gi tang ahumdagi maitai singi mathakta mapumoina Churachandpur gi haurakhiba khulai paiba kuki singna landarakpa Churachandpur gi khumu jamba laikai yauna laikai kunlom uful ondringai Bonpong Saparmaina Kalapahar dagi maitai sing takthok tringai serau sugunu ikau dolai thabi dagi automatic rifles sindana maitai sing talak tringai gi mamang do oiramba fibam adubuni mahusagi fibam hairi basi haujek so koki sing na maitai sing mathakta lan tarakli basini AK rifle sniper drone bomb rocket missile sindana landarakli asida sunata nupi amadi angang sing bu faduna tamthina od naiduna halakli thawong sing se tasing na terrorist ni haibasi madi pumna makna khanglabani Mr. Speaker, sir, terrorist ka political dialogue toraga warishin purakani haibasi Madi terrorist bu yokhat pani so terrorist bu yokhat pa motion di sogat from thokte I strongly oppose the motion, sir. Ani subada Mr. Speaker, sir, hangbaya bu wahangdi kanaga political dialogue tawgadawri bano Kuki hairiba sida challi haina lawriba hauzik thokliba lad asida hakthing na yawriba singasi pallabada thadau mar paite mizo wifi any kuki tribe ta chaliba kanglup singasini adubo mar amadi paite gi apun mani haizariba jomi nadi makhoi kuki nate amadi kuki gi mingsian ambasu yadri kuki gi mahuta jo haiga dabani hairi aduga thadau dasu amu ahum thokle kuki oide haiba thadau ama kuki oizai haiba thadau ama amadi kuki jo oi haiba thadau ama makhoi ahum sobuk yanade hairi asumna yamna chamam na duna leiri aduna kuki gi mahut sillaga warip lawba ngamgada ba CSO su leite lusing basu loite loinana India government amadi Manipur government na yok tuna thamliba su tawriba lalholop kun ngamanga asiga su muknariba maitai ga wari saduna yanaba purakba haibasima su chanaba yaba wafam nate aduna oithoklaroi tabadi sir ahum subada thamjaning liba wafam di hauzik Manipur da thokliba crisis asi kanana sangthan bano India lengak na karigi lan kham da bano haibasi achoba maram kaya amasu leiri isam samna Bangladesh Myanmar amadi China gi honglakliba interesting da India gi geopolitics ki drama da maitai sing na chaithing phangbani Maitai sing bu namthana na pagi damakta India na yok tuna thamliba Myanmar da gi pro democratic forces sing association na duna maitai amadi naga gi counter insurgency da sijan na pagi damakta semgat khiba kuki su militant sing asina chatha hanba proxy war am khaksune India na Manipur bu machet kaya thok na thugai raga idea Manipur bu thupsin na ba khusem gi oiba divisive policy amagi langlongni haibas masu maitai sing na khange loina na Manipur government amadi India government gi joint monitoring group na yachan lak tuna thamgada ba so militant sing asibu koitha thadok laga maitai micham singi mathakta landa hanba pumna makda khanglabani isam sam na masi but sanari ba mina but sanaba loishindraga political dialogue toraga warishin purakani haibasimadi but sanari ba oza maiba bo na koina na kan khatpa manbagi thong oiraga tokani sir masi apang bada tiki pizaraga false of sagadhan bagi thong Mari subada thamjaning liba wafamdi Myanmar gi parliament of our MP oiram laba illegal immigrants so oriba thanglen pau gaiti asina president oiba Jomi revolutionary army ase India na su tawduna yoktuna thamli masigi sumathakta Myanmar gi mongloi da pokpa India ga su tawnari ba ki NO gi president PS haukim na phongdo ki bada Myanmar Bangladesh amadi Manipur gi mafam kaya yauna Northeast India gi saruk sing asi pullaga kuki singi oiba maning tamba homeland jalingam sem bahai basa phong na political objective oidi badi masigi tabang Manipur gi separate administration sem duna union territory sem duna amadi homeland sem duna ko na thangna maning tamba home jalingam sem bahai basini masigi tabang Myanmar gi illegal chin kuki sing angak pa phang na pusilaktuna demographic imbalance sokan ba anoba khun kaya ama thoktuna area domination toksilakpa popi thaduna sel tanduna khulai leiduna narco-terrorism chatharakpa settle tribe ki mingda khudong chaba lauduna lai pa kum na hingsaram ba kaya sing asigi mathakta gi 1990s sa more dagi naga sing tak thoki bagom maitai chura chanpur dagi maitai sing tak thoki na daba atamna na tholaki ba crisis ni masi nakal ani yana daba gi thorpa crisis nate masi maitai sing bu Manipur maitai gi mathakta Manipur bu machet kaya thok na thugai na ba chatharaki ba kuki aggression ni aggression hai basidi lan thingna duna maithi pa pi ga damani masi laipak asigi rules of law na chalai ga damani Banga subada thamjaning liba wafam di Mr. Speaker sir Manipur da thok liba crisis asi wari saduna loishin ga damana te masidi lengak asina mapandagi changshilak liba mitop sing ase khandok na bagi damakta National Register of Citizenship implement tawduna detect delete amadi deport tawga damani Manipur da population policy ma puthokduna population commission lingduna demographic imbalance thokdana ba section thorang lokhat kadamani Manipur da illegal poppy plantation tawriba sing ase maru phukna manghan gadapani amani war on drugs ase national level lagi puthoraktuna India gi naha sing ase nisagi paktagi kannada ba hona gadabani amadi sugi ground rule thugairiba India amadi Manipur lengak da yoktuna thamliba su militant sing ase Logi matungina chayak piduna makoi sing ase terrorist ni lauthokuna su abrogation tawgadabani amadi Manipur gi reserve area amadi protected area singda logi wangmada thorakliba khun sing se lengak na takthokuna yade haiba am khangan gadabani amadi yamna ngakpa mawongda anoba khun kaya ama thorakli samna hairabada Churachandpur 283 villages Kangpokpida 308 villages amadi Tengnopal 205 villages hairiba village sing ase angak pangna hengalakliba village sing se ase Matam sana yeng sin hoduna jalingam gi manglanda area domination toksina ba paikhalak liba thorang sing asi tawhaloi da bani Mr. Speaker sir apun ba Manipur gi saktam da singnarak pa khuding mak ama toina leptuna yekna ba singbu maiti ba pina na ba hona gadamni aroi bada Mr. Speaker sir law mapu yong na talaklaga yonga sangtainaraga warashan purakada badate maduna mathakta panjakri ba wafam sing asina mayek sing na takle madudi Ngasigi Manipur da santi amasung mausagi phibam hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue khakta na purakpa ngamgani haiba motion asi aihak na mathakta panjakriba facts and figures sing asina mayek sing na taklapani na ngasigi motion ase house sigi withdraw tokbina na ba Mr. Speaker sir gi puning tingsinjari
Next is also from opposition bench. Hijam Pritam Maitei. Hijam Pritam Maitei from opposition bench. Set number 12.
With the permission of the Honorable Speaker, I would like to begin my speech with a reminder, and that is, dialogue without action is merely a drama and not a solution. Mr. Speaker, we must not fall into the trap of equating dialogue with resolution, because history is filled with examples where dialogue, even though initiated with good faith, either failed to address the root causes or serve as a mere smokescreen for deeper issues. Mr. Speaker, the ethnic violence that erupted in May 2023 in Manipur is not just a political dispute. It is an intersection of identity politics, historical grievances, ethnic divisions, and land rights. Mr. Speaker, this is not something that emerged overnight, but it is accumulation of decades of unresolved issues, including the competing claims of a ST status, forest rights, and territorial autonomy. Mr. Speaker, in such a multi-dimensional conflict, the notion of political dialogue as the only means for conflict resolution is reductionist. And moreover, dialogue between whom? The insurgents in Manipur government, the Meitei and Kukis, or the state or central government. Mr. Speaker, this is something irrational. How will, sorry.
Next, from opposition bench, Kulakpam Norendra Saha. Kulakpam Mingdom Tang Hayoduda.
Kulakpam Nasruddin Saha.
Oh, Kulakpam Nasruddin Saha. Yampazane Ibirame.
Asigi House the Pukat Pyramid motion, based on Nomansi in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. With the permission of Mr. Speaker, sir, Nasigi House the Pukat Pyramid motion, Manipur is a Santi Yamasung Mahausa ki people Manjilak Bahai political dialogue Kaktana Purakpangam Gani Haibase, Yam the Landbana Maram Morega. Motion Nasibo opposed to Mr. Speaker, sir. How's Hakim among the supporter bench ki members sing na yam na chumbadi man ba chumdi chum the wafam ki amram thambi kre howsik homage of India homage of Amit Sahana hai political dialogue khaktana Manipuri ki hana ki fibam ado hanjilak pangam gani adubo Maitai ki MLA sing Kuki ki MLA sing Naga ki MLA sing na political dialogue khaktana Manipuri ki santi ase hanjilak pangam gani hai ki ba do hojik ngam libra political dialogue khaktana yaroi political dialogue khaktana Manipuri ki page port pangam loi nasi Manipuri da thok libeirang ase political will leitaba masagi work tawba ngam zadaba masana masabu thazadaba leaders ke amram na thokan bani hai bita himan bathok lo nasi Manipuri da May 3 da ki thoklak le beirang hojik phawba loishin bangam dana lai riba sa India government ki yaka eng bane India government ki yaka eng batara ga de ekoi mataw karam na best pro pangam gani Mr. Speaker, sir. Nasi ki house da nasi nai nariba motion na se yam na lali Mr. Speaker, sir. Palestinian resistance freedom fighter amada nakhoi na kari gi Israel ga wari sana tribano hangba matamda ngakka thanga mataw karamna wari sana ga dawribano haibado nasi Manipuri da oirabani Mr. Speaker, sir. Chammanana nasi gi Manipuri da tholi biranga sa mataw karamna Kuki singa akhoi ga mataw karamna political dialogue khak tawraga mataw karamna peace pura pangam dawrina Mr. Speaker, sir. Kuki militant singa Maitai gi militant sing Maitai gi lanmi singa lalhoba singa wari sana ga dawribra political dialogue tawna ga dawribra Maitai gi legislator singa Kuki gi legislator singa dialogue tawna ga dawribra natragana Maitai ki lalhauba singa Kuki ki lalhauba singa political dialogue tawna ga dawribra hai besa hojik Manipuri da yamna confusing oiraba hirama mani Mr. Speaker, sir. Nasi Manipuri da tholi birang asa illegal immigrants mayamam Manipur da changsil lakpadagi illegal immigrants mayamam na mapu sarakpa madudagi tholakpa irang ni Mr. Speaker, masibu mataw karam na political dialogue khakna ngam gani Mr. Speaker, sir. Kuki gi miyoi singna India government ga Kuki gi su group singa wari sanagadabni political dialogue tawnagadabni hairiba do ekhoi Manipuri gi miyoi singna yagadawribra karigumba political dialogue asa sugi group singa tawna bataraga de ekhoi gi peace asa mataw karam na hanjilakani Mr. Speaker, sir. Ekhoi gi peace hanjilakki haiba taraga de ekhoi gi union territory ekhoi gi boundary maram chana fencing tawba maram chana
ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯌꯟ ꯇꯦꯔꯤꯇꯣꯔꯤꯕꯨ ꯉꯥꯛꯑꯒ ꯊꯝꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯦꯁ ꯑꯁꯤ ꯍꯟꯖꯤꯜꯂꯛꯄ ꯉꯝꯒꯅꯤ ꯃꯤꯁꯇꯔ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯀꯔ ꯁꯥꯔ ꯀꯨꯀꯤꯒꯤꯗꯤ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯆꯥꯕ ꯗꯤꯃꯥꯟ ꯂꯩꯕꯅ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯔꯒ ꯀꯨꯀꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯆꯥꯕ ꯗꯤꯃꯥꯟ ꯍꯥꯏꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯁꯦꯄꯔꯦꯠ ꯑꯦꯗꯃꯤꯅꯤꯁꯇ꯭ꯔꯦꯁꯟ ꯌꯨꯅꯤꯌꯟ ꯇꯦꯔꯤꯇꯣꯔꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤꯗꯤ points political dialogue taunabagi points haiba taragadi manipuri gi angkhoi kaiba yaroi manipuri gi hanagi santi kaiba yaroi haiba sine matau karamna ani ase matau karamna political dialogue taunagadu Mr. Speaker sir nasiga house to pukhat piram lo motion manipuri da santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjilakpa haiba se political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haiba se yamna lanbana maram moraga Mr. Speaker sir nasiga house is the withdraw to Mr. Speaker sir supporter members singna nasiga house is the karigumba support to biduna nasiga house is the karigumba motion na se support pass to khiba taragadi yongna tan yen bagi theory do ekoi manipur ta gani Mr. Speaker sir maduna nasiga house to bukhat piram lo motion manipuri da santi amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjilakpa haiba se political dialogue khaktana purakpa ngamgani haiba se yet na yaudana withdraw to winaba Mr. Speaker sir gi langtaknaraba puning ching chane Mr. Speaker matang aswaida thanks
Thank you. Next from Treasury Veins, Ria Tongbram. Yao Dragonation Biroja, Ria Tongbram. Treasury Veins. Oh, you will say number 2. Ria Tongbram.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, today I stand in support of the motion of the House. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. First, I would like to state what exactly I meant by dialogue. Dialogue is about listening to the person's opinions, to their own beliefs, rather than imposing our own beliefs on them. Political dialogue is about bringing a solution in which we respect the other's beliefs and opinions as much as we respect ours. We know that everyone wants to be heard. In a conversation, if the conversation has to continue, we should make sure that one person does not speak when the other person is speaking. Similarly, for bringing normalcy and peace in our Manipur, what we require is political dialogue. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the surface, it may seem that our problem, the ethnic clashes in Manipur, is because of a law and order breakout. But in the inside, if we look deep into it, it's not just a law and order breakout. Inside, there's much more to it. And that's the reason why we have to look at this case very much importantly. It's very critical for us to look after it. Many reasons why the ethnic clash has arisen would be because of the law or order given by the High Court, which considered to include the Meiteis in the ST status. The second reason is because of the eviction drive taking place in the hills. And the third reason is because of the drug trade going on in Manipur. And this is the reason why it is of grave and utmost importance for us to realize how to bring normalcy, how to restore the stability in Manipur. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe political dialogue is the only way we can achieve normalcy in Manipur. I would like to explain why I think so. The very first reason, we have to look carefully and understand about national understanding. We have to bring out a holistic approach and intervention to bring a peaceful state in Manipur. We cannot just deploy troops. We cannot use force in order to calm down a situation, because it is not just a law and order outbreak. It is more to it. It has been an entanglement of the various ideologies of the various communities, whether it be the Meiteis, the Nagas, the Kukis. They have their own ideologies, their beliefs, their wants, and it has been entangled. And it is a very critical thing, and we cannot just use force, deploy force to resolve it. As members of the opposition bench had mentioned, that it can only be consoled and it can only be resolved when we use a military outbreak. I strongly go against it, because we cannot use force to bring a solution. Yes, there might be certain instances that it might bring a temporary solution, but in the long period, Mr. Speaker, sir, it would never bring a peaceful solution. And for our own state, our motherland, Manipur, I do not believe in such a solution. The second reason, the members of the opposition bench may argue that what would happen when the dialogue is being brought and if the persons of the opposition party, the two parties, do not come to a common conclusion? What would happen if their ideologies are sacrificed? I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, sir, that it is a dialogue and not a debate. And a dialogue is about listening to both the parties and to bring a solution that satisfies partially both of the parties. For example, it is in Assam in 2021, 6 communities, which were the minority community Assam, brought about to the government that they wanted certain rights. The government of Assam in 2021, in order to resolve this conflict, brought about certain reforms and measures which would not only satisfy the minority communities, but also make the majority community feel that they have not been treated unfairly. And in such a way, the resolution was done through political dialogue. The third important thing, many of the members of the opposition bench has measured that political dialogue cannot be the only way to resolve the situation. They mentioned about social reforms, they mentioned about the economic reforms. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, social reforms, economic reforms, all of this can only be achieved when we have discourse among one another, and that is only possible when our representatives, when our elected members, the political people, they have a discourse, and this is very important. The fourth reason, as I would like to mention, is that many of us should know that Manipur, as a state, is a very critical region because of geographical region as well as political region. Manipur situation is very critical. And we cannot use arms, we cannot use force as a way to bring down the conflict that has been going on, to bring down restability or stability to resolve the conflict. Because it would gather and seek unwanted attention. It would gather and seek unwanted attention from a third party which may not be required. And when we seek this attention, I believe what would happen if we lose even the rights that we have right now? Isn't it better to resolve by letting political dialogue, political discourse among one another? Because in the long run, it is political dialogue that will resolve the situation. Fifth, the members of the opposition bench mentioned that the topic says, as the motion of the House, is that it mentions emphasis on only. I would like to say that it is not only, yes, I agree that it's not only the political discourse or political dialogue that can bring a solution to the problem, but what is the best way to bring a solution to the problem? There's none other than political dialogue, political discourse, because it is from political dialogue that it starts. Rather, we have to bring a solution, we have to speak about it. Rather, when we have to bring a solution for a problem in order to resolve something, we have to show opinions, and it is from our political representatives, because we are a democratic country and we should use our rights through political ways, through the right medium, to bring normalcy in Manipur. And because of that reason, I strongly support the motion. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would like to mention many of the members of the opposition bench has mentioned that political dialogue cannot be the answer. But they lack to inform us what could be the alternative rather than political dialogue. Because rather than political dialogue, it is only warshed, it is only the use of violence. Political dialogue may not be the immediate cause, may not be the immediate result, but in the long run, it is the bestest way. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, sir, what we want to bring is to manage the different ideas, the different beliefs of the different communities. It is about reconciliation. It is to reflect the various ideologies in an reflective equilibrium. And because of that, it is not about what the Meiteis are getting, what the Cookies are getting. It is about bringing and restoring stability and normalcy in state. And this can only be achieved by political dialogue. And therefore, I strongly support the motion. And I hope Mr. Speaker would move and pass the motion. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Ria. Next, from opposition bench,
ki honorable members singna drama gi dialogue manba dialogue tawna khrakan the political dialogue tawna rakan the suspire la khrakan da aikoi nga dialogue tawna khrakan the political dialogue tawna rakan the suspire la khrakan da aikoi nga si phoba political dialogue tawna rakan da warosin pura pangam jai Mr. Speaker Israel gi oiba mi engda Palestine sing amade Hamas sing ja makhoi gi mathakta amuk hanna lan hoba ngamaroi terrorism activities sing do amuk hanna tawba ngamlaroi haina mapangan sontha ba yaba sontha lakanda political dialogue tawra kanda sispe da political dialogue tawra kanda sispe da lakpani adu bunga si jing di kuki narco-terrorism sing ja mapangan atuki matik yamna kali masida ekoina political dialogue tawru ba haiba sa maram sabo ali masida ekoina political dialogue tawru ba haiba sa maram sabo ali maram sina mo sala sa amuk tulali maram sina mo sala sa amuk tulali Mr. Speaker, ngasigi mosala sida peace amasung normalcy sia Manipur da hanjala kya ba taragadi matau karam na peace amasung normalcy ji kaitharaki haibagi historical background khradang aikoi nisingba mathau tagani Mr. Speaker 3rd May 2023 ki adukumba mass rally aduda thokiba violence adugi matung ikui kuidana 12 May da kukijo MLA tara singna pulla kansida separate administration gi demand tawi kukijo MLA tara singna pulla kansida separate administration gi demand tawi laksani wa from the Mr. Speaker separate administration bo oiro union territory bo oiro haiba singa sidi constitution gi matung in India government na pigadawni madugi ona taina bada misam miam singdo osala kanda phuba saiba yum mai thabana singba amadi thokliba ngasigi pangthokriba rally aduda kuki militant sing asina phongna nomai paira kansida tawriba activities sing aduna maram oira kanda unity integrity amadi security da kai haiba sa unlawful activity prevention act 1976 ki section 15 matung ina makoina tawriba thabak sing do terrorist ni Mr. Speaker terrorist sing di India gi counter terrorism policy gi aikoi gi zero tolerance against the terrorism haiba do adu du season kanda terrorist sing bu marupungna muthak kadamni makoi ga political dialogue tawba haiba sa makoina tawriba activities sing du legitimate oi haina lowbaga chammanai masidi Manipur da terrorism gi mahum sarakanda hena pamdaba do kyam ba thorok na bagi achoba marama mo heli Mr. Speaker marama sina mosala sa amuka sulali Mr. Speaker makata na yengba yabasi official sing na Indian Express da phongdo khibagi matung ina Manipur gi state force tagi lakhiba khulai do adugi only 30% da bonga si boba recover tori lemhoriba 70% dinga si jo recover to bangam dena leiri masigi amuk mathakta tampaki lamda maru oina maitai singda 1500 weapon aduga singilam maru oina cookie singda 2000 weapons ya import to rakhre haina mayek sing nepali masigi mu mathakta Manipur da law and order laitre amadi missionary khudima absolutely breakdown oira haina constitution Supreme Court na so only phongdo khiba leire bani laksani from the Mr. Speaker masigi khudong saba laura kanda sing amasung tam ani singda group semna rakanda leibak ningbagi namada amadi khungak pagi mingda senkhai thungkhai toba mibu maram chada na warakpa makoina authority khuding makpa rakanda makoina haiba yada haibagi damakta phuba saiba toba amadi hat pan singba kyam tawrakli masidagi hendo khrakan sida hando ikui kuidana maitai amasung maitai pangan ani gi marakta ungkhana rakliba amaji singdana naga amasung kuki gi marakta leinarakli tension sing asya matau karamna political dialogue tawrakanda pis amasung normal sida hajalaka dorno masidi sungam ngamloi Mr. Speaker maramasina central force amadi state force ani pullakanda operation ama satharakan sida hairiba khulai sing asya lokhal ba recover tawrakanda matha mathongwakta pis amasung normal hanjalakani nataba taraka di singkhong chingyada kuki amasung maitai ani kapna balep khiba tarasu maitai singi marakta sibenwar natraga maitai amasung maitai pangan gi marakta aikoi gi communion gi oba war ki ama thorok pa yabagi akiba tujung ba kya malai maramasina khulai sing se hana lokhat laba matamwakta bis amasung normal se da hanjalaka doribani maramasina mosala silali makata ne Mr. Speaker 1951 da Myanmar ki sin state ki Sangai division da leiram liba makhoi ki population la 4.5 lakh oirami aduga 2012 ki census report ki matung ina sumna tagi 45000 khaktam oi masina takpadi Mr. Speaker hariba matamadu da akoi ki ethnic politics amadi junta number moira kanda displace kyam tawki hariba displace tawki pasing do tongan ba neighboring country kyam da sensana ki maduk do India da sulaki hariba do adugi matung da 1970s da Burma Refugee Association ama CM la kansida India da makhoi ge permanent settlement ama PBO haina sia thakiba leirebani masina ta emadudi makhoi je Myanmar da amuk hanba pamde maramaduna India da leiba pam haina laksani li from the Mr. Speaker Myanmar da amuk hanba gi mahuta India sida makhoi ga saksul manaba marab ga sida makhoi da punna leisala kanda nationalize tawgra kansida makhoi da immigrant mayam sina makhoi gi ba tongan ba jolen amagi manglan amadi drug singa se drug singa se business tawra kan sina moigi oirakli ba manglan singa to adugi mathakta amaka jo Mr. Speaker thokle ba iranga se illegal immigrant singna thogali haibagi damakte FMR lokthokiba amadi border fencing tawrani ana home minister na phongdokriba singa se asida west tobira kanda Mr. Speaker illegal immigrant singa di makhoi gi tobam thokpa thabak foreigner ek ki matung ina tobiba aduga terrorist singa sina India ki counter terrorism ki policy do sijanar kanda muthat piba aduga makhoina union territory ama di separate administration demand taw do constitution ki oiba mong da yam democratic oina tawhanba aduga Maraleza da ba misa miyam singi marakta reconciliation gi process asi tawraba matam da kakta Manipur da mahausa gi punsi da hajalak pangam nataba taraka di Mr. Speaker illegal immigrants sing amadi narco-terrorist sing siga political dialogue to ba sa masidi maram sukta sa ba mosala makhoi maram masina ngasigi mosala sa amuka zulali Mr. Speaker aduka treasury bench ki honorable member amana phongdok piram statement ama tanggapan jage madudi ngasi thokli ba irang ngasi gi mosala sida pali ba mahausa gi phibam da hajalak pa haiba sa ngasi dagi sahi kya gi mamang da South East Asia ge maning makha tamba Manipur ama oina leiramba isagi ina ngakcheramba adugumba maning makha tamba adugugi phibam do adun hai Mr. Speaker sir adugi maning makha tamba isagi ina ngakseramba adugumba leibak ama dugi damakta kuki narco terrorist singa natraga India government ga maitai ga matau karamna political dialogue tawna ga doribno masidi sugoi oi thokloi daba mosala makhakni maramasina ngasigi mosala se aina mathakta pijakriba strong argument singa sina lal habdu mayaksen ucherbanina aranba mosala mabu afaba khunai amadi peace amasung normal sida hajalakna bagi damakta ngasigi mosala se house tagi withdraw tawna tawina ba treasury bench ki honorable member sing the honorable speaker target through the punishing sinjari. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Roshan. Next is also from Treasury Opposition Bench, MD Sharif Khan. MD Sharif Khan.
With the permission of respected Speaker Sir, ngasi House motion di auriba khaktada haribo hayesina ngasi motion jibu hera lalhan maramna lale tak chana bida makta igi matik chaw of mamadi maram jing mathang none thamjage Speaker Sir Manipur political dialogue ke through the solution purakane na khanja bata ragasu central government na political dialogue tabo matamda michan midan naiba punna tawbungam daba tongan tawbana ngasi bu Manipur solution popungam dre amni ngamsungam lo Speaker Sir amadi political dialogue tawruji kana gano Manipur ki political dialogue to matamda karam luching ba karam form na ba karam government tharo political dialogue to gane Manipur ki luching ba singde Facebook ta YouTube ta hunna ba ngakne ngamjaba adu duga Facebook ta YouTube ta hunna ba ngamba adredi bodu ko bagi bungkhai mena ori san ba ngakne adu duga Manipur ki political dialogue Manipur political dialogue to khai ba taragadi Speaker Sir afaba luching ba afaba government am ki matamda to butai amadi Manipur da India haibal leba ase military da rank 4 leba ne adu India haibal ki manung reba Manipur ne pick raba state Manipur ne adu India is our plan chau kaya da 1962 war Indo-China war da subna ki 1 month for solution Indo-Pakistan war 1971 only 13 day for solution but our Manipur small state pick raba state Manipur sida 600 day hena balance to is India government na Manipur usita bane amadi India government na Manipur thosada bane because Manipur da political dialogue ki thuna tabida wathu osigorisin blockane khanba taragadi Manipur da lairi ba CSO media intellectual sing thamoi sing thabuk tawbutai miyam ki thabuk tawbutai machum chaba khal lepi batai machum chaba ji hen galakpa matungina akhogi malem gi Manipur gi mamang di kaijai aduduna speaker sir akhogi lairi ba central government na Manipur ki thole bo wathu osida midiang chang pataragadi thole bo wathu asa nong modelo jinbia bo thogne May 3, 2023 thoki bo thok to May 3, 2025 lo jinbia bo thoki central government meeting chang da banina thausa da brin ngasi bo ba watho osigorisin bo pangam dri is because sir Manipur da watho osigorisin bo kai tara gidi magi root cause ane ingbutai magi root cause ane ingbutam da koina political dialogue ki through the solution ji kamena phangani political dialogue khakdana phangadra political dialogue na phangani har magadi ngasi motion ji isamak support taw jarang badabne adu political dialogue Kaktana hari bangasi kakta hari buai jina ngasi motion jibu mesin la hanbana ma morega ai ngasi motion jibu yang da phone chat ni speaker asuk lalaba motion jida asuk lalaba khudam laitraba motion jida ai gi del na debate singna chummena puthok li base ngak tam gam jide amadi gyan taro su khan tabiyo speaker मनपुर की ओरबा हजिकी वाथो असिदा वरोसिन जी कमेना पुरकने अमदी पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तन ngam हाइब जे कोइन खन्न मथौता पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग खक्तन ngam गदबो इतारगदि ngasi मनपुर मई चाइबा मनपुर वारि बिसे वरम दबसु है थोइ वाथो असिना चैथें कया मनपुर फिरि वाथो असिना मनपुर रिवोल्यूशनरी की मिंगदा मियाम दगी लुटपाट तौबा मियाम दगी नैहल्लग चाबा युमथोंग खुदिंग की डिमांड तौबा स्कूल कॉलेज खुदिंग डिमांड तौबा सी एस अखोगी मनपुर की गवर्नमेंट मनपुर की स्टेट की लेरिबा पावर असिना सिक्योरिटी थाजी लगा अखोना स्टेट की प्राइवेट प्रॉपर्टी ngakong da bikudam ne because मनपुर ओनली थ्रू पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तरम तारगदी हरकपदी का होना मनपुर पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग के कान दब्रलाई जम्मू कश्मीर नंगासी इंडिया तिलुब वारुबा सुना मनपुर हाइब लेबा जे मसाई पॉलिटिकल पावर लेजिदबा शक्ति लेजिदबा करप्शन चथलबा फुरुप मसिन तोयना खतनरिबा अमदी सीएसओ सिंगुनि जेन मानदबा सीएसओ खरा अमना मिनिस्टर रिजाइन तवन तवगने खरा मिनिस्टर रिजाइन तवबि यारोन वा nganगने सिना मरम मोरे ngasi मनपुर सोल्यूशन पपंग दम निस बिकस अदुना आइगी देरलाने डिबेट से ओखन दबियो बिमरा अम्बेडकर said it कागजी काम काफी नहीं जमीनी हकीकत पे ध्यान दे paperwork is not enough please pay attention to the ground realities my dear learned debater please pay attention to the ground realities of Manipur please pay attention to the ground realities in political dialogue in Manipur please pay attention Manipur tholi bothok Manipur tholi bothok is a political की अखोगी लीडर सिंग लाइतबा political leader अखोगी मनपुर गवर्नमेंट ngambadi मनपुर गवर्नमेंट की थौनादी इंटरनेट थिंगबा अमदी फेसबुक दा मीन कमेंट पिरकपदा मीदु फाबा अदुगा मनपुर की गवर्नमेंट की मथौदी इंटरनेट थिंगबा फेसबुक इंटरनेट दा मी फाबा मसे तन स्पीकर सा अदुना ngasi की मोशन से मेक्शन लान मरमना लाल है ये चरबने अदुन स्पीकर सा ngasi की हाउस मोशन से मेक्शन लान मरमना ngasi हाउस फ्लोर से दियो तोबियो स्पीकर सा आई ममान पन बिरंबा देर लाने डिबेटर पन बिरंबा 1965 war Indo-Pakistan war only 48 days was solution 60,000 na displaced person dalai hai aduga mentioned 3,000 people were killed but 48 days the mogi the solution pugieba ngasi pick khaba manipur di 600 days balance hoeba balance thok pachida political dialogue tawudruba india ge mako oibe luchingba honorable prime minister Narendra Modi ji नोंग मतमा मणिपुर की दमदा ओखन खन लेतेबा रणबीर कपूर की फैमिली की गदिमा मीटिंग तब में पुंग अनी हमने वरी सानम में अदु मणिपुर के थोले थौदो की दमकता मणिपुर की लाइरिबा सीएसओ लीडर अमतक मा वरी सानम गमदे मागी मतम का थोक गमदे स्पीकर स अदुना मणिपुर पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबसे अखोई की लमदम मसिदा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरुगदबा लुचिंग लेते अमदी मणिपुर पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौब मतमदा चंगदबा कम्युनिटी मैती एंड कुकी कम्युनिटी है कुकी है कम्युनिटी से सेपरेट एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन पीद्री मखैदी वरी सानारोय पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौरोयना लेखरब कम्युनिटी असिदा अखोइना हंजिन हंजिन पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौगदना वरी सानागदर स्पीकर स ngasi मोशन जे मेक्शन लाले स्पीकर स ngasi हाउस मोशन जे अखोइना मेक्शन लानबा मदी मेक्शन वफम यावदबा अमदी याम लालबा मोशन खनबी ngasi हाउस मोशन जे हाउस के फ्लोर से विड्रॉ तौबियो अमदी अखोगी मणिपुर लेरिबा नहारों की मिंग मरईबाग निंग मिंग मियाम की लुटपाट तौरीबा मियाम की पुंसीरोल मल्लिबा असी अखोई ngasi हिंगलेबा ngasi अखोई खुनाय जे मियोइबने हिंग खुनाइद्राने अखोई ngasi हिंगलेबा पुंसी अखोई हिंग ngasi पुंसीरोल जे मियोइबा हाइबे जाति ने हिंग ngam खुनाइद्राने ते बिस्कस मणिपुर हाइबे जाति मणिपुर हाइबे लंदम जे असुक मदक जातिबा यूएस की थोकपरी पोरामदा वर्ल्ड की टूरिज्म चंग बिया द मफम जे मणिपुर सु याव खबने बिस्कस अदना स्पीकर साना खंथबिदना मदि आगे लाने डिबेट सिने खंथबिदना ngasi हाउस फ्लोर ला लेखन बिदना विड्रॉ तौबियो अदुना ngasi विड्रॉ तौबना अखोई तुंग मिरोल दा मदि तुंग लाखरो फीचर दा कान गने खंजदुना ngasi हाउस फ्लोर सि विड्रॉ तौबियो स्पीकर सा अदुगा आगे लाने डिबेट सिंगना पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग सि तौदगदि सुग्यारा यारो इन खनबि तारगदि 2042 दा आई चीफ मिनिस्टर रकने मतमदरा पॉलिटिकल डायलॉग तौबि आगने स्पीकर सा
थैंक यू
स्पीकर सा मणिपुर आई लाने डिबेट वरी इंतंग लीजगे मपा मचा मचा नुपाचे चाही मंगा सुरे चाही मंगा सुब मचा नुपाचे मपाची दाई बाबा आई फुटबॉल में लेबी है मपाची पैसा हम लेते लुप चहुम मगर ले मैं मपादा अदु मपाना लुप चहुम जी पूरा बाजार चले फुटबॉल लेब चले फुटबॉल लेरे अदुग थांगनबा दुकान अचापोट की दुकान में आंदुरा आगांग छिना बाबा अचापोट ले है अमुक फुटबॉल की खोप ले है अदु मैं बाबा पैसा दर इतमिना वरी सानngay दा मपा मचा से मांगनखरे मतमदुदा मपा मचा माने मचा रूपा कप्पे अगर थांगने दुकान की मीसिंग अचार पिजली फुटबॉल की बुट पिजली लोन पिजली करीम पामदेव अदुगुमना ngasi Manipur ki praja miyam development economy is good, but people of Manipur want peace. Only solution want peace. Manipur ki praja miyam shanti pame hana ki development economy adu karim pangtre hojik shanti pame ing tapa mioi bana hingi do punsi mahing je Manipur hingi punsi mahing je hingai ribane pung manga pung mari dena pung Taruk Pautang Hingba, Makata, Buduna Karim later Pussy Mangy Hinglibane, Pung Turk the Yum Hokumatamda, Mampanas, Mipairable and Su Hingle Speaker. I don't know, last but not the least, Bimra because said that Kaji Kam Kafine, Jamini, Haket Pivdandi, Papawak is not enough. Please pay attention to the ground rate is my deadline debate. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. MD Sarikana, si Mr. Webmatam Dokwidi Hingdom Mandre. Sorry for that. Yamdre. Hoji opposition bench ki ahum. Treasury bench ki amma khatangai reko. Dore ka dore aduna request ka sanato ega leri ko. Boda muba opposition ki ko anima. Ready review minute jam pi ni ko ngan bani na ko. Kitang pi ke tor mani yam chang pi ni. Adagi audience sing jusat piginu withdraw togadra pass togadra ngasi di audience ta leidui ni maram di treasury bench ki ju adagi di opposition bench ki ju yam mangang ning chat khrew pakhani bje sapa mi myam ning di NPP supporter ngaktrani no move si pass ta ugidra na pakhalim ni anyway house is house now mathang se Treasury bench tagi yam maroina sai digi yam sang ngai rapi Bomika Lystrom as a treasury from Treasury bench. Bomika Lystrom.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, sir. Ngasigi motion, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Haiba sida yauriba political dialogue to nawaro isin purak pangamgani haiba sina ngasigi motion na si mayek sing na tumhale yeninga later wapam ni. So I stand strongly for the motion. Ahan bada political dialogue haiba se center am state government na sanagada bani masigi ground rule amoy na hauzik laiba balance se control to bamachangi through state and central government. Masi micham praja sing ngamgada banati amadi military sasan ngamgada banati. Hauzik laiba phiba mase maitei amadi kuki ki marakta khana banate kuki na horok laga mitei na defense tawjaba khaktani asikum laba chin kuki terrorist singa se Government of Indiana Section 130 of India Constitution gi matungi na makhoi bu terrorist ni haina lauthokuna action laukhatuna makhoi bu phajin non thamlaba matamda makhoi gi mathada action laukhalaba kanda political dialogue se sanaba ngamgadari bani chap chaba waris na purakna ba hona bada center gi chawraba thodang lai haibase kanglinga laito wafam ni Matangda political dialogue sana ba haiba se khulai yaroga sana ga banate dialogue ki table da khulai yawba yaroi haina Bharat Sarkar na instruction pigadabani aduga laiba political leaders sing is CSO amuko kokomi sing asi amato ebi agenda da ngasigi laiba issue asigi wari sanaraba kanda political dialogue is the only solution haibasina warisin purapangam gani maramaduna ngasigi motion asi chumgani Mr. Speaker, sir. Anisubada, Hauzik, central government and Mitei Prasasing Tamli meeting as Sikarino, head of the state, head of the constitution, CM da Karigi Unified Command Pidriba, Amadi, Leba as a law and order later by Leba Amoriba. Law and order later by state government or Gadi state government Leba Canada Bani, Hauzik central state government asi dissolved over Mangna Adu Karigi Damak. Mawon the law and order di or the Pidraga governor da ikuna ubafang the law and order kaya review to raga laiba masi hangba yawa from ni central na kuda sanari barol ase masigi mathakta hauzik haurak liba ihawase lam masigi mapu yauri bra haibasine 1830 to 1840 ki matamda palam paning thauda Kukizoli Singh kun mukchangda fampi ki masigi matungda 1962 da Myanmar da land tawbadagi refugee oina lanjena ba oina changda fampi ki masidagi ngasi fawbada illegal immigrant kaya narondagi foreign policy kaya na thairaga Changsilagli baneba. Matamamna like in 1970 da Brahma Refugee Association Manipur na Home Minister da Gerald Mapisan ki madodi refugees sing changda fampi ba gi da magta thagali adubu refugee masing yambana maram oiraga makhoi gi lebam kona de haiduna lamhe na pibi yo haiki ba adu ngasi horagli bai hawasi adugum laba Brahma Refugee Association Manipur adura adu arabadi masina mayek sing na tagli ma hauzik hauraliba lan ase lam asigi mapu amata nate asegom laba kanglup asida Bharat Sarkarna separate administration tale haraga piraga indigenous people singna makhoi gi matata kari toropa yai haibase khangadabani amadi piba taragadi India da leiba refugee khudimaki India na leibak amabam piba tabaneba ngasi faubada center na state government gi wa amada taba leitri adubu kukizo singi demand security force oktopa yaroi haibada adumak thambanga mi chalhan khiba mangmi masina haibadi central government na se one side ta favor lai haibani masi democracy chat balaiba amagi principle nate maram aduna leibak asida Naka animal the Chapman meeting ying of a ganda political dialogue ase, Niti Chumna Sanaraba Matamda, Leba asa political dialogue the Navaros and Purapangam Gani Hivase, Mayek sing the Utkadoribani, Amadi, political dialogue principle the people and government. Adubu, Naman the Kuba Kubamakon Toktabane, Nasifa with a Prazagi, Hokaya Hokre, Satagi, Hokaya Hokre, Nakal Kudimak the Hokaya Hokre, Adubu, Waros and Piga the Riva political leaders, sing the Tadaba Udava Manapang Bagumna, Labana Maramerga political dialogue ase. Pulasiba pangam dribani ngasi May 3, 2023 dagi tawrakiba irang ngasi tha kun pharaglesi fawda central amadi state government gi marakta political dialogue ki karigumba amata same sadri masidi democracy palaiba amagi principle nate aduga ngasi fawda phongphong sana leiba issue amana Assam Rifle gi former DG oram amana haki leiba irang asida drone bomb missile chingba sisina de haiduna adubu handaki NIA da confirm tokre asigum lava drone bomb missile sisina de haiba innocent kangbu ase confirm tokra central government na karigi mokhoi gi mathakta action amata lokhatri banaba mathangda even P3 da oigera leiba amagi manung da oigera santi hanjalaki haiba taragadi chakliba mai ase muthatlaga warosin purakadabani masi center de ki chawa interference ama changi aduga leibak asida leiriba terrorist ki thabak toriba singa se maru phangna muthakadabane Manipur gi territory gi manung da chingmai kaya kokthokduna popi thaduna ngasi fawbada nattaba thaba kaya tawduna Manipur gi territory gi madung da narcotic FIR anoba golden triangle ama lingba sida India government na ayaba piraga linkhapaga chamana thokadori mani mansu manari bane masi lo na yaba thabang nate eco masina popi thabasna ecosystem kai halakpada natana natural disaster environment disaster tholaba chawba thodang lori aduga ngasigi lamdam asigi youth sing amadi leiriba angang na ahal khaidana nattaba lambi da chatuna lam asigi lamdam asigi chakhotnabagi lamda yamna thinda hangadori baneba Mitaina Jinkitang Kotopada and Land Forest area ne Haibiba, Adubu Ngasi Fawada Lisang Sitna Tataraliba Chingmaikaya Kotolibas di Land Forest area Natabra, Naronda, Lambigaya Assembly Bus di Land Forest area Natabra. Aina Haizaning Libadi, Ngasi Fawada political dialogue assess, Sanadavana Maram Oraga, Waroisin Asef Purakpa. Ngamdabani political dialogue sana na warois na se pura ngamlamdabani high borga dinga sige motion na se ai phone oppose tawzaram gani adubu ngasi fawada political dialogue ki kari guma amata same sadri maram du motion na se ta singne chungani Mr. Speaker sir even P3 do igera leba amo do igera political dialogue ta na warois na se pura kadori bani aduga khudakta irang na se horopa matamda Bharat Sarkarna Kokegi minister MLA tara yamna karigi sarkar paina BJP gi mayokta lepi bano haiba matamda ngasigi irang ase khudato losin ba yabaneba central government na kumbakarno oriba sina hemi ka tholokpada ngasigi Manipur gi irang asidi khudato losin ba ngamgadoribani dialogue ase thengdare hayagasu masinatana Manipur da warosin purak pangamloi Laiba ase law and order like the Baleba more. Law and order like the Bana Maram Oraga terrorism masing hingalagli, Kulai by masing hingalagli, Masina Amaga, Hana duna Irang as a hena sagala libaneba. Maram Aduna ngasi state asida state government gi order like tre, Maram Aduna Akoi House center government da, Yam kana pressure biba der katai through political leaders, CSO, Amuko Kokomina. Masi center pira matam center da ko na kan pressure pira bakanda political dialogue se niti chum na mai kai ani wakta yeng laba kan nga sigi waroi sin ase pura pangam gadari bani leiba sa law and order like ta bana tawning ba tawbada athing ba thamdre aduna senabina ba like ta ba inkol adudi sanjabora pai masana tabani masigi motion ase ta singa chungani Mr. Speaker sir, so I would like to request to our prime mover and the speaker of the house to pass the motion and thank you all.
Thank you, Bhumika. Mathang sidi opposition bench tagi ahum lorga loidiba aduna ahanbada kauthok sai si Khumuksam Srinivas Singh from opposition bench. Khumuksam Srinivas Singh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving me the opportunity to express my views on the motion under discussion. Ngasi House ki floor da pukhat pirak liba motion. Peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue haibasi. Treasury bench bu oiro, opposition bu oiro. Manipur da peace pamdaba, Manipur bu nungsidaba kana amata yaubiram loy haina thaze. Adubu wakal khanta hogdabadagi Manipur miyam ki punsi amamba lambida chatkigadra haina chingnazabana. Today I stand strongly against this motion. Ahanbada terrorist ka wari sanaba haibasi prithibi ki mafam amata da chatnadaba wafam amani. Manipur High Court na writ petition amagi matung inna April 2023 da thorakhiba order adudagi haurakpani haina claim tawba. Aduga masigi onna taina badana micham prajada sophisticated weapons kaya ama sizinarakan sidesida May 3rd 2023 dagi haurakhiba mathong maram sukhang khangdaba irang asi icham chamba political disagreement amanate mase terrorism ni. Manipur lairiba issue asi state government ki failure khaktamak sunate mase national failure amani Indiana democratic nation ama oina Indiana democratic nation ama oina constitutional values ngaktabadagi thorakpa yamna ikai ningai oiba wathok amani constitution bu hek ngaktraba irang mayam ama tholakhini lawlessness bu hek oiraba wathok mayam ama tholakhine ba kaigino kaigi maramgi damakta government se lairibano haibase ekoi amuka hanna ningsing minase Aikoi miyoi ba haibasi social being ni Aristotle na man is the social animal kainaga haibiramidana aduna social being ama oibanina society ama da hingminna ba punna leminna ba haibasi tangai phade togadabu society aduda ing na nuksi sanana leipak mara tapna santi leina leige haiba taragadi society ado organize oiba amadi mathau tai haiba organized society ama leige hai taragadi definite territory ama laigadabani population laiba tai hariba people sing dugi conduct regulate tonabagi damakta law mathau tarakaneba hariba law se laitraba matamda ne hingsa tholakadori se mana apamba lambi da chatna ba matamda irang haiba se tholakadori baneba hariba law asibu enforce tongnaba law sibu semnaba miyam gi punsibu ngaknaba lanthum se kannaba government se lairibani haiba se aikoi miyam ningsing minaseba adubu manipur da thokliba irang asi karino haiba se loina kauthok minaraga government na togadaba major tax anisa tobra haibase yeng seba aina government gi failure ni haijabagi maramdi manipur da mi lising humfu henbagi mayum makai mai thadok phikre maram asina tai madudi manipur sarkar amasung india sarkar na miyam gi property ngak pangamdre ahan bagi magi primary tax se fail oire ani subadana mi chahum henbagi mapunsi kem khre masina takbadi India government both center and state government se fail oire haibaneba Sir, aduga makata jarakpada logi mityeng da yengoba taragadi Bharatiya Nyaya Sanhita 2023 ki section 113 da terrorist act haina tongan explicitly defined tawraga lei hariba terrorist act sida terrorist kamai tawraga thengnagada no haibase yaujaduna leiraba ngataneba hariba act se yengjaraba matamda kuki militant sing se aina terrorist ne haina house asida thamjabani I'm not talking about all the entire community. I'm not claiming them to be terrorists. Hariba militant sing du khata terrorist haina claim tawjabani aduga terrorist encounter tawba haibase law na tawgadabaneba masi law sibu khongau nari hairaga political dialogue tawgani haibagi wakhanje karigumba hek leiraba adu itaragadi sarkar leibagi mathau tusukta tade law semubagi athrasu leite haib Of course, I agree that you can do political dialogue with the Kuki community, but not with the terrorists haibaneba. Legitimate oiba leader ga aikoina political dialogue tobadi yai togada bungasai treasury bench ki member amana panbigi ba matamda suda leiriba militant singsiga tongana muka wari sanaraga haibagi wafam ama yaubigi haribo wafam adusu withdraw tobiyo haina thamjari Mr. Speaker sir makha tajarakpada akoina terrorist pu legitimize tokthokpa haibase yamna laibak thiningai neba makoi bu encounter tobagi mahutta logi matung ina chairak pibagi mahutta akoina political dialogue toba haibase Terrorism cannot and should not be legitimized by inviting them to the negotiation table haibasineba aduga ani sujarakpada Mr. Speaker sir Kuki militant sing gi demands yam clear ni solution first peace letter sinemoin haise solution ji kaino separate administration hana piu aduga peace ti masa mathanta laksagadabani haibani wafam simakti non negotiable oi aduga we cannot compromise the territorial integrity of Manipur aduga Manipur di article 3 season naraga idai laina thugai be ya state amasu natte haibase hoi notominasi masigi makha tajarakpada Manipur da hingsa la heloi ge haiba taragadi aikoina lai harau-bagi tangka ama ningsingba yaeba lai harau-ba matamda aikoina thogal jagoi haina jagoi ama katli thogal jagoi sigi athagi manunggi oiba wahan thokta leiba ama khunai amada karamna shanti lakani haibase yaweba kamaina yawribano haiba matam sida thogal jagoi sabagi maram se leipak ningthau punsi nungsangna ba leipak mara tapna ba ningthau punsi sangaga leipak mara tappaga chahonga hongna ba khunjau leichauna ba thogal jagoi se katpani haiba yamna phajaba wafam amane ba masidai sida politically economically socially loina yawre akoina kamain tawraga khunai amada peace lakani haiba matamda hojiki context yingagadi leipak ningthau punsi nungsang ba haibase politically government se stable oigadabani mapangal kangadabani haiba aduga ani surakpada economically su pali economically dana chahonga hong ba haiba society amada peace lege hai taragadi economically sound oigadabani economically sound oidriba makai society amada peace lairak ba haibase wana thokani haiba aduga hariba mayamase achieve toroba matungda leipak mara tapakani haibaneba hariba phajaraba wakhalon mayamasi ekoi youth mayamsi chungsin naraga akhang ahei mayamga tanari hairaga cooperation amadi coordination tawraga leipaki tungi damukta aphaba wakhalon kaya am khana gadabagi mahutta naha kaya drug laichu duna laikre aduga hojik lairiba irang asi May 2023 dagi horakhiba irang asina akhogi youth ayambana militarize tawkhre haibase thamjage Mr. Speaker sir aikoigi ngasigi irang ase lotion khiba tarabasu Manipur da peace leiba haibasidi oithoktraba wafam amani maramdi power without authority is very dangerous maramdi Manipur da laidiba CSO organization jing je power yamna leiba not only for the Kuki community aikoina peace lake hai taragadi bias oina yingaga sungya yaroi aikoi maitaina chummi noina lali hairaga adugi argument da adum channaraga lairagadi kaidong da peace la oiba hariba side animaksi yinga kanta maitai gisu aranba lai aduga Kuki gisu aranba laiba akoigi CSO organization na mapangal yamna kalakhibagi maram se kai maram gino hairba matam sida lawlessness laigibasina maram oraga neba hariba lawlessness te laitanabagi damakta law do enforce togadoriba se government of Manipur and government of India na togadabane ba India ki sarkar se karino article 74 neba Manipur ki sarkar se na karino article 163 neba hariba power me am karai dagi lakpa source no ba constitution dagi lakpu natraba aduga akhoina center dagi power se ni pibiro haibagi mong amasu uzai mase center dagi ni gadabu nate constitution already 163 hariba se constitution na piba power ni aduga center na paiba power se ju constitution na piba power dugi matung ina makhoina power sejina bani hariba mayam ase akhoida loina phangjaba ngatani mase sejina bagi mahutta terrorist kanguga akoiga political dialogue to haibse oithokta wafam amni maram asina ngasigi motion se withdraw to bina bugi damakta honorable speaker ki pukning sing sinjari thank you
next Chitreswar Maibam from opposition bench Chitreswar Maibam from opposition bench Hoji debaters amma khatang ngaire loigadabo ko
ahanmuktada temwa ma yu hui pa wi ko no khurumjaraga tembido me ampuno suikai khumno butchari Mr. Speaker sir piram liba thunliba topic ase Manipur da santi amasung mahusa gi film hanjilakpa haibasi political dialogue kakna prokpa ngamgani haiba topic ne masi topic ase ta sengna aina support tawjaba ngamdribagi maramdi khakta haiba wai se rom badagi ne Manipur da asyam sanglaba matam sida karigidam to husi hobda political dialogue na solve to ngam jibno karigum da political dialogue na solve to ngam gada maram koiram ta lagadi political dialogue haibasi atai gari sunate laidiba community ani gi marakta laidiba community ani gi marakta mogi tongan representative punjala matam da wari sanaraga common ground ma photoga laidiba piramiba laidiba tabak to tholiba crisis madugi solution ma photok padubini masigi photoliba posa national da community da natraga local da to boyai adu Manipur tholiba irang sida yenjaraga de masai community crisis to ina tawrgani aduga akoi gi supporter branch na hangbiramba political dialogue khakna solve to bangam gani Iran khudimak political dialogue khakna porkangam min haibi rofam do I hang la lena praman pipa pamjai madudi 1992 gi Los Angeles gi riot 2011 gi London riot amasung 2019 amasung 2020 gi Chilean protest karam thoki ha basa nixang bio du karam solve to gi ha basa masido khanda basume 2011 gi London riot fatal suit tawba misak amabu police na nomaina kaptuna halaba matungda thoki riot asa judiciary reinforcement tawru matam da solve to bangam ke du 1992 gi Los Angeles gi riot asa police na black man amabu police marina black man amabu tamthina furo matungda thoki racism gi riot asa federal law enforcement tawru solve to bangam ke du ga 2019 amsung 2020 da thoki ba Chilean protest asa kamai to solve to ki haiba tarabadi sabudar gi bench na khang bi na yengbiu anuba constitutional law ama sem na solve to ki bane masida political dialogue solve to bangam de wa thok maya ma pitri bi leire adu ga haibi rakani World War for the political dialogue solve to bangam mena abu tasena World War se kamai solve to ki bana haiba taragadi military cylinder tawro matungda angam ba fotuna political dialogue ki maram da wari sanar matam to ki bane taseng mati mase political dialogue na te military cylinder na maram warga thokiba lotion kiba landform mo oigada bane aduga ngasai mamang da supporter events na yamna quote na yamna haibira memo didi an eye for an eye making the whole one blind na mahatma gandhi na haibira bo hayado aina masida haijuning modi aina mahatma gandhi na haijiri wafam se la le haijabi wafam nate masi yamna chume mahatma gandhi ase india da natana pitri pumbi gi luching ba mani mahakna balance natabanan balance asabu support to na bagi makta phukana gi bani makta amusung aman amabu laman khumna tuna mahan tan bagi thok se thok tan bagi makta yamna kan honor ma misang amane adu hadak 23rd January param para divas pangthokiba ma ki mapok numit ko khani kai khumnariba netaji subhash chandra bose kiming ta do kana yarom gane hoi ta do di yarom moi adu khang do di yarom bayai netaji subhash chandra bose india gi freedom da yamna chawa chawa thodang amdi rawe Masimaksu ayan haijaning madudi haiba loriba thokriba riots myam thokriba land myam India da thokriba Manipur thokriba myam ase political dialogue solve to bangam gada boiragadi asyam misi mya kaidobi malem sida thormi mun haiba sine aduga tasena si waji kaino di oire adubu India amsung Manipur da British layang na thalo mi base akoina tankiba posakam te natteba makoina chachara gi na kakholakpadagi chatkiba posak nei karigumba akoina tanba ngamgado posak obera targade asam sanglaba sei samyam se kadobagi sum lermi bun haipsine pithomi posak ase British na pinning na pithoma posak ne loidam lenga se kakholaga pithomi pisak ne adugo swing view Mr. Speaker sir Article 371 clause C the Manipur da liba tribal areas in the Mamagi tribal affairs ki tonganba administration namadi pija duna dumak lagli masi lain kari gi separate administration taliban ha bse masisu khandab ama change aduga India haibalinga ase federal junataba unitary sunataba quasi federal oibalinga ne masina takpi maramdi ngalingai matamdigi mifum khuni mara khangduna laeba akoina khangdrabasu acho sangna di khangduna lae maramdi kari no haiba matamda tholiba thodo khudi makse political dialogue khakna solve to bangamoi Mahatma Gandhi gi liching mukha thaja dana tung iduna chat permission mo jaba taraga su Manipur se kana loksan ki wa sa mi pum khudimang na khangra wa fam amane ba aduna quasi federalism je thamame thamami ma gi maramdi thokliba Iran singa sibu sasan tawangam ne ba mokoina tawning mo da tawangam ne ba samna harba aina haiba yaraga de afaba saba aina haiba yadra na fu sabai ta tawagi thong se masi tawna ba tawba ya na ba gi tamsung chathaduna lak ne ba se ai da kan thamjene Mr. Speaker, sir, Article 356 the India ki President tangdu laita daba state amabu President rule thamagi hagado piduna lai adu Article 355 the na asumna sungpali maramdi kari karam asumna supali madudi state amagi tangdu laita daba phim sing se central na solve to da me haiduna an hajin wa famdi kuki lal haire kuki na mu maite je mu lal haire kana tanaga dori banoba kuki na mu mitai lal haire mitai na mu kuki lal haire nakan ane kim fum khudimang nadi aman amala lena loina thangjina reba adu baina literature digi wahai kharadang wari kharadang lijani mayam de madudi virgin gi aniata anilesna Tronas pu ha leba aduga Rome Foundation to gi mami ama tamba ho khieba tasing namak aniles sa Trojan war matungda Italy da lak pu sak neba mafam du da khunda leita duna leiraga mafam du mafam du gi dam tu moin occupy taroga Tronas pu Italy gi Tronas pu ha tuna Rome Foundation to gi asoba thoda ama lok pagi mami ama tamba gi mami do adu da leba miyo bagi lichatta miyo bagi puari da masi made dum chataduna yauduna la emadudi masana masagi top top maram dum pamjaba masana masagi top top le fam pamjaba se hona sani namfudo gera namfuna tabadu gera Mr. Speaker sir masi thamjriba thank you
Aroiba learned debaters from opposition bench. Langamba Yumnam, he is from opposition bench. Langamba Yumnam from opposition bench.
With the permission of Mr. Speaker, in the opinion of the House, peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. The motion is absolutely wrong and needs to be withdrawn from the House. Therefore, I stand here to oppose the motion, for which I request you to permit me to put forward my arguments before the House. Mr. Speaker, before proceeding my arguments, let us first define what this motion means. Peace is a state where clashes, conflicts, and insurgencies are resolved and does not occur, such that it ensures safety as well as security of the communities in the state. Next, normalcy, according to this motion, refers to the restoration of a stable economic as well as government affairs, such that it is not affected by the crisis of conflicts on various parts of the state. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, political dialogue, according to this motion, refers to a structured communication between the two conflicting communities to bring negotiations such that it is resolved without any violence and peacefully. Mr. Speaker, in terms of bringing normalcy in Manipur, we need to discuss, does this normalcy mean the normalcy which occurred when there was the kings, when monarchy was in place in Manipur, or does this normalcy refers to the one that occurred before the May 3rd event, which was an unfortunate event of 2023? Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the monarchy system where peace was there between the valleys as well as the hills could no longer be revived back. So let us remove this problem. Let us now focus on the normalcy state where it occurred before the May 3rd event, where Meitei as well as the Kuki communities lived together, especially in Churchampur. Mr. Speaker, this normalcy itself is an unfortunate event which is not feasible in this state. The reason being that, can honorable members from the opposition bench guarantee me that through political dialogue, this 70,000 internally displaced people, especially from Churchampur, can return back to their own homes in Churchampur, where their houses have now been burned down, where those lands have already, where their houses is no longer there? Can they return back to Churchampur and live peacefully there with their neighborhoods, especially with the Kuki communities, Mr. Speaker? Next, let us talk about political dialogue. I agree, and we all agree from this opposition bench, that political dialogue indeed is one of the solutions to bring peace and normalcy in Manipur, Mr. Speaker. But what we are standing against is that it is not the only solution, and it cannot be the only solution, because the complexities in Manipur is too much, such that only on the table, due to some paperwork, it can't solve it at all. Let us talk about political dialogue, whether it can even occur in this state right now or not. Mr. Speaker, as we all know, the demand of the Kuki community, they state themselves as a separate administration in the form of a union territory with legislature. And the Meitei community insists on not breaking the territorial integrity of Manipur. 1/6 is on separate land, 1/6 on the unity of the territorial integrity of this very place. Mr. Speaker, this brings us to a deadlock such that both the committees refuses to step back to have a compromisation. Political dialogues, as honorable members from both the supporting bench as well as the opposing bench already admitted that it needs compromisations from both the communities. Mr. Speaker, currently both the communities refuses to step back on their own stand. Therefore, political dialogue itself is not feasible in today's date, Mr. Speaker. Lastly, let us talk about peace. Mr. Speaker, let me remind of an event that occurred in Manipur itself, the Kuki-Naga conflict that occurred in 1992. Honorable members, everyone, as we all know from knowledge, we know that it was solved through political dialogue. But is it really solved, Mr. Speaker? Let us take an example. Its epicenter was Moreh, where the Naga-Kuki conflict occurred. Mr. Speaker, due to that very conflict, till this date, after having been a decade, the Naga communities have their own villages was already overtaken by the Kuki community, and till this day, they cannot even return to their own homes, Mr. Speaker. How can political dialogue alone solve and bring normalcy in Manipur, Mr. Speaker? This is a prominent example. Next, let us talk about this political dialogue again. Honorable members keep on repeating that political dialogue is the only solution, It is not, Mr. Speaker, political dialogue is not the only solution. A prominent example is the Bosnian War of 1992 to 95, where the Bosniaks, the Kurds, as well as the Serbs, they all had an ethnic conflict, which led to mass atrocities as well as genocides in Srebrenica. This was tried to be solved through a political dialogue known as the Vance-Owen Plan of 1993. However, Mr. Speaker, it led to a failure. Instead, it was solved through an accord in 1993 through a peace resolution with including military interventions of NATO as well as post-war improving programs such that both the communities where there is divisions and where there's conflict needs to be resolved, they were given on various programs such that they were peace at all, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, military intervention is also very much necessary. Let us take in today's state itself, Mr. Speaker, more than 50,000 personnel have already been deployed in Manipur, but till this day, Mr. Speaker, there is no peace at all. In the bordering areas, there is still gunfights, and we hear it every day. We hear so much dead that there has already been 200 deaths, Mr. Speaker. Until this day, today, we are taking it as a normalization. How can we take this as a normalcy, Mr. Speaker? Now, talking about peace, Mr. Speaker, if we remember of this Naga-Kuki conflict, not only that, let us also remember about this Israel and Palestine conflict, Mr. Speaker. They signed an accord in 1993 as the Oslo Accord, 1993, between the Israel and Palestine conflict, Mr. Speaker. But till this day, we know that there is a conflict and it has not solved at all. So political dialogue alone cannot solve at all, Mr. Speaker. The motion is very much wrong. It also needs a lot of actionable reformations such that it is also implemented, not only taking it on papers and saying we can do this. It is not an election manifesto such that the political parties, the political members lie to their own people, promising them of a utopia which is not possible at all, Mr. Speaker. Today, we need the ground harsh reality. We need to check on the ground reality such that actions are being done and through which it can be proven. Now, we realize that political dialogue in today's date is not possible at all, but we also agree political dialogue in some time in the future, it shall occur. But today, we are not discussing whether it will occur today or not. We are discussing whether political dialogue alone can solve or not. And today, we, the honorable members from the opposition bench, deny that it alone cannot solve. Mr. Speaker, let me also remind that it is not only of territorial disputes that is occurring in Manipur, it is also of economic inequality that occurs. The main reasons the Kuki community, they claim is that development are occurring in the valley areas and the hill areas and the rural areas. There is no development at all in terms of transportation or in terms of education or in terms of job sectors. Mr. Speaker, this is a failure of the government, and they need to solve this socio-economic problems needs to be solved such that peace can be brought up, Mr. Speaker. Only then will they be ready to talk. An example is the Bodoland Accords, Mr. Speaker, that occurs in Assam. It is not a political dialogue alone that solved it. It also included a 1,500 development package. Only then there was peace in the very area, Mr. Speaker. Now, lastly, honorable members, Honorable Prime Minister as well as the External Affairs Minister also admitted that the conflict in Manipur is due to influx of illegal immigrants in Manipur. Mr. Speaker, this can be only solved when the border fencing is done properly, 388 kilometers which is left unfenced. When it is fenced, only then it can be solved. And hence, due to these various reasons, the government, they also need to take actions, they need to take measures in bringing peace, and at the same time, all the communities, the neutral parties as well as the other communities should also be ready to have a political dialogue. And only then will peace and normalcy in Manipur be achieved through political dialogue. And it is not the only solution, not only political dialogue, but also need other measures. Thank you.
Thank you. Hojik si debate si lore. Aduna sai House the motion ji move to bigiba first mover and recase. Minute kya lobby ke ahum logira manga logira. Minute ahum lobby ro. Next na thoksom sanathoi ready lebiu minute ahum lobu daba. Judge singi jury singi maxi tinjan binanaba organizing secretary kari mayam lokshin biro si loraga jury singwa khara khara ngang ni adu bomong da loishin biu khudakta lauthok si natradi NPP corruption tawai mo hai ni aduna lokshin biro jury singsi cha ahok bomom bitha di phani speaker yauna now case, please take your time. There is not more than 3 minutes.
Speaker Sardaki permission log jarakanda. Koi supplement point oina makha chatha jarakpada. Koi House dang asisa koi hagi samang na move tawduna chatharakliba. Koi ngasigi House ki motion peace and normalcy in Manipur can only be achieved through political dialogue. Hai besidaida khanarakliba koi debate asidaida koi opposition side longi observation koi yam kumna tare adu hek ahan bata badadi sumba manba sumdi sumdaba adugi sum mathakta self contradictory oiba observation mayam ma koi na phangjai si khakte sunatana makha tara koi na yam sunong ba poina moina panjarabada opposition side longi koi honorable member singna ngang biramba hai biramba poina ma koi political dialogue asi usoki loisalakpada yenba thumgum bundane hai birami ado lakse ningli ba wafam di loisalakpada yeliba thumduna khut hama kanda usop to chaba to ka dorimni aduna political dialogue sina hai riba solution asi loisalla matung du daida koi santi hanjalakna ba manipur ma hausa gi phibam da hanjalakna ba hona mina si hai ba wafam se thamjage ai koi mamang dagi opposition side longi honorable member singna thambirakliba hangbirakliba wahang sing asi koi taro ro kanda koi di koi ngasi gi house da phambiriba proceeding chathabiriba yaubiriba learned member khudimak koi treasury bench longi maikai da gi yamna awang ma thak ta khanjabani adubu ngang turakliba wafam khuni makum da taro ro kanda motion asi da yauriba peace hai ri je kanano kain hangak bugumba political dialogue se kanaga taunaga da bono kain hangak bugumba hai re bo wahang sing ase taro ro kanda opposition side longi honorable member sing ase koina awang ba thaki miyoi sing ne na khanjaru bodu thajaba khitang koi da mang bagi phibam lei paukhum amo oina pijarabada motion asi da yauriba peace ji kanano kain hangbirakpodu akoi mi maming da thonba adugi peace shanti du nate akoina laksaning lebo wafam di khangdraga su amuktang waro wiro speaker gi through the pakhum bijage akoi Oxford English Dictionary na piba peace sai base freedom from disturbance natre haragana a state or period in which there is no war haiba madugi peace tuni khangjan biyo ngasi dagi aduga political dialogue si kanaga kanagi marak ta taunaga da bono haiba du dei tielaba matam loisalak gi remedy sida aina panjadraga su agi mangna ngang bi khebe koi treasury bench longi honorable member sing na macha khaina thambigre na loisalak si da laksaning libo wafam di Manipur sidaida thoibe irang asidaida haktheng nana akoi gi masibu control tawgadaba yengsen gadaba Indian government Manipur government makoina tumina laikhiba asi pen da bagi damakta solution porangna bagi damakta makoina initiative lobirakanda political dialogue tawnabiu aduga Manipur mahausa gi phibam da hanjin hanbiu haijabani aikoi khange Indian Constitution के article number 355 की मतुंग इना मणिपुर थोइबे इरांग असि एकोय external aggression नि हाइबा मखोइना फोंदोखिबा वाफम नमय एकसिंगना ताकचरे मरम असिना Indian Constitution के article number 355 की मतुंग इना Central government is responsible for protecting states from internal disturbance and external aggression haibase Bharat Samvidhana piduna leiraba wafam amani masi khangna makoina thabak amata tawdagai thawoina yengduna leiriba asi tahon danabagi damakta aikoi mari leinaba stakeholders sing phaminara kanda tawba yaba political dialogue tawminara kanda Manipur bu mahausa gi phibam da hanjel hanna bo honasi haiba wafam se thamjaraga aji khakta sunatana aikoi ahan bada opposition sailong ki honorable member sing se masing yambiram bani adubu motion jidi oppose to thura kanda last sumam badagi amam chanagi ani chanagi sum se sakui sum hangawre machine dum taksera bani aduna motion naji pass to buda matik charaba motion nama oibna masigi motion nasi bo house floor gi pass to wina bagi damakta speaker sarge amadi house puning sing chinjare thank
you Rikesh. Now opposition bench ki leader Thoksom Sanathoi take your time minute home.
With the permission of Honorable Mr. Speaker, sir, as a leader of the opposition bench, Honorable Speaker, sir, ngasigi support the bench the phambi riba members sing ngasigi house the pukhalklipa motion asi iram the Manipur asi the lairiba praja singbu lan lamjing nana honorak pasida aroiba aigi concluding remark oina ngasi iram the Manipur bu lan lamjing gadaba asidagi kalhu nana bagi aigi concluding remark Honorable Speaker, sir gi mafam da support the bench na thambiramba statement sing question tawjaba oina Honorable Speaker, sir gi mafam da mathang naw nai thamjage ihan han bamaktada ngasi iram the Manipur thokliba structural amadi cultural violence ki core issue asi kari no haibasi miam punna ihan han bamaktada khangminaba yam namak darkar tai ngasi iram the Manipur thokliba irang asi ki core issue sing adudi ihan han bada illegal immigrants ki issue opium cultivation ki issue narco-terrorist activities singi issue aduga recently suspension of operation ki wathok issue sing asina maram oiraga iram the Manipur da ngasidi achauba wathok sing asi thoglakpani. Honorable Speaker, sir, we all the members of the opposition members, we do agree the fact that political dialogue is the must, but the question arises over here is that kana political dialogue tawgada rip no haibasi achauba wahang amani. Honorable Speaker, sir, support the bench the fambi riba members sing da jarimba wahang di ngasi ki political dialogue asi center amasung state lengaka ahain na yada mawong da yamna ningtamba leibak amada illegal immigrant oina sanglakliba mi sing asi ka political dialogue tawgada ripra ani subda center amasung state lengaka drug thariba poppy plantation tawriba mioi sing aduga political dialogue tawgada ripra ahum subada India ki lejariba Bharatiya Nyaya Samhita aduga formerly IPC amadi criminal procedure court pu legal system pu khongau naramaga narco-terrorist activities sing they involved the riba terrorist singa iramdam gi leiriba center of state lenga ka political dialogue tawgada ribra haibasi achauba wahang amani hai report asi support the bench the fambi riba members ina understand to pham thoi ai ga ani suba point ta nahan makai support the bench the fambi riba members ina tumduna leiruraga ngasi mak mikap thoklaga political dialogue haibagi wafam asi topiu masigi sabsabu khudam haibu I would like to remind this house to the especially to the members of the supporter bench is that 23rd October 2023 the Ministry of Home Affairs na already rudimentary oiba mawong da tripartite peace talk ama violence thadok ma haina mutually decision ama lawkhrabani where decision to the violence thadok ma haina lawkhiba taragasu ngasi makfauba violence thadok taba sina clearly political dialogue tawraga iram da Manipur da shanti amasung mahausa gi phibam hanjilakpa haibasi oithok tabu wafam amani haibasi clearly state tawbana maram oraga motion asi aranba motion ni haina thamjabani. Honorable Speaker, sir, I get ahom super pointer KNLF ki president Tiger amasung Hizang Misona social media da yamna openly and loudly ngasi iram da Manipur da thokli bi irang asi perpetuate ta honna da honna gadavni haina social media da clear and openly high da phawda asigumba aggressor singbu leiriba center amasung state lengaka political dialogue tawgadabani haiba targadi. My question over here is that India is a sovereign country in which Manipur is a part of it, and India never accepts security threat as it is. And moreover, support the bench the phambi riba members na iramdam gi India gi leiriba constitution bu khongau na ba kaidong num da sinbiganu. Honorable Speaker, sir, last but not the least, my appeal to all the supporter members of all the supporters bench is that Article 371C of the Indian Constitution na Scheduled tribe category the piriba special protection amadi safeguard aduna maram oiraga illegal immigrant cookie sing asi ayambana iram the Manipur da thomjilaga iram the assimilate tawraga schedule article 371C of the Indian Constitution na schedule 5 category the piriba special status the maram oraga illegal immigrants sing asibu incentivize tawraga ngasi the illegal immigrant ge negative fallout ama oina iram the Manipur ngasi gi irang asi thoklakpani support the bench the phambiriba members in the thamjaram wafam da constitutional amendment asi political dialogue tawraga constitutional amendment ama tawgadavdi hai honorable speaker sir support the bench the phambiriba members in na India की constitution bu hana mare chumna India की constitution bu yamna munna understand to you karam by India की constituency की provision da constitutional amendment asi political dialogue tawra constitutional amendment taw yai habasi karam by India की constitution की provision da khairam bage honorable speaker sir maram asina ihan han mamak da India की constitution bu khongaw na basin bi ganu India the country India is beyond and above everything India की constitution bu khongaw na basin bi ganu India की constitution bu understand tawraga iramdam gi leiriba country sibu govern tawriba constitution sibu respect tawraga different provisions sing constitution makha da thamlamliba asigi framework ki manung da chatlaga India की constitution bu aran ba maung da iramdam gi leiriba praja sing asibu karisu lairik la shu haitaba karisu khangdaba mioi ama oina guide tawbi ganu honorable speaker sa maram asina support the bench na ngasi Pukhalakliba motion iram the Manipurda Shanti amasung mahusagi fibam hanjilakpa habasi political dialogue khaktana oithokpang ngamgani hariba motion asi mathakta thamjakriba already ai introductory remark aduga concluding remark asina different dimensions tagi yengba matamda aran ba yumfam yawda motion amo oibana ngasigi prime mover na ngasigi house the move to ramlaba motion asi amuk ka han reconsider tawraga aikoi amatoina tungi khunai gi damakta yamna chaukhatpa iram the Manipur peace and harmony oiba iram the Manipur amagi damakta ngasigi house the pukhalakliba motion asi amatoini unanimously withdraw tawraga iram the Manipur yamna chaukhatpa peace and harmony leiba iram the Manipur ama sabgal asi haiba wafam asi thamjaraga honorable speaker sir dagi kananabi athang dongjari thank you
Sanathoi mayamju house ki member ngatani lengsin biri se sai how de loine loi tabiri ni nako speaker aiju ani maktai adum ama wintoi aidi aiju withdraw togadra natraga motion ji pass togadra gyanam ta deba aduna hojik si lengsin biri ba mayamna ai ahan bagi motion ji pass tawbining bangai khudam thangapio House की motion जी pass तो bining bang ay kudam tanga piyo. Okay. Ang takhan biyo da house की motion जी pass तो bining ay kudam tanga piyo. Ikay binu kay no si house ni kay no. Okay. Yare. Waro bibi adre. Lakbiri ba lebiri ba house की member में amzi की खुद tangkar pasi yang jiraga. Motion ji pass to pam the bagi mong de leire aduna hoji motion ji withdraw to gadra habi wafam mulai and as a convention speaker wena aina ngasi gi motion house ki motion ji kai khali noi kai khali pass to ninge ba aduga aseng bagi hayadi magi treasury bench su opposition bench su yang kanda no opposition bench ki mi miam chakhibje masi hayadi house tagi withdraw to ba nata the pass to den pay ba kai khali okay Manipur ki speaker adagi India की speaker अदू दादी खंगद्रे को मिसम के हम नाइब दोंग तो नव माले आई दी debate की नहीं ना अचुम मसुम लोग जरगे motion जे pass तो जिद्रे withdraw तो रे कोई mark tally तो बल लोई ड्रिंगे की सीधा सुम jury सिंग नमागी मोट खर pinning बा लेनी बिहम जुथे आइदी आंगांग सिंग अखोई डिबेटर सिंग सिदा सुकाना इदना को अदना आहान बदा अखोई उजानो नी काय खुम नजर उजानो नी ना मतम कितंग लोबी गत्रा उजा
Thank you everyone. Mr. Speaker, Oibigiba, Amasung, I colleague jury members and participants and audience, I respect Uchari. I'll take about 5 minutes. I have an NPYF initiatives. I am not Tagachani. Karigino have Matamda, Wangang the Bahib say, Kunayamagi Tangai for the Nachang Bamachakamani, Masibako public culture koi. Hen and why repeating a sea, Mahiro in a how, where sing na Yam the Toy Yauna, Nangbiba. Aduga maming panjadragasu aina yam impressed oigiba opposition gi bench ta su yauzei aduga tragedy bench ta su yawi yamna nungai ekhoju learning oiba moment ama phangi aikhoi gi manipur da ngasi khoi ngangnari basida yamna nungnang ba madi yawi debaters sing sida aikhoi si karam haina hingogadagi haibagi concern ama, and I think that reflects that we are living with a sleeping conflict, what Johan Galtung calls as negative peace, and I would call it sleeping conflict. Anytime it can wake up and put you in trouble. That's a very, very concerning situation. Second point, peace for a matang sidda debate haibasidi khananaba yananabagi competition gi model puthorapani sida puthoi sidi maroina akoina house da assembly da parliament hek puthokpa dumaina di puthokta bill gumbasu oina tawi adada aina opposition bench amasung treasury bench da hangi treasury bench ki problem sina tawgudoriba peace dialogue asi kanagano haibasi akoigi mover na khadi attempt tawrami adubo mover na tawrami du yamna pakti pakpa chawba aduga pointed way the Bahaitare. I think that was a big lacuna in the entire process as raised by the tragedy bench. Makogi wangang loy kuding magna ayambana tawduriba dialogue si kanagano karino karamba issue da tawdurino haibisigi bill sita puthorakta basi tragedy bench ki awachaba mani ana khali. Opposition bench ki problem sina karigino harakanda wangang loy mayamji tholaga member mayamji agreement tawnaba Adaidi peace ki building process to basi dialogue ki manung chandi hainaba oina honor posiyawi adudegi batak da su amuk opposition bench di lairaga conflict haibasidi wari yotai saraga tawdamni haibagum basudum haibiyawi adana masigi akoigi yamno finally akoina argument tawgadab area du da treasury bench amasung opposition bench anima ki weakness khar uba phangi mado akoina matung tarpa debate sing da khar semdo haningi haibasi mathamni aroi bada treasury bench amasung opposition bench ani sina soiki baji kadai dono haragati tawriba issue asi political dialogue asi maitai ku kuki gi oina khaktang ubadong toy kari no haibi topic sira di bill sira di pande maitai su kuki su adana magi canvas asi amna pick na ugi bahai tare hena chawba problem amana manipur gi wari ji khanar pamatana meitai gi wari ona tawna ngangba dawna tawbasu members sing sida uba, and it actually disheartens my entire political consciousness because you're shrinking your own ideas about the idea of Manipur. Masima bench anida ikan hainingi topic asida bill asida community amatagi maming pande aduna khanar pamatamda ngasigi bill asi khanabata maitai amsu kuki gi wari oina chatkiba asisu aikhoigi miyang sandaba members singi wakhalni haina idilose masima miyam gi mihut oina khara section hanni haibsani maramdi miyam gi mihut ni haidana ngasi laiba mayam sesu miyam na pen da bakya lainariba matamni aduga peace amasung dialogue tawna ba haibase aigi wakhalda infrastructure aina hainingi aikhoina dialogue tawna doriba political process ma tawna doriba sigi my environment ma changeba madu wai khoina infrastructure hana kobiyai khudamoina e da public culture ma leiba khunai mu han batai ai khoina ngasai opposition bench ki member amana sukana haibi khiba akhoigi lamsida wangang ba yaraktaba phaba punba tawba aki akhangi phibam ma lakpa suma mayam se akhoigi public culture da directly threat tawi adana aigumba researcher amanadi sigi public culture kanjanabagi wakhalon si amna phawi aduga ngasi member oiriba singnasu adugi public culture dubu kannabagi damakta miyam ni mihut oina thakatlibani haibase kauba yade haibasini ani shubada aikhoina peace amasung dialogue tawna ba haibase abstraction da tawna ba yati yamna platonic obe process amanati masidi yamna pragmatic obe process amani madudane khoi institutions innovations sangis innovations of institutions to address the problems that we are confronting with. Number C, ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯃꯦꯝꯕꯔ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏ ꯈꯨꯟꯅꯥꯏꯁꯤꯗ ꯀꯣꯟꯁꯇꯦꯟꯠꯂꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯗ ꯗꯦꯃꯣꯀ꯭ꯔꯦꯇꯤꯛ ꯋꯥꯔꯜ ꯚ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯍꯦꯟꯒꯠꯍꯟꯕ ꯇꯥꯏ ꯈꯨꯗꯝ ꯑꯣꯏꯅ ꯃꯅꯤꯄꯨꯔꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯔꯤ ꯁꯥꯟꯅꯕꯗ ꯐꯨꯔꯨꯞ ꯑꯃꯈꯛꯇꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯈꯜꯂꯒ ꯁꯥꯕ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒꯅ ꯄꯣꯂꯤꯇꯤꯀꯦꯜ ꯃꯨꯚꯃꯦꯟꯠ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯅꯠꯇ꯭ꯔꯒ ꯀꯥꯡꯂꯨꯞ ꯅꯥꯏꯕ ꯃꯑꯣꯡꯗ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯄꯨꯝꯅꯃꯛ ꯑꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯗꯦꯃꯣꯀ꯭ꯔꯦꯇꯤꯛ ꯋꯥꯔꯜ ꯚ꯭ꯌꯨ ꯌꯥꯎꯗꯕ ꯋꯥꯈꯜꯂꯣꯟꯅꯤ ꯃꯔꯝ ꯑꯗꯨꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯔꯤꯕ ꯋꯥꯔꯜ ꯚ꯭ꯌꯨꯁꯤꯡꯁꯤ ꯗꯦꯃꯣꯀ꯭ꯔꯦꯇꯥꯏꯖ ꯇꯧꯗꯕ ꯇꯥꯔꯒꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯄꯥꯝꯂꯤꯕ peace process dialogue asi tauba ngamde karigino haida matik chaba infrastructure adu ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯅ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ ꯍꯥꯏꯅ ꯂꯧꯏ ꯑꯍꯨꯝ ꯁꯨꯕꯗ ꯑꯩꯍꯥꯛꯅ ꯄꯨꯈꯠꯆꯅꯤꯡꯕ ꯑꯥꯏꯗꯤꯌꯥ ꯑꯃꯅ ꯍꯧꯖꯤꯛ ꯑꯦꯊꯅꯣꯁꯦꯟꯇ꯭ꯔꯤꯛ ꯍꯣꯝꯂꯦꯟꯒꯤ ꯋꯥꯐꯝ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯀꯟꯅ ꯂꯥꯛꯏ ꯀꯥꯡꯂꯨꯞ ꯅꯥꯏꯕ ꯂꯩꯄꯥꯛ ꯁꯦꯝꯒꯗꯕꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯏꯗꯅ ꯉꯁꯥꯏ ꯗꯤꯕꯦꯇꯔ ꯑꯃꯅꯁꯨ ꯄꯜꯂꯝꯃꯤ ꯑꯩꯅꯁꯨ ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯄꯕ꯭ꯂꯤꯛ ꯁ꯭ꯄꯤꯆꯇ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯉꯥꯡꯖꯕꯅꯤ ꯑꯗꯨꯕꯨ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯁꯤꯗ ꯑꯃꯈꯛꯇꯪ ꯍꯥꯏꯅꯤꯡꯕꯗꯤ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯀꯥꯡꯂꯨꯞ ꯅꯥꯏꯕ ꯋꯥꯈꯜ ꯈꯟꯕꯁꯤ ꯃꯥꯏꯀꯩ ꯑꯃꯈꯛꯇꯅ ꯈꯟꯕ ꯃꯥꯟꯗꯦ ꯃꯥꯏꯀꯩ ꯀꯌꯥꯗꯒꯤ ꯈꯟꯅꯕ ꯎꯏ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯀꯥꯡꯂꯨꯞꯀꯤ ꯃꯤꯠꯌꯦꯡꯗꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯟꯅꯥꯏ ꯑꯃꯁꯨꯡ ꯔꯥꯖꯅꯤꯇꯤ ꯇꯧꯕ ꯑꯁꯤꯅ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ matam sangna lerba political culture adu da yamna chawba chaitheng piba si aikhoigumba mi amadadi yamna nuwaizadaba wazaba phawi maramdi aikhoigi future si yamna mak slipping conflict ama gi maikai da sangsilakba hekta makeup tholakpa da hekta hanarakba yaba fiba ma semgat pra habi akiba duna maram oraga aikhoigi marakta leriba khenaba sing asi leiraga su aikhoigi marakta manaba kaya su lei haibasi su aikhoina kawba yade haibasina aikhoigi khenabasing asi absolute oide haibase nahasingna khalangi haibaduri aduga wakhalon kangluki wakhalon sum sangsin khibasina amamba tanel amada amamba surung amada sumak sangkhiba amamba surung adu sangkhibata natana surungdugi manungduda chumthang makhong thibagum tauba political ideologies mayam kanglup naiba mongda polakpa sina aikhoigi political future asi kari oigedagi haibasi yamna mammi haibatare maduna ngasi tinbiriba membersing amasung khunai asina nainabiba matamda adugi langadu thudanabagi machaksing infrastructure sing semgat pasina akoi manipur kan gadori bani haibase political party sing asu mieng sanna yenglabadi laiba ase chawkhat pangamgani haibasini loisalam dai dain haining base aikoina kanglup ki oiba wakhalda aikoina yengba aikogi political world view sing si community the lone picture like pa se matam go chunadaba philosophy matam go chunado political ideas oirak pa sina manipur dang asidi masigumba wakhalon sing se manghan nabagi adugumba yamna ningthiba political world view sing democratic culture amasung sigumba debate chathariba public culture se semgat ba mathau tai public culture asi aikona kalhauda ba taraga dictatorial ba khunai lo namra changkini adu akoina matam sangna sagalakpa adu mangasai palliba democracy 1947 constitution 1949 the lotion ki bagi wari punuma tugi adugi nungnang ba sing ado makha tanamak adumak leikhigani haibagi thazaba chingnaba adusu aingonda fawi aroi bada aikoina ngasi piriba ideas sing ase aina haibana chummi haiba langadu thugadra natragana aigi langadu tholaga chatna bayaba political world view amada aikoi thajagadra haibasi hangba taragadi aina khanjabada political science su yawba aikona su khara hena nainajaba aikogi aikona political propositions ama thamba matam siresida akogi value amadi yawpham thoi hariba value asi yariba makhai malem sida leriba amasung himneriba khunai singsina yagadaba political value sing adu puthokpa aduna institutions singi mathau oigadabani miyang leaders singi mathau oigadabani aduna hariba value system adu puthokpa yanadaba tamudi political dialogue ama tawba mathau tai haibase political dialogue ama tawdaba taragadi karigidamakta problem lakani haiba society ado militarized torokani society ado conflict tholakani aduna mungnariba mayam se aikoina democratically lotion si hairabadi aikoida wari saba ngambagi awat apa hangnaba ngambagi adugi innovative oiba thauna ado leitrabadi aikoi masel phunaba hanaba amasung aduga ironana koi khunai ase lanmi sing langoi chankibana tana thodok po option leiroi haiba wakhalona sida aigi oinadi ngasigi motion ase yamnamak support tawjai thank you very much
Next, Ma'am Srima, Madam Karlovi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Respected speaker of today's debate, respected jury members, and people in the audience. Ihan mamakta de hagna kai khumna bu chari thoidokna ai haningai lekte akhoi oja noni ne yam phajana debate sigi process amasung award pa soiba yam point out toraga thambirame yamna haraujai kaigino haiba matamda sumaina yamna ningba kairaba yamna thawai nungaitaba matam asida akhoi gi haurak liba inkhalak liba akhoi students sing haitare mukhoina yang launa sigumba debate asida masing yamna participate toraga faza ba idea myam puthok pirak pasi urakanda manipur se asama di uri habse haksi na thaje asigumba debate competition asibu sinbi bagi damakta NPYF pu hanna thagachari debate si khakta sunatana essay competition amasu sinbi habsi ha khangjai essay competition dugi jasu ha oijabanina yamna thagatba phongdok chari tungda su debate essay competition aina hapsin jaring badi poetry ki competition su tobiu extempo speech ki competition tu tobiu karigino haiba matamda ningkha tambagi wahai wata sing sidi saireng gumba art gumba da phongtokpana hena sakti leibani masi ehak thamjage aduga saireng amusung art pu yam pamjaba mioi ama oina nupi ama oina ehak saireng ama khak ai isagi ju thamjaramge aduga madu thamdringai du da ehakna shiro shairi se ehak yamna pamjai masigi inspiration se angang ringai de su pamjare tabu 2019 da ehak Zamia Millia Islamia Delhi da refresher course ama khak ehak December thada yauzarui Zamia da aina refresher course ama yawus da akhoi na di Muslim gi institution Islam institution ne khoi khallaga changuba do aduki matik aidi aranba wakhalama oirame aduki matik democratic oi aduki matik nongai aduki matik humanitarian ethos yauna mkhoi ne pangthoi madudari da classic amai tawge da refresher course ki resource person se laktaba numita shero shairi tawe adugi shero shairi kharaduna aingon kayam yamna ithil pige habada ngasi su adugi ithil duna thawai nuai taba ningba kai bagi wakhalo lakpa matamda shero shairi paraga adum phagat pa yai adu mioi bagi punsi se nuai ba ngakta nate ningba kai ba lakani awaba lakani madugi matamdu da poetry arts ni akhoi bukan mangam mi haizariba masi akhoi yamna luna lobum thoi गालिब न सुमाइना हैरमी हमदा ई उर्दू दा हाइजगे गो उम्र भर गालिब यही भूल करता रहा धूल चेहरे पे थी और आईना साफ करता रहा मैं आप खंगबिरंगनी आई अमतंग हाइजगे गो पुंसी सुबा गालिब न अरान बथबा अमा सोय बथबा मा दुम तौ लेरमेबा माइदा मोलगा मिसेन तो कन्न तागा सेंगदोक लेरमेबा Senegal in the Haramis. A documentic article and Sian Havada. Shigi, Shire, poem, sentence, any characters in a Koi Punsikan Bangam Gani Hazariba. Magi Power say. See Haraga is having the Isaba saying about Tizaram gay. Yam Tienba saying a say, I give Wakalda, Hapta Amani, Hamani, some luck the Rogal Labani, Adubu, Nasigi Shumba, platform Sida, Hana present over Haidana, saying a say, consolidate to body ngarang nga sikak ta consolidate to bani aswa biyaru ga suma yamna ngakpigan ai gi sering ase ming thon jatre mayam da dum sana ba yega ga thon bi basu yai nang na kalakna mitaru riba ai gi hakchang ase kanana khangani nongba yon thoklam basu yai naya tara amada lambi gi chidai da leptuna Napi Sintharurano, Aibu Nushi Haiduna Sinya Uraga Kunya Kungangi Taklabalambi Uraga Nangna Pankre Hariba Kunaya Si Uraga Sintanabaka O Nangi Napido Nang ai Kwamatap Amalana Kisira Huzikpo Natraga Kulai Amalana Sira Lauro Matam yore, think thoroughly warep ado. Ngairuranu, Kautok low, Kaluranu hybrid yana lie. Adubu Nasisu Ngairam Kini, Mama Karadi, Musiba Podondo Paiduna, Sukhan Halakloroba Masasingbu. Kuntokayagi wari likoge. khudam kaya pi khoge iramdam se aigi iramdam ni haina bagi damak thoidokna thira roi si nang aigi I kanana heli sengba laimai da ta khibada turial sen thakibada maheu rol dagi sintharak liba imai ben singi ikhengna ngangleina raba le house hena nganghanbada nang aigi ina khetnana mateng pangloi mayam puno pukrumje
Memgi sailing sida debate su kaisu loi yaure matang sidi kai kumnajar bai gi uza nuksijar ba uza kunjo
kai kumnajar ba ngasigi debate sigi speaker lengsin biriba guessing aduga debaters sing akoi uza noniga akoi madam gana loi haidok pirame ai di thoina hainingari te do aina haijaning baje ngasigi debate se debaters sing je kharadi yam phagre hoi sai uza noni na haiba to maina akoina manipur gi hauju leriba topics da hairizi manipur da santi amasung normalcy hanjalak haibani community ani je khatna bagi wana te koina hairize ado maitaiga kuki khatangi woina pubadona sum tawkhre madu khak natabida debater khadi yam phajana performance pi akoi kana ni heli haidoino na haibada khanbam khangdaba mikup yauki aduna karigumbada kanagumamna position taraga aidi ta dega na haiba matamda maduna nakhoigi performance ta reflect tawgane na khangano akhoigi ngasigi daw ne khandopiyo kharadi yam phajana tawki hoi angang pam sama yam nuksibam khayawi open debating competition oibina lakpu erangani aduma yam nungsi ma na ngang bado aduma khoigi chimpha purga ngang bado na toba mathangda yam phaba debater oirekin na khalli adagi de kana gumba kharna ngasa yam phajana horok nu pam sang yawgi mai do mo yam ta do malamaga khara tar to khibam ga yawgi masu ngang ba pronunciation ke yam ngai ta bado adagi khitang preparation to the word pa khara yawi mathangda hena phaba akhoigi kanoma debaters sing oirakani na khanjai NPYF na ngasi tawraklibasi topic si akhoigi pass to border to da baduna taba aina khanjabadadi ngasai wazana su takpi gi badune akhoi lambi makhak thirak pa male manipur se ngasi ware hana thengnabiramba hana laibiramba akhoigi manipur gi matam amagi hoi conflict marak to orisu awana marak to orisu suk yamna wabadi akhoi chahi tare khundak matam da tagi baduna tana suk yamna wabadi thengna kidri manipur da aduga maitaina suk yamna upai leitaba suk yamna pangan somna manba masak am uthorok pasisu handak kisine maitai singsi agidi amuktang akhoi historical responsibility akhoi thauna lingzen adu akhoi wakhal miyeng nauna amuktang define to bachange na khanje nasai gi dro jano ni takpiram baduni akhoi debater singjina maitai khatang sum haiba manba ada manipur gi ransti wala sing gi marak tasu duga maitai gi population sing gi marak tagi ju maitai khaktagi wasum ngang baje maitai nu siroi je haibadina te ko maitai na maitai khaktaba sum nu siradina aidi manipur je punna lemin na ya do mande maitai na maitai khakta nu sirenge kuki khakta nu sirakani naga su naga khakta nu sirakani pangan ju pangan khakta nu sirakani na khalle de aduna maitai singna pukchel chong thokpa ma big brotherly attitude ama mityeng se aduga asuk kuiba sahi lising kaya asda aikoina kalakhiba lamdam je sida aikogi pukchel chong thokpa khara pulap konsin bangamba sikon naukon bangamba aikogi wakhal miyeng ama khak changi na khanjai masi haibada maitai singi khalloi je haiba natte ado aikogi nuksibadi isa nuksibadi thamoida thamaga aikogi mama pa singna aikogi migi masabudu yokhatpa ichana chaibudu adumaina kharaga tawragadi akoi phagane na ina khanjaba leije ai wa khanjala lambaju yai
Houzik akhoi sum haibagi wani kona pharakini swai matang dai zo jan noni gi keno da support tawjage aina si haidana aina supporter de hena mark piki bagi aduga keno gi opposition da mark pi da bagi wad laite adudi purely on mogi performance based pizza kibani mark ti aizu dialogue sidi support tawjaninge dialogue ki process se huzbau initiate tawdri na khalle government of India na su initiate tawdri dialogue se state government na su try tawdri akhoi state ki luching basing na kari khallaga no khangdaba mongda pulap punba yadaba mongda wa ngang ba hek tajai madu kitang to hanjaninge ang sa haije budani maitai singna maitai kakki khanbaje aduga adu khanba manba mongda thabak tawbuse masi hongdok piu nai appeal tawjaninge maitai singdi manipur bu semgalaki baje atopa community singi contribution ju yam yawi haibu hek akoina thengnajabe itihasta maitai singi ipai pu singduna sei tharol kumbabada iramiba ningthau singda maitai ningthau ngaktane adugumba ningthau singduna palamba nga amba akogi lamdam se hojiksu akoina dum kanbam thoi ado si kanba matam sida khwaidi chawba thodang do akoina mang thana lomina je akoina akoi kaktang maitai kaktang nungsi bagi wasu ngangadi lebak se punba yamna nungai roi aduna akoi puksel ka chawthok mina si haibu wapam je thamjaraga ai matang solution je
ꯑꯩꯒꯤ ꯑꯔꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯩꯒꯤꯁꯨ ꯋꯥꯐꯝ ꯈꯔ ꯊꯝꯃꯒ ꯂꯣꯏꯁꯤꯟꯒꯦ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯦꯟꯅ ꯍꯥꯏꯒꯦ ꯑꯩꯗꯤ ꯁꯥꯡ ꯁꯥꯡ ꯉꯥꯡꯕꯅ ꯑꯩꯅ ꯊꯣꯛꯂꯗꯤ ꯃꯤ ꯄꯥꯈꯠꯅꯩ ꯅꯣꯡ ꯈꯣꯡꯗ꯭ꯔꯤꯐꯥꯎ ꯊꯥꯔꯣꯏ ꯉꯁꯤꯗꯤ ꯌꯥꯝ ꯇꯦꯟꯅ ꯉꯥꯡ ꯍꯟꯗꯛꯁꯦ ꯃꯃꯥ ꯁꯤꯒꯤ ꯃꯅꯥꯛꯇꯀꯣ ꯄꯥꯈꯪ ꯏꯟꯈꯠꯂꯛꯄꯁꯤ ꯂꯦꯞꯄꯤ ꯆꯦꯝꯄꯥꯛ ꯆꯤꯅꯤ ꯍꯥꯞꯄꯒ ꯌꯣꯝꯃꯒ ꯄꯤꯀꯣ ꯃꯈꯨꯠꯁꯤꯗ ꯐꯅꯦꯛ ꯃꯆꯦꯠ ꯇꯨꯀꯤꯕꯤ ꯃꯇꯥ ꯐꯈ꯭ꯔꯕ ꯃꯆꯥꯒꯤ ꯃꯔꯥꯏꯕꯛꯇꯨꯗ ꯃꯅꯝ ꯅꯝꯃꯒꯅꯦ ꯏꯃꯥꯒꯤ ꯅꯤꯡꯊꯦꯝ ꯂꯥꯟ ꯆꯠꯂꯨ ꯅꯪꯒꯤ ꯈꯨꯟꯖꯥ ꯉꯥꯛꯎ ꯅꯪꯒꯤ ꯅꯔꯩꯄꯥꯛ ꯅꯔꯝꯗꯝ ꯉꯥꯛꯑꯣꯏꯗꯅ ꯃꯄꯤ ꯆꯗꯨꯝ ꯇꯥꯔꯒ ꯕꯤꯗꯥꯏ ꯇꯧꯕꯁꯦ ꯍꯟꯗꯛ ꯎꯔꯤꯁꯤ ꯅꯠꯇꯅ ꯑꯇꯩ ꯃꯇꯝꯗꯁꯨ ꯎꯔꯣꯏꯕ ꯑꯉꯥꯡꯁꯤꯡꯁꯦ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯁꯨ ꯆꯠꯂꯝꯒꯗ꯭ꯔꯥ ꯈꯪꯗꯦ ꯃꯔꯛ ꯃꯔꯛꯇ ꯆꯠꯂꯒ ꯅꯨꯡꯗꯥꯡ ꯇꯨꯝꯃꯤꯕ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯒꯤ ꯏꯟꯇꯔꯅꯦꯜ ꯗꯤꯁꯄ꯭ꯂꯦꯁ ꯄꯔꯁꯟꯁꯤꯡꯒꯤ ꯂꯩꯐꯝꯗꯨꯗ ꯑꯃꯨꯛꯇꯪ ꯆꯠꯄꯤꯌꯣꯕꯀꯣ ꯑꯄꯤꯛꯄ ꯑꯉꯥꯡ ꯃꯌꯥꯝꯅ ꯃꯃꯥꯗ ꯅꯤꯡꯉꯥꯏ ꯇꯧꯕꯁꯦ ꯏꯃꯥ ꯑꯩꯈꯣꯏꯕꯨ ꯀꯩꯗꯧꯉꯩ ꯌꯨꯝꯗ ꯍꯟꯗꯣꯏꯅꯣꯅ ꯀꯞꯄꯦꯕ ꯃꯃꯤꯠꯇꯒꯤ ꯃꯄꯤ ꯇꯥꯕ ꯅꯠꯇꯅ ꯋꯥꯈꯨꯝ ꯂꯩꯇꯦ खरा चाव आगांने यूम मई थागिब उबदो अदुना इमा कोई यूम साब ngomgidro ina mamada wang hangiko aduju mamana mamitegi mapi taba natanu pai lete mahi da khwai tang muse sangom ju tangi mahi ni khoi ju tangi mahi ni ko yu bawa mahi ni tangi hidak thakna badu ju mahi ni tangi ko adubu mittagi tarakba pi gi mahi se sidagi na tangba mahi pithibida lete masidine thamoi gi wakat yawe ba pen da bagi wakat yawe tungi punchirol uda bagi yawe nahet pi bagi yawe ningba kai ba ningba thung da bagi yawe handakti yam tagre mit ki pije ko aduna aina thamjaningi de noi naha singda hojik se tokshanna ba amate yaroiba politics yobi ke ju tokshanna do di yobi ge no politics tawrage na khanbi raga tholko mayam je tokshanna raga yobi tokshanna do di yobi no please lalo buju ne tokshanna ga do di lan tobi no ba mayam gi wangang je ba khoi su ne tokshanna ra ngang do di ne ngang bi ba tholko ba khoi ju tokchar oi ba no maira pai bi ju ne tokshanna ra maira pai di so budi tobi no ba chief minister we bi ju ne tokshanna ra we do di tobi no ba serious thing ꯅꯨꯡꯉꯥꯏꯅ ꯑꯣꯏꯒꯗꯕ ꯃꯇꯝꯅꯦꯕ ꯑꯗꯨꯒ ꯗꯥꯏꯂꯣꯛ ꯅꯨꯡꯂꯣꯛ ꯑꯗꯨ ꯑꯗꯥ ꯂꯥꯟ ꯇꯧꯅꯕ ꯈꯣꯠꯅꯕ ꯇꯣꯛꯅꯕ ꯇꯧꯁꯅꯨ ꯃꯥꯂꯦꯝꯗ ꯇꯧꯗꯕ ꯀꯩꯝ ꯌꯥꯎꯄꯣꯠꯇꯦ ꯁꯤꯒꯨꯝꯕ ꯃꯔꯛꯁꯤꯗ सिगुम्बा फत्तबा सिंसिना ख्वाइदगी चावबा कानबा पी हाइसे अखोई खंगदब वानी पृथ्वीदा फावगी मयाम मी ओइगरा लम ओइगरा मयाम जे सिगुम्बा अवा अवाबा जे थेंगनर काना फावगी याक्तनेबा अइना चाक लामबदा हेता मीना थक थक पिजरगा अइना चाक लामदु फगबगने साबा फंगदना कोई धी धीदना वांगै वारगा फंगदना सराम चदतनदना खौगंगनबना चाबा लांबा कोखिबजे सिगी लांबा कोपगी अइना फंगिबा ज्ञानजिगने मीना सलांग पिजरगा अइना लांबा फगिबदुगो याम थी खेननी अदुनी आई वांट टू गो बियॉन्ड दैट गुड्स एंड इविल्स गाइस अन आइदी आइगी मोट दिने हौजिक सी लान नुंग कइगे तौसनु के सुकाइदेबा अखोइना तौगदबा म तहौसेबा in order to save our future Hosi atay the meeting amok tambiru nahadam the tambiobo. Within a very short time, Mujini Mantri were Kadoriba, police were Kadoriba, Adagidi, Ukil were Kadoriba, doctor, engineer, or Kadolomi, Simi with Omiams, Muiniba. Awaymatams, the Quirak Trevor. Muizing Zina, Saras were horrible. Yes, we can save Manipur. Manipur can mungam never. Aduna, Hosik Sida Quina, Angang sings the Kari Yahuding together. Punsi haiba hanjo haloi daba punsi ji unreturnable journey ko life se amu handage ga ya ponte sum chakhi bajin loi gi doini adugumba haloi daba punsi gi khongchat tuda punsi haiba pochida saruk mari khag yom na yauri ba kari no hai kan the personal life ai gi punsi ro lama isa gi ba ani subada family life imung manungi punsi ro lama Om subada professional life aina toriba thabak se sigi punsiro lama mari subada social life khunai ga aiga lainari ba mari sigi punsiro lama sidani leipak ning ga loi yaurs mari se khoi angang sing da hoji amat ta leitre amat ta leitre mama pa sing na ju nong muta angang lai pau mak phangu pisa pizar thabak tawni ha ba professional life sidani ji khalis Professional life to Kalu Sukaidiko. Adu Aina to Lupa Lak Amasara de Lak Amaga listening kun Gitabak Toronge. Aina to listening Kaisar de listening Bugi Tabak Torongezi, each of the individual the Kala Bulebaka my chocolatino. Adu de Puntra de Ofiscani are the Mapandikatarena. Pumanga the Haniara Taruta Halelore. Ahin was Surami Tabakto. Aigi Kunais the Katopa, Lepak the Katopa. Aigi katok chaba duneba adu ni dana bread level theory aisa jaraba manipurdana tara de ka ka da utra ma thum khai kani manga dang da ohum khai halani lising yang kai chawa mi duna phangiba mai tolob se lising kutra hurali ni ma chai du lising kun mukta neba akoi university wa su ngai ne tolob chawr puri lak ani ni mkhai tham the class kun khalor ga lai thok le ga di ma chai tolob du lising bu pha pon te hurali ne ba simyam se Sigi Hurat Domayam Zinane Lebak Sokotrizi. See professional life to understand the company. Aduna, Aina Kanzava da Koi Angang Miamsi. Padan Amtang Hosiki Pun Sirol Marizi, Yom Sim Ziba. No Maloi Kong the Tour never. Manipur will be golden peacock in the world in future. Loi Tour don't dialogue. I carry land guy, Loi Tour don't. Japan tourism na nungti mai gi singni nungti juar ham ni juar sahim do 1617 har ni see the development see the progress aduna id angang je pajan am the same je silai si mama pa atani timbi je aduna ne debate gi haido ngang is angang ji pusana the same ji imung ji pajaba imung am to hen ji Nupa nupi leminari bisi nungchi na leminabiu. Hoji nupa me amni nupi am koe. Tumin thungam thoga telepon to busi am yawi. Message ke tha bako. Mama aduna mai nupa du sena bada angang ka sena sang ponte. adumai sum tawdi program tane ba lebak se ko aduna personal life sida noi yam phajana khang ko personal life sid nangi communication skill ngasi aina ngangjari je se akhoi gi my communication skill da group communication koi ade interpersonal mi ngang na sangna ba aina ngang da ingon di yeng video di kai de listening skill lai doino mi na ngang da ina mun na yeng daga de ai confidence kai de gain to doino aduna mashi yam phajana aigi personal life ta communication skill legadabani listening skill lega taringi gyan hen kala kadoini kitang ngangba yamna tabas yam marui ko siam sangre tension jage adigi critical thinking hoji mayamna adu dara du tonari je nang sigi somda toriba geopolitics di mai neba sigi geopolitics mai ne di si nei na du numit humni nei na rulo roi adugo sigi impact lai tabra ai di bhari de lei ni ai di pakhalim ni kuki ga khoga te tongna bi de khara phai kui dana China ga Russia ga na Myanmar gi misang sang ga rebel me am jina America misang sang ga India ju kabak yaur ga kapna ka dren kan khali hoji me am khang da bon khulai no bu angak pada lak jani sophisticated wa khulai pa lan tong na ro da di khulai di passion ro ne ko kari gi noida China su magi akoi gi China gi keno si mai lambi sum magi state of Malacca ina ko mayam na Malacca Strait haiba Indonesia Malaysia rom da chatpagi lambi si masu America na control sat tok saladin nungai ro na mana America na maming thom da string of pearls na masu lambi isingi semi ba ayo ba ma Myanmar da Sri Lanka da gi ke adegi Cambodia da sum kap khiba India ki su Indo-Pacific region da India is same is South Africa yogduni adai sigi uji transition road ka je khoina phagi manbo ani yogduni Europe yogduni sa man Russia ju same ba China ju same ba aguda multi development bank na le multilateral development bank na IMF ka hariba World Bank ka hariba adagi BRICS ki ju magi BRICS की जो बैंक ले देना चाइना की जो न्यू डेवलपमेंट बैंक का ले एशिया कनो की जापान का जो ADB एशियन डेवलपमेंट बैंक का ले देना से मल्टीलेटरल डेवलपमेंट बैंक से सिगी पैसा में हम से अखोई से मणिपुर की प्रोजेक्ट तरह से मुझे चाइना जो यार नहीं जापान जो यार नहीं वर्ल्ड बैंक जो यार नहीं लोग थादरी ने बा से मालेम की वही ना मसीगी पैसा की कारोबार से मुन्ना बस इधर को लम्मा मज़ नंगल लदी लम्मा मज़ लान टॉक्स लगा नेमल लदी का इन तो ट्रम्प ने कहो जहरी दो any exchange values the dollars sin nei hona ragadi China da 100% tax lo ni haise sam da piyo process chani yo ni gaise sigi paisa gi karbar gi pose sina ju lan to ngai masak yam we tori ne ba manungda ade hojil lambi me amje maram di Indian Ocean ji paisin na bo hona rakpa ade mai lambi ji clear wona na bo hona rakpa quad kaina leiriba sagi Indo-Pacific region jigi phajana India ju sep tong na baina America ne India ne Japan ne aduga maroina Australia ne pumno quad kain leiba akoi gi security kaino ni body ni ko si me am jigi tong na ni sigi lan ji da ko laibak thi bai ta ra khoi ne lei saluri ba jaga ji da masagi debate jungang bi gi ba sidwe hai gi do mana maming seran to na ma hai gre sumi sidwe duna rang khain de leiduini sidwe dei changjilak pada palet wa haibaduna chin state na leiduini chin state dagina Mizoram tabokti by road laktuini bako aduna chin state luna tawdabi adabi maram am lei Mizoram India na luna tawdabi adabi maram su lei ko adubu athu matamda aina sum khanjabadadi lam ju lep ko dong male kena somdu unkhanari se sida akhoi manungi problem macha ji sumi yalaga thamaga India na kaido nungda strategy hotpunga moibuko ana moida compel toro pai tare lamji loishinna bagi ko siga loishandraba moi somda toro kado potu do moi matha am thi sani hojik ngarang mathang na hando aduda jet fighter ayang ba sophisticated am pairga PDF ki kem ka thuai ba reisi lan horam ni And India zu lalo buzu koi sogoli military junta zu sogoli. India sogal po kuso ko Japan sogol kraponi. Koi ki thao puna jahaz vessel kunga Brahma pi ni free da keno. Submarine bo pi ni keno. China zu dum tori ni. India zu rebel mi sangi, China zu dum sangi. America zu dum sangi. Ada koi ki asomgi lalo me am jing som dang aide sang dana lotsa bani na. Moina zu koi lalo do chum kap khot to bani na India zu oija bani na. Luna sum to bani na. Lan du hek tong na kan da han le chenjen mo mong dong chenjen le di ko. Akoi ju mi sai le dum thung ra ni. Ona ai di kaim to de hoji phau khra wan jale. Heng tam ngam de na ko. Ado sine si wai gre thamjaning ji hoji ke dumaina communication skill, listening skill, adai maru in critical thinking ko. Adai no the positive thinking ko. Positive thinking am to no na de. Quite deep maru ba poti uza kun jo khoi na ngai te da yam na pak sana ngang sing da gyan tan ba je problem solver instead of problem creator. Koi mete is problem creator wo bidyang me problem solver wo bai te. Political party manung da jo problem lahende ho na ba bari yaw ne ba. Problem lo shan da ba na ta ba. Ade imung de ju ne problem wende to bu pi ju ma am le nu pa ju. Ade problem solver wo ga da ba. Problem ma lei dore ha de tho lo shan na ba ho na ga da ba se. Masigi magun ji am wang magun na mane ba. Sinoi na ha da se lo ba. Imai pa ka phan ga nu imayum the problem wen ga no ba. A problem solver wo ba ko. Aduga positive thinking lei ba ko. Si ai gi personal life ki khwaidi maru ba pot amani. Aduga masagi family gi dudi family da lei ba yum nung kai dudi darkar leite da. Madi pot ne ba cement gumba yot gumba jinga gumba ni na. Imung ai family hai se. Ai nupi ima baba angang nupi kaka lei ba mayam du thamoi gi mari do. Nung sei na beba tawla na. Dam ikai kumna na. Arai leita tana dana awana saru ya mina dana nong ta mek haina dana pu imung je masi loi leira dine family are the units of the state are the unit of the nations are the unit of the world masa dum chawkani on imung gi punsi role sisu phajana khangbi ba ko profession gi eng sahai jagre thabak pu tor di kana ba khra di dum pibiyo ba rajniti torsu lebak miyam gi khara kana na ba dum to biyo ba isa gi logada bani adugo akun begi social life sidi aina yum yam wang dana car makhan tong dana lowing gon pang lei da leiraga ko number 4 karbar to begi angang sing uiraga HIV positive oidana siri miyam si aina talibu wealth siga khunai gi welfare ga ani si khara gyan tabiraga kunai ga nakshan na le dine afaba kunai su dum moigal leba aduna lan tawning tawsinu ama tawning tawsinu Singapore pikraponi Hong Kong ji pikraponi paying chakholizi Bhutan makta da khoina bari de helimina Bhutan jina sahi taram ki matung thekat khibde mo moi miam jing ji magunje si yam thi wang reba an idea khoi angang sing se apa ba magun chen na bane am to hona si nong mane lan wai gera wai roi ra lan tor ju dum kan ni tawdra ju dum kan ni kok pu pharaba puning bu pharaba mind se ju pharaga di ai khan mada khoi manipur kan bangam ne jam kan thajai ko manipur soidana kan bangam ni manipur gi future lei aduna masi haijaraga kitang matam sang lori jim mak tinjam loinam ni ai lobire mane khali punang pu khoram jari asoyangam yaw sungak piu ado mayamna aizu se support yam tawjam ne ba mayamna ikai ba ni khangde khuri thang thang kat tab du tu ba adagi formalities ju tawam thok ba ko khoine samjan buju angang jing the culture ne si ju ko akhoina thaina ga debate ngang mo chalpa matam da ga di as hekta house da gi na house manjan matam di oja ahan jing du na speaker woi bu ko ado yamju nungai phajana su phai aduga nga akoi debaters sing se juri ga diam waram ngani iken khena da bus loina bakse aduna yam nungai mayam leng dana lebi yam nungai political party yawi banina mangolo view haija tare election jun naksal lakbani ko regional party hairaga region gi khara khanbi ba iram dam khara khanbi ba darkar hoi ko regional party ni hairaga Delhi ki prabhu me am du khuning kang kang yeng bai thabak sim di tu ozin thamjage. Thank you very much. Microphone ze organizing committee de sinazari. Thank you very much.
mayam hojik se event se loisalak pagal loina na mark se hojik adding up tauri adunang mayam ngaktang wars one ngai minana ba lingsing jari
Sigi debating competition sigi makong muthang tabam to lauthok sage ahan bagi first prize di thoksom sanathoi singh mana lobby re mana score to was 228 ni maji opposition bench ni ado second da ria tongbram ria si ria ang ria ai ria je tarakane dum khal 226 ni supporter ni third term Moirangthem Amarjit Chaniga Kunmari ni opposition ni ado consolidation prize da Namairakpam Rikesh Maitei 222 phangi adagi Mayengbam Mangal Singh 221 phangi aduga Umar Nongzai maju 220 phangi supporter ni Laisram Sanajauba 214 phangi opposer ni Glady Khetrimayum 214 phangi supporter ni Dineshwar Purichabam 213 ni opposition ni Kumuksam Srinivas Sanitara phangi aduga 8 position da Laisangthem Luching Bichanu 209 aduga 9 da Sida 8 positions the MD Isarat Ali Ziauri Maju 209 phangi aduga 9 da Thoksom Roshan Singh 208 phangi aduga 10 da Joyশ্রী Haishnam 203 mayam gi prize ji February gi first week ta ese gi loisalapa duga punna pigane na organizing committee gi maike di habirei aduga prize di yam piktre first prize da 30,000 ni second prize da 20,000 ni maitero ndam haijarake first prize da lising kuntra ni second prize da lising kunni aduga third prize da na lising tara ni consolidation prize zu lising ohum ni puna maksi thamjaraga February gi ahan basayonda organizing committee na lepi bada ngasi gi lengbi de wismana hara hara lapiu akhoi la amdraju dum la amdre na khanbiu puna bu khoram jari
Thank you everyone for coming and joining this event today. I hope it was a great event. And as we come to the end of this event, it is time to express our heartfelt gratitude. May I now invite Thaunauzam Nivarani Devi, General Secretary, NPYF, to come up on the stage.
Thank you. Ngasi se yam nungai NPYF na sumaina debate competition ama sinja base yam grand success oibra na khajai ai wakhalonda ado NPYF na makhatana youth mayam gi damakta platform pizagani competition mayam ama matung tarakpada su mayam ama singani aduga political party mayam na hunaring ai NPYF na youth mayam ama leptana semgani haibase sigi achet pathajaba pizage duga now, on behalf of NPYF Manipur, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to our judges, speaker, participants, party members, media persons, and everyone who made this event a grand success. Let us carry forward the insight we have gained today to create a brighter, peaceful future for Manipur. Thank you for being a part of this meaningful initiative. Wishing you all a wonderful day. Thank you.